Chapter 1, Countdown to Doomsday, Encounter with Sexy Stewardess. News: the Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert. According to expert research, extreme weather may occur in the future. Citizens are requested to avoid traveling as much as possible. Jiang Bei, who had just finished breakfast, glanced at the text message on his mobile phone and chose to ignore it. Experts? Extreme weather? Jiang Bei smiled crookedly and wrote out in a flash on the Emma he had just bought. Jiang Bei originally had a better future, but due to major changes in his family, after graduating from university, he did not continue his studies and joined a small company, becoming a slave who worked from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. When Jiang Bei thought that this was the end of his life, he was fired just 1 year later. The reason given by the company was that I got off work too early. In order to make a living, Jiang Bei could only choose to deliver food for a while to maintain his life. When a new food delivery platform came into being, Jiang Bei immediately signed up to become a writer. Today is my first day at work. Jiang Bei rode his electric scooter quickly through the city streets. Boom boom. Suddenly there was a huge thunder. The whole sky began to darken. The breeze that was originally refreshing began to become heavy. Jiang Bei stopped at the red traffic light intersection and waited for the green light. He wiped the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand, and the sun protection clothes were stuck to his body, making it sticky. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Luckily, the last order is in the same neighborhood and building as mine. After delivering this order, I'll go home and take a shower. It's so uncomfortable to be all sticky. Jiang Bei wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked up at the sky and encouraged himself. Thinking that this was only my first day delivering food and I was already exhausted after just the morning, it seemed that I needed more exercise. Red light turns green. Jiang Bei rushed out immediately. Boom boom. Another thunderous sound was heard, louder than the last one. Crash. In an instant, heavy rain fell accompanied by thunder. In the roadside flower beds, all kinds of newly planted flowers and plants were knocked to one side by the heavy rain, splashing mud and water everywhere. Some of the rain mixed with sweat from his forehead flowed into Jiang Bei's mouth, with a slightly salty taste. The extremely humid air was filled with a mixed smell of grass and earth, which was very intoxicating. Finished. Jiang Bei was riding his tram and saw that the rain was getting heavier and heavier and the visibility was getting lower and lower, but his tram was getting slower and slower. At this time, there were no people on the street. In just a short while, the drainage speed of the roadside sewers could no longer keep up with the speed of the rain, and water began to accumulate in the driveway. Jiang Bei looked at the increasing rain on the side of the road and finally didn't dare to continue riding, so he chose to push the scooter and set off. In order to prevent the tram from being damaged, Jiang Bei could only stop under a tree with lush leaves and prepare to unplug the socket connecting the battery. Just as Jiang Bei reached out to unplug the wire from the socket, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his arm and something strange in his body. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Jiang Bei felt as if a bomb exploded next to his ear, and then he lost consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Doomsday survival system. Global Doomsday Countdown. 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 11 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. 11 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Because the world will encounter various extreme weather disasters in the future, the environment in which humans live will be greatly damaged, survival materials will face unprecedented challenges, human nature will change accordingly, and social order will gradually collapse. In order to protect the host's better survival, the survival system is loading. Survival system loading completed, please choose whether to activate. It is detected that the host is in a coma stage at this time, and the system option is delayed. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? Why are you lying on the side of the road? A soft but pleasant voice reached Jiang Bei's ears. Jiang Bei felt dazed and someone was shaking him. Jiang Bei opened his eyes dazedly. I saw a slender woman with a curvy figure, holding a black umbrella, wearing a stewardess uniform and black stockings on her legs that extended to the bottom of her skirt. She was wearing a pair of black high heels and was stepping into the water. She was bending over and trying hard to shake herself. A pair of snow-white and plump breasts swayed with the woman's movements. As a young man of the new era, Jiang Bei has seen all kinds of beauties on Douyin. But in reality, it was the first time that he saw such a stunning beauty at such a close distance. Faced with the turbulent beauty in front of him, Jiang Bei couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his lower abdomen. Fortunately, the rain was heavy enough at that time, and the woman in front of him did not notice Jiang Bei's abnormality. Jiang Bei shook his dizzy head and stood up shakily, but he only dared to bend his waist at this time, and finally squatted on the ground again. What's wrong with you? Are you suffering from hypoglycemia? Why did you fall on the roadside in such heavy rain? Should I call 120 for you? The woman in the stewardess uniform saw the man in front of her sober up, and just stood up, then squatted on the ground again, and continued to ask worriedly. Thank you, but no, I live nearby. Please leave now, the rain is too heavy. The owner's unique ID WeChat. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and thanked her. Okay, the rain is really heavy, I'm leaving first, bye. After the woman finished speaking, she walked towards the car parked on the side of the road, turned on the hazard lights, and slowly drove away. These days, there aren't many people who are good-looking, have top-notch bodies, and are kind-hearted. Watching the vehicle slowly go away, Jiang Bei couldn't help but praise. Jiang Bei saw that the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, so he turned around and picked up the tram that had fallen on the side of the road. I slowly walked towards my neighborhood. Fortunately, I was not far away. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bei finally saw his own community. At this time, the road surface was completely flooded by rain, and it looked like a river from a distance. Jiang Bei parked the electric car in the charging shed and ran into the corridor holding the takeaway box. It's really hell, I haven't seen such heavy rain in years, I hope the vegetables inside won't be damaged. Jiang Bei opened the takeaway box as he spoke, and saw that the soup from the grilled fish inside had completely spilled out, but the other two dishes were fine. What you fear will come true. Jiang Bei shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would be complained about on the first day. I rearranged the takeaway packaging, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Ding dong. Hello, dong dong takeaway. Jiang Bei waited for a while, and when no one answered, he knocked on the door again. Hello, is anyone there? Your takeaway has arrived. Please pick it up. After a while. Then I heard a pleasant female voice that was a little suppressed and slightly breathless. Wait a minute. Chapter 2 The Blushing Wife. Waited for 3 minutes. A beautiful woman wearing loose pink home clothes that still couldn't hide her hot body, with her hair tied up behind her head, a little messy, and a slightly flushed face, opened the door. Why are you here so late? You are at least half an hour late. The beautiful woman asked with a little anger. I'm sorry, it was raining so hard outside that I fell down. The grilled fish soup you ordered was a little spilled, but the other two dishes were good. What? Why aren't you more careful? I'm going to complain to you. The young woman, who was already somewhat angry, said angrily. Then she snatched the takeaway from his hand and slammed the door without waiting for him to apologize. It looks like today's work is in vain. Jiang Bei smiled bitterly, turned around, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 23rd floor. After returning home, Jiang Bei immediately took off his wet clothes and took a hot shower. After taking a hot shower, Jiang Bei lay on the sofa, feeling a wave of soreness all over his body. It turns out that delivering food is not something that just anybody can do. I'm already sore all over after just half a day of running. Jiang Bei rubbed his legs, which were the most sore, and sighed. Ding detects that the host is in the awake stage. The Doomsday survival system is turned on. Please choose whether to activate it. Global Doomsday Countdown. 10 hours, 30 minutes, 36 seconds. 10 hours, 30 minutes, 35 seconds. Because the world will encounter various meteorological disasters in the future, the environment and materials for human survival will face unprecedented challenges, human nature will change accordingly, and social order will gradually collapse. In order to protect the host's better survival, the survival system is loading. The Doomsday survival system is turned on. Please choose whether to activate it. Jiang Bei, who was rubbing his legs, had a series of messages in his mind. What is this? A system? Jiang Bei also likes to read novels, but he likes to read novels about cultivating immortals. He never expected that there would be a system in the novel, and he would actually encounter it. What a pity! Why not let yourself cultivate immortality? Jiang Bei was surprised at first, then annoyed and couldn't help complaining. Does the system master have a system for cultivating immortals? I want to cultivate immortals, not survive. Jiang Bei was looking forward to the system giving him a system, so that he could defeat all his opponents and eventually become the Supreme Emperor. Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of moral character you have? Do you still want to cultivate immortality? Are you worthy? A system voice that couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman came into Jiang Bei's mind. Hey, why are you insulting me? Jiang Bei just asked casually and didn't expect the system to actually answer him. He just felt insulted. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to activate the Doomsday survival system? Of course, activated. Jiang Bei quickly chose to activate it. Ding, the host successfully activated the Doomsday survival system. The Doomsday store system is open. You can buy any items you need in the system, including supplies, guns, transportation, etc. Currently free supplies, food. Need to purchase firearms, transportation, etc. How stingy. Their system gives you all kinds of supplies as soon as you sign in. Do I still need to buy them? Jiang Bei opened his eyes wide, looking and listening to the system prompts in his mind in disbelief. Others eat shit, do you eat it? Jiang Bei simply chose to shut his mouth. He found that the system's words were really poisonous. Then he stopped talking and started checking what the free supplies were. Free supplies, food, just think of the name of the food you want to eat. Paid supplies, daily necessities, starting from 1 gram of gold. Paid supplies, firearms and supplies, starting at 10 grams of gold. Paid materials, transportation materials, starting from 20 grams of gold. Unknown materials? Fuck, I have to buy it by the gram of gold? Damn, that's too shady. Seeing that these prices were just starting prices, Jiang Bei felt a pain in his teeth. He didn't dare to ask why the system was so expensive. He vaguely felt that 2 words were waiting for him. Jiang Bei looked at the heavy rain outside, which showed no sign of stopping. According to the system's prompt, the rain is unlikely to stop in a short period of time. In less than 11 hours, the end of the world will officially begin, and the rain will probably get even heavier. What's even more frightening is that in half a month, the temperature will drop sharply and the rain will turn into a blizzard. By that time, water and electricity may no longer be usable, so I have to quickly find a way to exchange more gold and buy supplies to deal with the drop in temperature. If he ends up freezing to death with unlimited supplies, that would be a real celebrity novel history. Gurgle. Just when Jiang Bei was thinking about how to exchange gold, his stomach started to protest. Man is iron, food is steel. Filling your stomach is the most important thing, so just eat something simple. For Australian abalones. A 4-pound lobster. Add a small pheasant stewed with mushrooms. Jiang Bei placed the food on the table one by one, looked at the dishes that were still steaming on the table, and started eating. The taste is really good, comparable to the food in a 5-star hotel. Jiang Bei ate and commented while opening his phone to see if there was anything worth paying attention to. As soon as I swiped the screen of my phone, I saw that the community owners group was very lively. Information, $9.99 plus. It's raining so hard outside, how can I go to work this afternoon? It's raining so hard, and you're still going to work? That's right. It's raining so hard. I won't go anyway. If I fall, the company won't reimburse my medical expenses. I envy you guys. I just asked for leave and was scolded by my boss. He said that even if it's the end of the world, I have to go to work. If I don't go in the afternoon, 3 days' salary will be deducted and my full attendance will be cancelled. Woohoo! Your company is a beast. I'm so hungry. Why hasn't the takeaway I ordered arrived yet? I don't know if it will arrive in such heavy rain. Don't even mention the takeaway. Just now, a stupid delivery man spilled my takeaway. I was so pissed off. He didn't even apologize. I've already complained. It's not easy for them either. Please understand that your complaint has wasted a day's work. Where did you come from? Jiang Bei looked at the chat content in the group and clicked on the avatar that said something nice about him. It was a cute cat avatar, and then I clicked add friend. Because of what he said just now, Jiang Bei decided to give her a chance to survive. Whether she could seize it depended on him. This could be considered as a reward for his words. As for the life and death of other people, it is none of my business and I don't know them. After a dozen seconds, I saw the friend dialog box showing that I had successfully added someone. Jiang Bei typed a paragraph. If you have time, go to the supermarket outside the community as soon as possible to buy food and water. Try to choose packaged food, which can extend the storage time as much as possible, as well as cotton clothes, quilts, and other warm things. Remember to buy as much as you can. In a house on the 22nd floor, a slender girl with long hair looked at the message sent to her by the friend she had just agreed to, feeling a little puzzled. Why buy these things? I don't need them, and I'm not far from the shopping mall. Jiang Bei looked at the reply on his phone. I typed another paragraph. Whether you believe it or not, this rain will not stop. In half a month, the temperature will drop significantly. You should think about it carefully. I have already reminded you. Whether you can seize this last opportunity to go out and buy supplies depends on you. As for why I reminded you, it is because you said something in the group. I feel that you are still good. There is not much time left. Believe it or not, you will see tomorrow if I am right. So don't waste your time, hurry up and go out and buy the supplies I mentioned, otherwise you will miss the chance if you are late. After Jiang Bei sent the message, he turned off his phone directly and no longer cared whether his friend believed him or not. Anyway, he had said what he should say, and it was up to him whether he believed it or not. The girl looked at the message on her phone, then looked at the heavy rain outside the window and hesitated for a long time. Finally, the girl gritted her teeth, put on a coat, picked up a black umbrella, and walked out of the room. Receive benefits Weixin, T. Chapter 3 The End of the World Begins. Jiang Bei put down his phone, probably because he was too tired from delivering food in the morning. I was so dazed that I didn't know when I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. I turned my head and looked towards the window, only to see that the heavy rain outside showed no sign of slowing down. Check the Doomsday countdown time. Global Doomsday countdown. 5 hours, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. There are only 5 hours left, which is midnight tonight. Jiang Bei calculated the time node in his mind. There's still time. We need to do something meaningful in the last few hours. We can't waste them. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei couldn't help but turn on his computer and look at the more than 10 GB of movie resources he had collected. After watching for more than 2 hours, Jiang Bei felt bored and decided to play a few more games to kill time. In the blink of an eye, it was 23:55 in the middle of the night, and there were only 5 minutes left until the end of the world. In a few minutes we will have to say goodbye to this civilized society. I can't tell whether it's excitement or what. Jiang Bei had an idea, and with a glass of red wine in his hand, he slowly walked to the window, looked at the heavy rain outside, and quietly waited for the end of the world to come. Ding! Doomsday countdown begins. Is it about to start? He subconsciously clenched his glass and stared out the window. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. Suddenly a dazzling white light lit up, and midnight instantly became as bright as day. Boom boom. At the same time, there was a deafening thunder. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat. The rain outside the window had now become like a leak in the sky, rushing straight to the ground. Jiang Bei looked at the horrific scene outside the window. Although he was not afraid of running out of supplies, he still felt a little nervous. With the current rainfall, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to take the boat until tomorrow morning. Jiang Bei turned around and sat back on the sofa, starting to think about the problems he might encounter next. Now we don't have to worry about food and drink. There are unlimited supplies in the system. The only drawback is that except for food, everything else must be purchased with gold. Go out and buy gold? I don't have the money to buy it. Gold is so expensive now. Go rob? The apocalypse has only just begun. If you wake up tomorrow and find that the rain has stopped, you will be killed. Jiang Bei thought about it and slapped his forehead. By the way, isn't my biggest advantage that the food is free? Looking at the rain, if it doesn't stop, we will definitely not be able to go out tomorrow. Then within 3 days, some people will be out of food. I can exchange food for gold. Although the community where he lives is not a high-end one, it is upper middle class. Not everyone has gold jewelry, but 80% of people have some gold jewelry. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei slapped his thigh and it was settled. After all their stored food is eaten, it will be time for you to make a fortune. However, you need to prepare some protective measures in advance, because there will definitely be some blind guys at that time, and you will need deterrent weapons. It would be great if I could unlock a gun at this time, Jiang Bei thought about it, and suddenly ran quickly towards the bedroom. After a while, he came out with a smile on his face, holding a gold-plated Lao Feng Xiang jewelry box in his hand. He almost forgot that he bought it last year in order to pursue a girl, and planned to give it to a colleague he liked in the company. But when he was confessing his love to his colleague with the gift, his colleague didn't say anything, but took out a gold bracelet from his backpack, which was estimated to weigh about 30 grams. Jiang Bei understood instantly that they were not suitable for each other. After returning, he threw the box directly under the bed and then forgot about it. If I didn't need gold, I wouldn't have thought of it. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Bei opened the jewelry box, took out the necklace and held it in his hand. At the same time, he opened the mall purchasing system and the necklace in his hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, the upper right corner of the system displays the number of grams of available gold, which changes from 0 to 5 grams. Paid supplies, daily life, starting from 1 gram of gold. Paid materials, firearms, starting at 10 grams of gold. Paid materials, transportation, starting at 20 grams of gold. Jiang Bei looked at the available balance in the upper right corner, then looked at the price of the guns, and shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to exit the page, a system message came. Ding, since the host is a new user, I will give you a 50% discount coupon, limited to one kind of material. Is this possible? Jiang Bei was speechless, and there was still a discount. Enter the gun selection page. Type 92 pistol, with full magazine 15 rounds price, 10 grams of gold, 5 grams of gold after discount, do you want to buy it? Desert Eagle, with full magazine 7 rounds price, 20 grams of gold, discount of 10 grams of gold, insufficient balance. Receive benefits VX, T, XW Co, NE. UZI submachine gun, with full magazine 32 rounds price, 30 grams of gold, discount of 15 grams of gold, insufficient balance. Other firearms, seriously insufficient balance. Jiang Bei really likes the UZI submachine gun. If he were to pick it up on the ground in a chicken-eating battlefield, he would be invincible. Unfortunately, due to lack of money, he could only choose the Type 92 pistol. Confirm purchase. Confirm. Ding, purchase successful, system warehouse has been issued. Jiang Bei's mind moved, and a Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand. Looking at the truth in my hands, a strange sense of excitement rose from my heart. That is the fighting gene buried in the blood of the dragon people. Can the system send me a little baga? I want to try this gun and see if it works. Jiang Bei asked excitedly. Dirty, go to the island to catch it yourself. When he has the truth in his hands, he will not be afraid of being snatched away by those who are short-sighted when doing business. If it really exists, it can be used as a warning to others. He is now looking forward to that day. In their eyes, it is a civilized society, and in the dragon country where guns are banned, what expressions will they have when he reveals the truth? Jiang Bei put the gun into the warehouse, then ordered some midnight snacks and a bottle of wine in the store. While eating, he opened his phone to see what was happening outside. News agency news. Heavy rainstorms have occurred around the world. Citizens, please try not to go out to avoid casualties. According to experts' estimates, this rare torrential rain will not last long, so please rest assured, residents. Another expert. He curled his lips. What he hated most in his life was experts. The best thing to do at this time is to go to some 24-hour convenience stores to buy supplies while you can still go out, buy as much as you can, instead of waiting to die at home. Of course, Jiang Bei would not be so humble as to go around the world shouting at everyone to stock up on supplies, as no one would believe it. After scrolling through the videos for a while, I found that most of them were about news about heavy rain. Jiang Bei quit TikTok out of boredom and opened WeChat again. Just opened WeChat, the message in the community group is 999 plus. This rain is too heavy. I have lived for more than 30 years and have never seen rain as heavy as today's. Don't tell me I haven't seen it for more than 30 years. I haven't seen it in more than 50 years. The thunder just now was really scary. I was asleep, but I was woken up by it. At all owners of the community, please note that according to the notice from the superiors, this rainstorm may continue until tomorrow. In order to avoid casualties, all enterprises in the city will stop working and go on holiday for the next 2 days. Tomorrow the community will distribute daily necessities to everyone. Please do not go out to buy supplies privately to prevent accidents. Yeah, no need to go to work. That's great. I was thinking about how to ask for leave from my boss, but now I don't have to. I'm going to sleep in bed all day tomorrow. Seeing the group happily chatting about the news of tomorrow's shutdown, Jiang Bei mourned for them for a second. In another day, they will regret not going out to buy supplies now. After playing with his phone for another half an hour, Jiang Bei felt sleepy, probably because of the alcohol. He then walked into the bedroom, lay on the bed and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that soon after he fell asleep, the rain outside became heavier than before. Chapter 4 The Excellent Doctor Downstairs. It's so comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally. Jiang Bei stretched, then got out of bed and walked to the window to look out. He saw that it was gray outside and the heavy rain was still continuing like a waterfall. Unfortunately, he lived on the top floor and it was raining so heavily that he couldn't see the conditions on the ground at all. About an hour later, Jiang Bei finished his breakfast, put on his coat, put all the garbage from yesterday and today into a garbage bag, and walked out of the room carrying the garbage. Jiang Bei subconsciously walked to the elevator, only to find that the elevator had stopped running. Jiang Bei just realized that it was raining so heavily outside that the water must have reached the second floor, and the elevator was definitely unavailable. Then he walked towards the stairs and started going to the 22nd floor, because there were only trash cans on the 22nd floor. As for why there was no trash can on his floor, he didn't care. When he went down to the 22nd floor and was about to throw the garbage bag into the bin, the door of a house on the 22nd floor opened. A girl with delicate face and fair skin walked out of the house. Even though she was wearing pink pajamas, it couldn't hide her curvy figure. She was just holding a bag of garbage in her hand. It seems that he is here to throw away garbage just like him. When she went out and saw Jiang Bei, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Jiang Bei. He threw away the garbage and walked back to the room. Jiang Bei didn't expect that there was a beautiful woman living downstairs from him. A thought that any decent person would have suddenly came to his mind. If it were any other time, I wouldn't be able to possess a beauty of this level, but since it's the end of the world, I have a chance. Jiang Bei thought as he walked upstairs. After returning to the room, he turned on his phone and checked the messages. I saw that people in the community group in the apartment building complex where Jiang Bei was located were discussing something frantically. The head of Building 16, Antli, who lives on the 9th floor, is in the unit complex where Jiang Bei is located. She is working hard to explain the concept of mutual help in the group. As the saying goes, a neighbor is worse than a distant relative. This rainstorm is so severe that experts say it is global in nature. The moat is full, causing the area below the 5th floor to be flooded. With the help of everyone, we who live on the upper floors have spare rooms. Please donate 1 day of your time to let the flooded residents rest for a day and wait for the rescue team to come and take them away. Yes, Sister Lee is right. The rain was too heavy. In just one night, the ground was flooded from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. Not only did we lose our home, but we didn't get anything out, and we didn't even get a good rest. You guys who lived on the 4th and 5th floors were fine, at least you slept until the second half of the night. I and those who lived on the 1st and 3rd floors had already escaped in the first half of the night. Sister Lee, when will the rescue team arrive? Yes, Aunt Lee, we can't just sit and wait in the hallway. We have nothing to eat or drink, and we don't even have a place to stay. As the representative of Building 16, you have to make arrangements. Everyone, wait a minute, listen to me. The rescue team has limited personnel and boats. I hope everyone will not be anxious and wait patiently. We must trust the government and believe that it will not abandon us. At all, we, the residents living on the high floors, if anyone has a spare room, please selflessly contribute it so that the homeless residents can go in and have a rest. After this message was released, the group instantly fell silent. Antli, the building manager, looked at the lively group chat just now. After she tagged everyone, no one spoke. She immediately felt that her authority was challenged. Furious, Antli immediately sent another message. Since no one has taken the initiative, then as the building manager of Building 16, I will start making designated allocations based on the temporary disaster relief emergency authority granted by the government. I have a detailed list of the residents in our building. If you tag your owner, it means that there are vacant rooms in your home. If you refuse to cooperate, after this disaster is over, I will report it to the government and add a charge of refusing to implement the government's disaster relief emergency regulations and disobeying government arrangements to your files. If this affects your work and life and your children's schooling in the future, don't blame me. I hope you will take care of yourselves. At everyone. 13th floor 101. 15th floor 102. 19th floor 101. 22nd floor 101. 23F 101. The above 5 owners received replies. When Jiang Bei saw his house number, he was speechless. Did he become the victim? He immediately typed a reply. Get lost, this is my own house, why should I let others live in it? That's right. Why should we let others live in our own house? I disagree. Yes, I disagree. When they saw someone in the group taking the lead in responding, several other residents also began to express their refusal. When Adley, the building manager, saw Jiang Bei's answer, she instantly felt that her authority was challenged and began to threaten these slaves. According to her understanding, these families are ordinary owners with no bad luck, which is why she dared to make the arrangements directly. This is a temporary emergency right granted to me by the government. You cannot refuse it. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your future work? If you refuse, I will send your refusal directly to the government and make you unemployed. You ordinary working people, do you dare not obey the government's arrangements? Jiang Bei saw Aunt Li's series of taunts and threats, and he didn't tolerate it, but started to scold her. You old idiot, you think chicken feathers are your trump card, right? I'll tell you again, get lost. You. When Adley heard what Jiang Bei said, she was so angry that she was shaking all over and couldn't speak clearly. You little bastard, I think you want to die. Apologize to my mother immediately and forget about this matter. Otherwise, you will be detained. At this time, Aunt Li's son Li Chang came out and began to threaten Jiang Bei. At the same time, he sent a notice to the group that the government's temporary emergency team appointed Aunt Li as the temporary team leader of the building. You little bastard, you're talking about yourself, right? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Bei did not care about the appointment and continued to mock, because he knew that the world was now in the end of the world and there would be even greater disasters in the future, so this appointment was useless. Okay, just wait for the reckoning later. What about you guys? Do you also want to follow him to fight against the government? Aunt Li's son Li Chang continued to threaten the remaining owners. Okay, let's vacate the house. After strong threats from Aunt Li and Li Chang, everyone except Jiang Bei directly agreed to let the residents on the lower floors rest in their homes for a day. Aunt Li, I want to discuss something with you. My name is Huang Sighting, and I'm a doctor. My home has a lot of medical equipment, so it's not suitable for people to live in. But my friend's house is on the 23rd floor, 102, and I have the key. Can I arrange for the owner of my house to go directly to the 23rd floor? Can. Aunt Li agreed immediately. It turns out the beautiful lady downstairs is Huang Sighting, and she's a doctor. It seems that I really need to find a way to keep her by my side. Jiang Bei thought secretly in his heart, although he was not worried about supplies, he would inevitably have headaches and fevers in the future. Having a doctor by his side would definitely be beneficial and not harmful, not to mention that she was a stunning beauty. After everyone had finished their arrangements, the group became temporarily quiet. Half an hour later, Jiang Bei heard the sound of someone opening the door outside, and at the same time heard the voices of two women talking. Chapter 5 Sexy young woman Li Xiao. This is my friend's house. I'm keeping the key for now. Please be careful when you're resting and don't mess it up. Don't worry, Dr. Huang, we will pay attention. A young couple expressed their gratitude to Huang Sighting. You are welcome. Just as Huang Sighting finished speaking, she heard the sound of a door opening behind her. She looked back and saw a young man about 1.80 meters tall and quite handsome opening the door. It's you? The stinky delivery guy, my husband, is the one who spilled our takeaway yesterday. Li Xiao, watch your words. We are people of status. Why would we bother with such a person? Do you still expect him to pay you back? That's right. After all, he can't even earn enough for a meal. The sexy young woman named Li Xiao agreed with her husband. What the hell? I'm being ridiculed as soon as I leave the house? Jiang Bei just opened the door and was thinking about chatting with the beautiful doctor, and by the way, checking if the person living opposite him posed any threat to him. But I didn't expect that the sexy wife and her husband who delivered the takeaway yesterday were directly ridiculed. I'm wondering if you two have been kicked in the head by a donkey? Where does your sense of superiority come from? You don't even have a home, yet you're still pretending to be so superior. Jiang Bei started to respond directly. You stinking loser, who did you say got kicked in the head? Li Xiao shook off the hand that was holding her husband, stepped forward and questioned angrily. Of course I'm talking about you and your useless husband. Jiang Bei looked at the arrogant young woman in front of him, took a step forward, and said word by word. Jiang Bei was less than half a meter away from the young woman in front of him at this time, and a faint scent of perfume rushed into his nostrils. Looking at the delicate features and fair skin of the young woman in front of me, with a slight blush on her face due to excitement, I realized that she is truly a top-notch beauty. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Li Xiao looked at the man who was a head taller than her and was staring at her closely. The masculine aura that came towards her made her a little flustered. She hurriedly retreated to her husband's side. She thought her husband would help her, but in the end, he didn't say a word, which made Li Xiao feel a little dissatisfied. We all live on the same floor, so don't argue over trivial matters. We'll see each other sooner or later, right? Huang Xiting, who was standing nearby, saw the quarrel between the two sides. She knew what to do and could only say some polite words to ease the current awkward situation. Yes, Xiao Xiao, we are staying in the house of Dr. Huang's friend. We should give Dr. Huang some face. Let's go in and rest quickly. We are all very tired. We can talk about it later if there is anything else. Li Xiao's husband quickly followed suit, pulled Li Xiao into the house, nodded to Huang Xiting, and closed the door of room 102. Suddenly, only Jiang Bei and the beautiful doctor were left at the scene. Are you a doctor? Jiang Bei asked directly. Yes, I am a doctor. You can come to me if you are sick in the future. Huang Xiting was about to leave after answering. After all, they were not familiar with each other and there was nothing to talk about. Okay, thanks. If you need any help from me in the future, you can also contact me, such as food. Jiang Bei then added another sentence. Thanks. Huang Xiting responded politely and walked downstairs. In her opinion, there were still a lot of snacks at home, enough to last her for several days, so she didn't take it to heart. Jiang Bei didn't care at all about the beautiful doctor's attitude. After all, she didn't know him and would not be enthusiastic towards a strange man like him. After Jiang Bei watched the beautiful doctor's back disappear, he turned around and prepared to enter the room. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a thought, he had a grilled fish in his hand and walked towards room 102. At this time in room 102, Li Xiao was angrily questioning her husband why he didn't help her just now. Zhang Shang, what do you mean? Why didn't you help me just now? Li Xiao pointed at her husband angrily. Xiao Xiao, it's not that I won't help you. My husband is a noble civil servant. If the people in the office knew that I had an argument with a delivery man, how can I make progress in the future? After hearing this, Li Xiao's anger subsided a little and she felt that what her husband said made sense. Zhang Shang looked at his wife and calmed down a little. He pushed her to sit on the sofa in the living room, and then sat down himself and continued. Have you forgotten how we moved into this house? Why are there only two of us here and not others? It's because of my husband's identity. Besides, my husband is a cultured and well-educated man. There is no need for him to have conflicts with such a low-class person. I know, husband. I think what you said makes sense, but I'm still angry. After saying this, Li Xiao fell into her husband's arms and acted coquettishly. Don't worry, honey. After the rain stops, if you want to deal with this low-class person, it's just a matter of a word from me. Zhang Shang looked at his sexy wife in his arms, and a fire rose in his belly. He couldn't help but start to touch her, and at the same time whispered something in Li Xiao's ear. After hearing this, Li Xiao's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, but she still nodded. The two of them stood up and prepared to walk towards the bedroom. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Go open the door and see who it is. After saying this, Zhang Shang went straight into the bathroom, and Li Xiao went to open the door. When he opened the door and found Jiang Bei across the street, Li Xiao was instantly filled with disgust. What the hell, you stinky loser, do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he said this, he was about to close the door. Hey, don't worry, it's just grilled fish. I'll give you one portion and, as compensation, an extra portion of Australian abalone. Jiang Bei looked at the sexy young woman in front of him who was about to close the door, so he took out a portion of grilled fish and an Australian abalone and shook them in front of the young woman. Li Xiao, who was about to close the shop, saw a portion of grilled fish and abalone in Jiang Bei's hand and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. It's not that she couldn't afford to eat, but she hadn't eaten anything from last night until almost noon, and she had climbed more than 10 flights of stairs, so she was really hungry. How about it, do you want it? Think. You should compensate me, why don't you? Li Xiao subconsciously said what he thought, and then added another sentence. For you. Jiang Bei handed the thing to Li Xiao. Just when Li Xiao took the grilled fish and abalone, Jiang Bei's hand touched Li Xiao's hand, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You stinky loser, you're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Don't you see what kind of person you are? Are you a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Li Xiao immediately became furious. She felt that Jiang Bei did it on purpose. Humph, big breasts and no brains. If it weren't for your good looks and nice figure, I would slap you in the face. Oh, by the way, if you get hungry in a couple of days, you can come find me. I have plenty of food here. Of course, it's definitely not free. Jiang Bei looked up and down at the young woman in front of him, his eyes full of "you understand what I mean," then turned around and walked back to his room, leaving the furious Li Xiao cursing in the street. You stinky rascal, poor loser, I would rather starve to death than ask you for a bite of food. Li Xiao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He cursed a few more times before turning around and walking back to his room. After returning to the room, Jiang Bei listened to the young woman opposite him, who was furious, and chuckled. The first step of my plan has been successful. Wait and see how I punish you later. Chapter 6 Li Xiao's first request. In the blink of an eye, it is already the third day of the apocalypse. The heavy rain outside still showed no signs of abating, and the water level downstairs had risen to 8 stories high. Fortunately, the water level stopped rising when it reached the 8th floor, which made Antly and another owner who lived on the 9th floor breathe a sigh of relief. During these 3 days, the owners of the 3rd floor were forcibly arranged by the building manager, Antly, to live with several other owners. During this period, they tagged Jiang Bei, and as expected, they were retorted by Jiang Bei. The past 3 days in Jiang Bei were spent eating, drinking, having fun, and checking the phone. Fortunately, the electricity and signal are still usable, but I don't know how long they can last. It has to be said that Longwei is definitely a world leader in infrastructure, which is a blessing in disguise. It seems that I have to hurry up and get the gold in the building. In about 10 days, it will start to snow heavily. If I can't afford the extreme cold supplies in the store and I get frozen to death, I will be a real clown in the Doomsday world. Jiang Bei thought about this and started to make calculations in his mind. Judging from the time, everyone's household food supply should have been almost used up, and a normal community can only store 1 to 2 days worth of food at most. He opened his phone and looked at the messages in the group, and sure enough, some people had already started questioning Antly. Antly, when will the government rescue team come? I have almost run out of food at home. Yeah, when will the rescue team come? I've been eating instant noodles for 3 days and I'm about to throw up. At all, don't worry. The government said that the rescue personnel are limited, and it's raining too hard outside, so we have to wait for another 2 days. Everyone, hold on a little longer, and believe that the government will never give up on us. After editing the message, Antly looked a little hesitant, but she finally sent it out. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Tsongson from the 16th floor. Because my family doesn't have the habit of storing food, we are currently out of food. Now I'm spending a lot of money to buy all kinds of food. If you have more supplies, please feel free to contact me. A person who had just joined the group suddenly sent a message in the group about purchasing supplies. Jiang Bei was filled with surprise when he saw the message from the guy who had just joined the group and was asking for a large sum of money to buy supplies. Wang Tsongson, is he the son of a real estate tycoon in this city? Why is he in this community? Although this is built by his family, it is impossible for him to live here. Could it be that his internet celebrity girlfriend is here? Interesting. Jiang Bei suddenly looked at the purchase information again. Spending a lot of money to buy supplies. Could it be that he had noticed something? Is this the background of a rich person? Jiang Bei's eyes became a little profound. In room 101 on the 16th floor, a young man sat on a sofa covered with tiger skin, editing a message on his mobile phone asking to buy supplies and sending it out. His name is Wang Tsongson, and he is the son of Wang Linlin, a real estate tycoon in this city. He came here 2 days ago to meet his girlfriend, but he didn't expect to be blocked here by the heavy rain. Next to Wang Tsongson was a beautiful woman in lace pajamas. The gauze-like pajamas could not cover her curvy figure at all. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that she was not wearing any underwear. Honey, I have a lot of supplies at home, why should I spend so much money to buy something? I might as well buy someone the latest LV bag with the money. The woman next to Wang Tsongson said to the man in a seductive tone. What do you know? I have some bad intuitions. I feel that this disaster is not simple and may not be over in a short time. If it is really as I think, then the most important thing now is to concentrate all the supplies in this building in our own hands. This way we can hold on for the longest time and wait for rescue. And I just called my dad and he said the same thing. According to my dad's internal information, the horror of this disaster is far beyond our imagination, so the government has no time to take care of us now. Wang Songsong stared at the heavy rain outside the window with a worried look. My dear, are you saying that Aunt Lee is lying to us and there will be no rescue? The young woman also felt a little pressure at this time and asked. If nothing unexpected happens, yes. This old woman is so disgusting. The young woman said angrily. But this is good too. It helps us and gives these people at the bottom hope. We will get more money when we purchase supplies. As for money, I have plenty of it. Wang Songsong smiled slightly. Aunt Lee's words just happened to help him. Just then, he received a message on his mobile phone. When he opened it, he found that someone had tagged him and wanted to sell him supplies. Brother, I have some instant noodles here, do you want some? 100 yuan a pack. This is so expensive, you are robbing me, brother, don't buy his, I will give you a few packs. Okay, I want it. How many bags do you have? I'll transfer the money to you. Please help me deliver it to 101 on the 16th floor. Okay boss, a whole box of 14 bags. Wang Songsong didn't say much and directly transferred 3,000 yuan within the group, which set off a fire in the chat group. Oh my god, 100 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? Is this crazy? Brother, are you doing charity? I have some bread here. Do you want it? Yes, 200 per pack. I have 2 pounds of apples here, do you want them? Yes, 500 per pound. Wang Songsong looked at his masterpiece in the group and was very satisfied with the current effect. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that everyone was not prepared and use prices far exceeding the market price to arouse people's greed. Once people are greedy, they will forget their current situation and will not have time to consider the follow-up. They will only think about taking advantage of the opportunity first. Zhang Bei looked at the people in the group frantically selling their last life-saving supplies and shook his head helplessly. I have to say, as expected of someone who comes from a merchant family, he has a very good grasp of human psychology. If he didn't know that money would become waste paper in the future, he would have been unable to resist and would have sold his supplies. The group was lively for a while before the in-group trade fair gradually died down. Zhang Bei watched the group gradually become quiet, and made a preliminary estimate that Wang Songsong had transferred out at least 200,000 yuan in just a short period of time. He is indeed a rich man. At this time, Zhang Bei had completely believed that even if Wang Songsong didn't know about the end of the world, he had already known some news that ordinary people didn't know. This is using the money to buy himself some protection, just in case. After all, for a family like his, money is no longer important. The most important thing is to ensure that he can live comfortably. Thinking of this, Zhang Bei felt that his gold had been secured. He believed that Wang Songsong had given a lot of jewelry to his girlfriend. As long as I can exchange it for enough gold, I will definitely be one of the people living the most comfortable life in the apocalyptic world. As for why I am one of them. Zhang Bei didn't think that he was the only one in the world who could encounter such an opportunity as the system, so he thought it would be better not to be too confident in his words to avoid being embarrassed. Having said that, he needs to think carefully about what to use to exchange gold for Wang Songsong. He believes that if he wants Wang Songsong to take back the things he gave to his girlfriend in exchange for supplies, he will definitely not be able to defeat this rich young man without good things. After all, in front of a woman, his face is more important than supplies. Just when Zhang Bei was thinking about what to use to exchange gold with Wang Songsong, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Zhang Bei shouted loudly outside the door. I am Li Xiao who lives across from you. After hesitating for a moment, a pleasant female voice came from outside the door. Chapter 7 There is a long way to go, I will make you suffer in the future. Zhang Bei got up and opened the door, looking at the beautiful young woman Li Xiao standing outside. She was still as attractive as ever, but her complexion looked a little worse. What's wrong? Is there anything you can do for me? He pretended to ask, but in fact he knew the purpose of this beautiful young woman. Do you have any extra food at home? Can you sell me some? I can give you money. We have finished what we have. Li Xiao looked at the man whom he had insulted 2 days ago and said a little embarrassedly. Your name is Li Xiao, right? Do you know that there is a famous philosopher in our country recently? Do you know his name? He looked at the beautiful wife in front of him and suddenly asked with a bit of evil taste. Well, I studied folk art in college, so I don't know much about philosophy. Li Xiao gently stroked the bangs on his face and replied. After hearing Li Xiao's answer, Zhang Bei lost interest instantly. She is really a big-breasted but no-brained girl. I have plenty to eat, but then again, why should I give you food? Zhang Bei smiled and stared at the beautiful wife in front of him. I can buy it with money, or wait until the rain stops and I can pay you double. Not for sale. Zhang Bei replied calmly. Li Xiao looked at the man in front of him with some anger. He didn't expect that even though he had taken the initiative to knock on the door and ask for help, he still didn't take the initiative to take out the food for him to take away. He was really a mean guy. What normal man could maintain such a cold attitude when seeing me? Could it be a silver wax spearhead? It looks good but is not useful? Yes, it is definitely a functional disorder, and Li Xiao became more and more convinced of his thoughts. At the same time, he looked at the man in front of him again, and there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. She didn't expect that such a tall man could be such a tough guy, but she felt a little disappointed for no reason. If my husband had this heightened body shape, I would be so happy. Zhang Bei certainly didn't know what the woman in front of him was thinking. If he knew, he would probably take out his own tools and provide evidence of the crime right in the corridor in order to prove himself. Humph, if you don't want to sell it to me, forget it. I'll buy it from someone else. Li Xiao turned around and was about to leave. Etc. At this time Zhang Bei stopped her. What? Li Xiao turned around and asked. If you really want food, it's not impossible, but you need to exchange it for something. When Zhang Bei spoke, he stared at Li Xiao's chest. When she saw the man staring at her plumpness, she felt even more disgusted. Bah, you stinky rascal, you little pervert, don't even think about it, you're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Do you really think you can take advantage of me just because I have a little food? Li Xiao covered her plump body with both hands and started swearing. Oh, you're overthinking it. I'm looking at the gold necklace on your chest. If you want something to eat, exchange it for your gold necklace. Of course, I remember all the insults you gave me. We have a long way to go, so I'll repay you double in another way in the future. Zhang Bei smiled evilly and pointed at the gold necklace on her chest, while also not forgetting to warn this hot-tempered beautiful wife. Double it? Would I be afraid of you? If you have the ability, you can do it 10 times more. Li Yan sneered and said sarcastically. Okay, remember this sentence. Zhang Bei smiled sideways. What she didn't know was that it wouldn't be long before she would pay a painful price for these words. After a brief exchange, Zhang Bei and Li Xiao reached a consensus. Finally, Li Xiao took a pile of food and walked back to his residence with satisfaction. As expected, Zhang Bei took the gold necklace pendant on Li Xiao's chest and turned back to his house. After returning to the room, Zhang Bei looked at the necklace pendant in his hand and estimated that it weighed about 7 or 8 grams. I don't know if there is something wrong with Zhang Bei's sense of smell. He actually smelled a faint milky fragrance from the gold pendant. 5 minutes later, Zhang Bei remembered that he still had to prepare some things to exchange for gold from Wang Songsong, so he had to act quickly. He thought about it carefully and decided that the things to be exchanged must first be expensive, at least something that can be purchased with gold. Secondly, the quantity should be small. Otherwise, if you only give him bread and steamed buns, it will take him several years to finish them, and there will be no need for exchange later. Besides, people don't necessarily need these things. Zhang Bei thought of this and started searching online for the world's most expensive food rankings from the internet. Authenticity is not guaranteed. First place, Almas caviar, from albino sturgeons over 100 years old. Price per kg, $34,500. Second place, Yubari King melon, a specialty of Hokkaido, famous for its sweetness and juiciness. Price per pair, $13,500. Third place, saffron, it needs to be picked by hand, and only 1 gram can be extracted from 150 flowers. Price per kg, $10,000. Fourth place, Italian white truffle, difficult to cultivate artificially and has a unique aroma. Price per kg, $3,386. Fifth place, bluefin tuna, high fishing cost, often used in high-end sushi. Price per kg, $1,300. Number 6, Wagyu, famous for its marbling and melt-in-the-mouth texture. Price, $440 per kilogram. 10th place, Iberian ham, made from a rare breed of Spanish pig, it has a unique flavor. Price per kg, $485. Wow, it's indeed top-quality food. Only rich people can afford it. Zhang Bei couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that I must taste them one by one when I have time to see how delicious they are and why they are so expensive. After looking around, he finally felt that only the 6th-ranked Japanese Wagyu and the 10th-ranked Iberian ham were more suitable for exchange. After selecting the food, Jiang Bei opened his mobile phone and started looking for Wang Songsong's WeChat profile picture in the group. After finding it, just click on the request to add a friend and enter a few words in the friend request box. I have some top quality stuff that a friend gave me. Are you interested in exchanging it? After entering, click send. A few minutes later, Jiang Bei saw that Wang Songsong had accepted his friend request. As soon as I opened the dialog box, Wang Songsong on the other side sent a voice message. Brother, if you have any top quality goods, I will buy them at a high price. After Jiang Bei heard the voice, he immediately took out 2 kilograms of Wagyu beef and a whole Iberian ham. After thinking about it, he cut the ham in half, which was about 5 pounds. Then I took a few photos one by one and sent them. On the other side, Wang Songsong looked at the Wagyu beef and Iberian ham sent by the person who had just added him as a friend, and they were still black labeled. I was pleasantly surprised and immediately replied to the voice message. Brother, how much do you have? I'll take them all. You can set the price. His tone was a little excited. Although he was not short of food, he did not have any top quality food like this. He also didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise under such circumstances. Jiang Bei heard a hint of excitement in the voice from the other end and knew that the deal was secured, so he immediately sent a message back. That's all I have for now. I want to keep some for myself. But I don't want money, I just want gold. Do you have it? Jiang Bei then added another sentence. Chapter 8 Top Equipment? You don't want money, you want gold? Wang Songsong, who was sitting on the sofa in room 101 on the 16th floor, frowned slightly when he saw the message in the dialog box. Can't you use money? I can double the price, which will definitely be more affordable than gold. Wang Songsong tried to communicate, but as soon as he sent the message, the friend on the other side immediately replied with 2 words. No. Wang Songsong looked at the phone screen and frowned. After rejecting Wang Songsong's proposal, Jiang Bei waited patiently for him to come up with a solution. He believed that he would remember his girlfriend's jewelry after a while, he just didn't react now. In room 101 on the 16th floor, Wang Songsong was thinking about where to exchange some gold when he saw the gold jewelry on his girlfriend's neck and wrists, and his eyes lit up. He quickly opened his phone, typed a message, and sent it. Bite. Just when Jiang Bei was closing his eyes to rest, he heard the message alert sound on his mobile phone. He picked up the phone and took a look, and it was indeed a message from Wang Songsong. Brother, can I have some gold jewelry? Okay, that's fine. Jiang Bei replied, indicating that it was okay. As expected of a businessman, his mind is flexible and he works faster than he expected. Jiang Bei stretched lazily. Wang Songsong was delighted when he saw the other side agreed. He hadn't eaten good food for several days. The things he collected in the morning were all ordinary things and he had no interest in them at all. Xiaoxue, come here, I have something to ask you. He immediately called out to his girlfriend who was applying a facial mask. What's wrong, dear? Xiaoxue, who was applying a facial mask, looked at her rich second-generation boyfriend with a puzzled look. Are all the gold jewelry I gave you still there? Yes, they are all in my jewelry box. What's the matter? She patted the mask on her face and replied. Find them all and see how many there are in total so we can improve the food at noon. Wang Songsong was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that he could have a good lunch. What does gold jewelry have to do with improving food? Xiaoxue looked at her boyfriend with some curiosity. Just now, an owner in the group added me and said he had some good stuff. He sent me some photos. I saw that it was Wagyu beef and Lydian ham. But this person only wanted gold, not money. So when I saw you were carrying gold jewelry, you could use it to exchange for these 2 good stuff. Wang Songsong explained with a smile on his face. Oh, okay, I'll go find it. Xiaoxue was very happy when she heard that there were Wagyu beef and Lydian ham to eat. But when she heard that they needed to be exchanged for gold, she immediately understood why he asked her to take out her jewelry. It turned out that he wanted to exchange for something. She became unhappy when she thought that she had to exchange the things she had worked so hard to earn for food. Wang Songsong saw the unhappiness on his girlfriend's face and spoke directly to comfort her. Okay, don't be upset. After this disaster is over, I will return all your gold to you double, okay? The young woman, who was originally unhappy, immediately became happy when she heard that she would be paid back double the money. She ran into the bedroom and went to look for the jewelry. Wang Songsong looked at her back, smiled helplessly, and then started chatting with Jiang Bei. Brother, I want all the stuff. Take a look and see how much you want to sell it for. At least 200 grams of gold. Jiang Bei didn't hesitate and just called out the price. He had already calculated the value of the two items. If converted into RMB, it would be more than 10,000 yuan. However, since the other party can offer a high price to buy instant noodles, bread and other supplies, I must rip him off and pay 10 times the price. Make a deal. Wang Songsong looked at the other side's offer and agreed directly. The price, which was 10 times higher, was still acceptable. Under normal circumstances he would definitely not be taken advantage of, but these past few days he did eat ordinary food and had had enough. Now that there is such an opportunity to improve the food, he certainly can't miss it. Then please bring the food to me. I'm on the 16th floor, room 101. Wang Songsong sent another message. Sorry, we don't deliver to your door. Jiang Bei looked at the request from the other side and rejected it directly. Okay, which floor are you on? I'll have someone get it and bring the gold to you. 23rd floor, 101. Come and get it. Wang Songsong looked at the floor number sent and forwarded it directly to his bodyguard, while also sending a voice message. Lao Lu, come here and help me get the things I bought from the 23rd floor. A few minutes later, Wang Songsong heard someone knocking on the door and got up and opened it. A middle-aged man, nearly 185 centimeters tall and with a strong build, was standing outside the door, looking very domineering. Old Lu, please go to room 101 on the 23rd floor and pick up the supplies I bought. At the same time, give these 2 gold bracelets to the owner of the supplies. Yes, master. The middle-aged strong man called Lao Lu took the box containing the gold bracelet and ran directly to the top floor. Wang Songsong turned around and walked back to the room. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man called Lao Lu walked to the top floor, confirmed room 101, and then knocked on the door. Jiang Bei, who was preparing to eat in the house at this time, heard a knock on the door. He got up and walked to the door. He looked through the peephole and saw a middle-aged strong man knocking on the door. He did not open the door directly, but asked who the other party was. Jiang Bei opened the door with peace of mind when he heard that it was Wang Songsong who asked him to pick up the purchased supplies. Hello, I'm here to pick up something our young master bought. This is the gold bracelet our young master asked me to give you. Jiang Bei took the jewelry box, opened it and saw 2 bracelets inside. He took them out and weighed them. Both bracelets were solid, about 100 grams each. After he made sure that there was no problem, he turned around, went into the house, took out the 2 supplies, and handed them to the strong middle-aged man. The strong middle-aged man took the supplies and walked downstairs carrying the things. Jiang Bei looked at the man's back with a hint of worry in his eyes. This middle-aged man might be difficult to deal with in the future. Then he felt relieved. He could buy all kinds of hot weapons. What kind of person could not be killed? He turned around and walked back to the room and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Jiang Bei decided to top up his gold first, and then think carefully about what he needed to prepare in advance. These more than 200 grams of gold should be enough to buy a lot of supplies. After 2 days, when the food in the community is further consumed, I will collect all the gold on the entire floor. I believe that I can buy a lot of things. Thinking of this, he picked up the 2 gold bracelets and summoned the system directly. The gold in his hands disappeared instantly and was directly recharged into the system. Do you want to enter the store to purchase supplies? Yes. Material purchase page has been opened. Usable grams of gold, 200 grams. Paid supplies, daily life, starting from 1 gram of gold. Paid materials, firearms, starting at 10 grams of gold. Paid materials, transportation, starting at 20 grams of gold. Chapter 9 Li Zhao's second plea. After Jiang Bei opened the shopping store, he began to check the prices of some supplies one by one. The temperature will start to drop sharply in a few days. According to the system's prompts, the temperature may drop to minus 60 degrees Celsius in just 3 days. So he decided to buy all the cold-resistant equipment first and clicked on the page for daily necessities. Paid supplies, daily necessities starting from 1 gram of gold. Jiang Bei looked at the dazzling array of daily necessities, which had everything he needed and were priced at different levels. After browsing for a while, he began to purposefully click on some categories that he would use next, starting with buying a few sets of polar cold resistant equipment. Then click on the Polar Equipment option. Polar Expedition Equipment. Full set of ordinary polar equipment, can withstand 30°C environment. Purchase price, 3 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Full set of mid-range polar equipment, can withstand 40°C environment. Purchase price, 5 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Full set of high-end polar equipment, can withstand 50°C environment. Purchase price, 7 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Full set of top polar equipment, can withstand 70°C environment. Purchase price, 10 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Wow, this is polar equipment. It's really expensive. Jiang Bei's eyes jumped when he saw the price of this full set of equipment. It seems that I have miscalculated. The remaining 200 grams of gold can't buy many things. Forget it, I'll just buy it first and talk later. Later I'll take some supplies to exchange for gold from that rich second generation. Finally, Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and bought 2 sets of top-level polar equipment. Deduction successful, balance, 180 grams of gold. Purchase completed, the goods have been delivered to the warehouse. After buying it, he thought about it and realized that this was something he would wear when going out after the temperature dropped, but how could he maintain the temperature in the house? Since the temperature drops so horribly, ordinary air conditioners and heaters will definitely not work. You have to buy the ones with the highest power. Since electrical appliances are needed, electricity is definitely needed. Although Longwa's infrastructure ranks first in the world, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot withstand the soaking of rain, the subsequent blizzards, low temperatures, etc., so it will not last long, and we need to prepare the most powerful fuel generator. Thinking of this, he began looking for a fuel generator and a high power heater. After flipping through a few pages, I finally found it in Polar Outdoor Equipment, a fuel generator. Ordinary fuel generator, the power generation can drive small household appliances. Purchase price, 10 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Large fuel generator, the power generation can drive general household electricity. Purchase price, 15 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Top fuel generator, the power generation can drive large household appliances. Purchase price, 20 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Special generator for polar scientific research, the power generation capacity can meet the needs of all electrical appliances in the entire base. Purchase price, 100 grams of gold, do you want to buy? Jiang Bei was stunned when he saw the price of the last generator. It's just a generator, but you need 100 grams of gold? That's too expensive. But according to the instructions, this generator can meet the electricity needs of an entire scientific research station. That's more than enough for such a small house of mine. Since I can exchange it for gold, I should buy myself top-level equipment. What if the cheap equipment runs out of power when I'm sleeping? And what if I don't have gold? Wouldn't I be frozen to death in my bed? Thinking of this, he decisively chose the most expensive generator specially designed for polar scientific research. Deduction successful, balance, 80 grams of gold. Purchase completed, the goods have been delivered to the warehouse. I just bought 2 things, and my gold balance has been reduced by more than half. It seems that I have to continue to earn gold. Even if it is the end of the world, I still can't escape the fate of being a beast of burden. Jiang Bei couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the remaining 80 grams. Then he started looking through some other supplies, and after spending all the balance, he had several more large indoor heaters and some indoor insulation materials in the warehouse. As for why I didn't buy an air conditioner, I believe that at this time no air conditioning technician would be able to climb to the 23rd floor to install an air conditioner outdoor unit for me. What's more, when the extremely cold weather arrives, the outdoor unit probably won't be able to withstand the long-term low-temperature environment. In this way, a few more days passed. During these days, Wang Songsong purchased supplies several times at a higher price in the group, but each time the amount was less than what had already been received. As time went by, the residents in the building slowly realized that they were afraid that the current disaster could not be recovered in a short time. As for the so-called rescue team, no one counts on them anymore, so now everyone knows the importance of food and no longer sells their own supplies. Seeing that everyone had reacted, Wang Songsong no longer talked about collecting supplies. After all, he had already collected quite a lot of supplies. Even if the world really came to an end, he believed that he would be the one who survived the longest in this building. During this period, Jiang Bei also took out a considerable amount of top-quality materials and exchanged them for all the gold in Wang Songsong's hands. It weighs a total of 3 jin, or 1,500 grams of gold. It also made Zhang Bei feel what it means to be wealthy. Warn! 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 Host, please note that extreme cold weather is coming early, please keep warm. What? Coming early? Zhang Bei, who was sleeping, was woken up by the cold. When he wanted to turn on the light, he found that it was not on. It seemed that the power was finally out. Zhang Bei was stunned when he saw the time on his phone, which read 1 o'clock. I quickly picked up my phone and turned on the lighting function, then ran to the window and looked out. I didn't know when the rain outside had stopped. Now it has begun to snow heavily. Zhang Bei shivered from the cold. Luckily, I installed the generator and heating appliances yesterday, otherwise I would have suffered today. He quickly ran to the warehouse where the soundproof panels were made, turned on the generator, and also turned on the heating appliances. The sound of the machines running could be heard. The lights in the house immediately lit up and the heating appliances began to supply hot air out. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is knocking on the door at this time? Zhang Bei looked out through the peephole and saw that it was the sexy young woman Li Xiao opposite. What's up? Why are you knocking on the door so late? After Zhang Bei opened the door, he asked Li Xiao outside. Sorry, my husband suddenly caught a cold and now has a high fever. I want to ask if you have any antipyretic medicine at home. Li Xiao said embarrassedly. Of course. Zhang Bei then said. Really? That's great. Can you give me some? Thank you. Why should I give it to you? Zhang Bei looked coldly at Li Xiao in front of him. Chapter 10 Use your body as a bet. How much do you want? I'll buy it, okay? Li Xiao looked at the indifferent man in front of him and felt extremely regretful. She knew that if she had had a better temper, this situation might not have happened today, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. Do you think it's useful to ask for money now? Look at the situation outside now, don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhang Bei pointed at the window in the corridor and said with a smile. Li Xiao glanced at the scene outside the corridor window. She knew how bad the situation outside was. She had long given up hope that a rescue team would come. Tell me, how can you give me the medicine? Li Xiao stared at the young man in front of him and asked. It's very simple. Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll give you the medicine and 2 portions of food. How about it? Are you interested? Zhang Bei looked at the sexy wife in front of him with a playful expression. Okay, tell me what to bet on. Li Xiao nodded directly to indicate that he had made the bet. Don't rush to agree. I haven't told you what the price will be if you lose. Zhang Bei leaned against the doorframe, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, put them in his mouth and lit them, then looked up and said. Then tell me, if I lose, what do you want me to do? It's simple. If you lose, I want you to be at my beck and call from now on. Zhang Bei looked up and down at the beautiful young woman in front of him and slowly said. After listening to this, Li Xiao was silent for a long time. Listening to her husband's painful groans, she finally agreed to his conditions. Now you can tell me what you're betting on. Li Xiao looked at the man in front of him and asked. Now it's a gamble whether your husband trusts you or not. After hearing Zhang Bei say this slowly, Li Xiao was obviously relieved. You are doomed to fail. We have a very good relationship as husband and wife. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Bei in front of him and said solemnly. Okay, let's wait and see. Zhang Bei chuckled and did not refute. By the way, the prerequisite for testing this bet is that you wait until about 5 o'clock and come to my house to help me clean up. At the same time, I will give you 2 portions of food as compensation for your labor. Okay, be there on time. After saying this, Li Xiao turned around and prepared to go back. Wait, take the medicine back. Zhang Bei called Li Xiao, who was about to go back, took out a box of antipyretic medicine from behind and handed it to her. Aren't you afraid that after I get the medicine, I'll turn hostile and cancel the bet? After Li Xiao took the medicine, he said with a twinkling look in his eyes. It's just a box of medicine, and it can't be eaten as a meal. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have anything to eat. Just for the 2 servings of food in the morning, you will do it. Zhang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who looked a little thin, and chuckled, then turned around and went back to sleep. Thanks. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Bei, who turned around, said thank you, and walked back to the room. The fact was just as he said, he had no food in his hands now. The food she had exchanged for in Zhang Bei with her necklace, and the food she had borrowed from the building manager, Antley, a few days ago with the help of her husband's status, were all eaten up 2 days ago. Now everyone knows that given the current situation outside, there will be no rescue. No one is selling food anymore, let alone borrowing it. During this period, she also spent a high price to purchase supplies in the group, but no one paid attention to her. After returning to the room, Li Xiao turned on the light on her mobile phone, poured some warm water, and fed her husband some antipyretic medicine. Seeing Zhang Shang gradually getting better after taking the medicine, she felt relieved, covered herself with a quilt, and fell asleep. Li Xiao was woken up by the cold after sleeping for less than 3 hours. Looking at the time on his mobile phone, it was already 4:30. She turned to look at her husband, quietly got out of bed, took out her cell phone, turned on the light, found a quilt, and added another layer of quilt for Zhang Sheng on the bed. Then she simply washed up, changed into a set of thicker clothes, put on an extra layer to keep warm, gently opened the door and walked out. Just after Li Xiao closed the door, Zhang Shang, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Li Xiao walked out of the room and shivered all over because of the cold outside temperature. He looked at the temperature displayed on the screen, which was -15 degrees Celsius. Li Xiaojun was scared. She didn't expect that the temperature outside had dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero in just one night. Seeing the time on the phone, it was almost 5 o'clock. I stopped thinking about the temperature and knocked on the door opposite. After waiting for 2.5 minutes, Li Xiao, who was blowing on his cold fingers, finally heard the sound of the door opening. When Zhang Bei opened the door, a gust of warm wind rushed towards Li Xiao. At the same time, looking at Zhang Bei, who was wearing thin silk pajamas in the room, Li Xiao's eyes were full of shock. Why does his house still have air conditioning? The power has been out. She wondered if there was something wrong with the wiring in her house. Come in and take off your clothes. You don't need to wear the clothes you have here. Looking at Li Xiao, who was standing outside the door with a puzzled look on his face, Zhang Bei gently urged. When Li Xiao entered the room, he closed the door and glanced at the door opposite, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. Why is there still electricity in your room? I see that everyone in the group has lost power. Li Xiao looked at the brightly lit living room and the running heater in confusion, then turned to look at Zhang Bei behind him. It's easy, because I have a generator. Okay, you can start working. Zhang Bei simply answered her question and sat on the sofa. Li Xiao responded, took off his knee-length down jacket, and prepared to clean up. In fact, when she looked around, she found that there were not many places that needed cleaning. There were only a few covered plates on the dining table nearby, and there wasn't much work to do, so I felt relieved. She wasn't much of a housekeeper to begin with, and was really afraid that there would be a lot of things to clean up. Zhang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who took off his coat and his perfect figure, and his heart was burning with excitement. Zhang Bei looked at the temptation in front of him and took a deep breath. Only then did he understand why Boss Chow liked married women. You clean up first. Just throw away the food on the table. I'm going to sleep for a while. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the bedroom. By the way, remember to get your work meal from the refrigerator after cleaning, don't call me. Zhang Bei added one more sentence before closing the bedroom door. Zhang Bei closed the bedroom door and took a few deep breaths, recalling the scene just now. It was indeed the best. Although she is already a wife, her figure has not changed at all when viewed from behind. She has a slender figure and wears tight jeans, which perfectly highlights her round peach buttocks and long legs. The slim waist matched with the black top, the fair and slender neck, which was hidden by the long hair, was full of desire to make people want to know more about her. Coupled with the unique intellectuality of a wife, it was a fatal temptation to the young Zhang Bei. Chapter 11 You lose, go wash it clean. Li Xiao outside had already started to clean up. Li Xiao first found garbage bags, rags and other tools in the kitchen, and she prepared to clean up the leftovers on the table. When she opened the covered plates, she was shocked to see a whole king crab in each of the 3 plates. Half a piece of marbled Wagyu beef and a plate of fruit. Nearly 10 days had passed, and he was still able to eat king crabs, Wagyu beef, and even fresh fruits. How much supplies must he have stored? But what's even more outrageous is that this man just said that the things on the table can just be thrown away. Looking at the whole foods on the table, Li Xiao swallowed unconsciously. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, and just looking at these things, it would be a crime to throw them away. Since he told me to throw it away, that means he doesn't want it anymore. Since he doesn't want it anymore, it's the same whether I throw it away or eat it. Thinking of this, Li Xiao couldn't help it anymore and directly picked up half a piece of beef from the plate and started eating. When Li Xiao took the first bite, she was conquered by the taste of the beef. Although she was not short of money, she had never eaten top-quality Wagyu beef. What he didn't know was that Jiang Bei only ate the best quality ingredients, which were not available to ordinary people. In just a short while, he finished the remaining half of the beef, and then broke the king crab into pieces and started eating it. In the bedroom, Jiang Bei looked at the surveillance screen in his hand and a smile appeared on his lips. On the phone screen, the beautiful young woman who used to be cold and arrogant now no longer cares about her image when eating, and eats the king crab meat with big mouthfuls. Li Xiao, who was eating voraciously in the living room, of course had no idea that his eating habits had been seen by Jiang Bei. About 5 minutes later, after Li Xiao finished eating all the beef and king crab, she remembered that she did not leave half for her husband. Maybe she was too hungry and did not even think about it. She patted her head. Forget it. I still have 2 portions of food in the morning. I can just skip my portion. I'm already full anyway. Li Xiao comforted himself. Then I started to collect the plates, chopsticks, etc., and took them to the kitchen one by one to wash them. After more than an hour of busy work, she finally finished cleaning everything. Then she sat on the sofa and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Li Xiao felt a little tired at this time because she had just finished cleaning and the temperature in the room was very comfortable. She originally wanted to go back directly, but the temperature in this room was much more comfortable than her own home. If she went back now, she would definitely be too cold to sleep. So she simply sat on the sofa and took a rest, thinking of resting for half an hour before going back. What Li Xiao didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes again, Jiang Bei was sitting on the sofa opposite him, looking at him with a smile on his face. She looked down at her phone and immediately stood up. Is it already past 9 o'clock? Sorry, I was so tired after cleaning that I accidentally fell asleep. I'm leaving now. Li Xiao said this as he picked up his coat and was about to go out. Wait, your wages. Jiang Bei looked at the anxious Li Xiao, called her to stop, and handed her the 2 breakfasts he had prepared on the table. Li Xiao took the 2 breakfasts, said thank you, opened the door and walked out. Li Xiao, who had just walked out of the room, instantly felt a chill and shivered. He quickly took out his key, opened the door of his house, and walked in quickly. When Li Xiao pushed open the bedroom door with breakfast, she found that her husband had sat up. Although he looked a little lethargic, he was much better than yesterday. How's your health, husband? This is the breakfast I brought you. Eat it quickly. It's still hot. Li Xiao happily handed the breakfast in her hand to her husband Zhang Shang. Snap. Zhang Shang, who was sitting on the bed, slapped the breakfast that was handed to him to the ground. 2 cups of soy milk spilled all over the floor, and a few buns also fell out of the paper bag. Husband, what are you doing? Li Xiao was shocked by her husband's action. What have you been doing these past few hours? Zhang Shang, who was sitting on the bed, looked at Li Xiao in front of him angrily and asked. I didn't do anything. I went out to get you something to eat. Li Xiao quickly squatted on the ground and picked up a few buns scattered on the floor, explaining as he picked them up. Where are you going to exchange for food? What are you going to exchange for? Are you going to exchange for your body? Zhang Shang, leaning on the bed, spoke louder and louder, becoming more and more excited. Husband is really not what you think. You have to believe me. I earned this breakfast through my own labor. Li Xiao picked up the bun that fell on the ground, wiped it clean, and handed it to Zhang Sheng again. Snap. Zhang Sheng slapped him again and threw him to the ground. Get lost, I don't want to eat, it's dirty. Zhang Sheng on the bed had red eyes and shouted to Li Xiao. Why don't you believe me? I earned it through hard work. I cleaned the house for the owner across the street, and he paid me for it. Li Xiao's tears welled up in his eyes, and he explained aggrievely. Do you think I'm a fool? We've been out of food for 2 or 3 days. We can't buy any supplies even with money. How can you earn 2 breakfasts by cleaning? Zhang Shang roared hysterically. What I said is true, why don't you believe me? Li Xiao's eyes were already red at this time, and tears finally flowed down uncontrollably. Cleaning, can you clean for 4 hours? Zhang Shang, who was lying on the bed, looked down and said nothing, then he shouted again. I was so tired after cleaning. I wanted to take a rest and then hurry back. I didn't expect to fall asleep on the sofa. When I opened my eyes, it was already past 9 o'clock. I really didn't lie to you. Li Xiao was still trying to explain at this time. But when she looked at her husband's hysterical expression, she suddenly understood why the delivery man across the street wanted to bet with her. She originally thought that her husband would absolutely trust her, but now it seems that she was thinking too much. Get out, you bitch. Zhang Sheng on the bed seemed like a madman at this time, shouting at Li Xiao. Li Xiao looked at her hysterical husband in front of her and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. Then Li Xiao quickly walked out of the bedroom and headed towards the door. At this time, Jiang Bei was standing at the door waiting for Li Xiao to come out. When Li Xiao opened the door, he saw Jiang Bei standing at the door opposite, looking at him. There was a trace of unwillingness on her tearful face. You lose, go wash yourself. Jiang Bei pointed to the bathroom inside the house, where all the toiletries were placed for you. Chapter 12 The riot begins. Li Xiao felt very aggrieved because he seldom did any work at home. This time, in order to find antipyretic medicine for her husband, she threw away her face and worked hard to clean for more than an hour. In the end, some food was wasted, and she was even wrongly accused by her husband, saying that it was all caused by the stinky delivery man in front of her. Do I have to give my body to him again today? No, I can't do that. It's all your fault. It's because of you that my husband misunderstood me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this now. Thinking of this, Li Xiao suddenly lost control of his emotions. Don't accuse a good person. First of all, you have to understand that you were the one who asked me for help first. I didn't ask you for help. You begged me to give you the fever-reducing medicine. So this was your own choice. Don't blame me. Jiang Bei chuckled and looked at Li Xiao, who was a little out of control, and said. But. Skirt owner's unique ID stomach core, TXWKONE. She didn't say anything for a long time, but the fact was that she took the initiative to ask for help and agreed to the bet. Okay, don't waste your time. My patience is limited. I want to tell you clearly that society outside can never return to normal. The situation will only get worse. Today's opportunity is your last chance to survive. Follow me, your husband. I will send him some food every day to ensure that he will not starve to death. You decide for yourself. I'll give you 1 minute. Jiang Bei looked at the sexy young woman in front of him who was crying and issued a final ultimatum. Damn the man's desire to conquer. If she didn't look like a top-notch girl, he wouldn't bother talking so much nonsense. Jiang Bei was also speechless about this kind of man's genetic instinct. 1 minute is up, have you decided? Jiang Bei checked the time on his phone and said to Li Xiao in front of him. After intense thinking, her instinct for survival finally overcame her reason, and she finally chose to live. Okay, I'll follow you, but you have to make sure to provide my husband with enough food every day. No problem, as long as he doesn't commit suicide, I can provide him with food. Jiang Bei said that was no problem. Seeing Jiang Bei nod in agreement, Li Xiao took one last look at the door behind him, then walked into Jiang Bei's room without looking back. Entering the house, I felt the warm environment again. The temperature difference between it and the outside was like heaven. At this moment, Li Xiao felt that following Jiang Bei might not be a bad thing. Okay, you can go take a shower now. Jiang Bei sat down on the sofa and said something to Li Xiao, who was still standing. Do you want it now? Can it be at night? I'm not used to it during the day. Li Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly. What are you talking about? I asked you to take a shower and you already stink, can't you smell it? Jiang Bei was speechless for a while. Although he had some ideas, he was not so hungry that he wanted to take her right now. Oh, I'll go wash it then. When Li Xiao heard this, his face turned red and he quickly ran into the bathroom. While Li Xiao was taking a shower, Jiang Bei opened the group chat that he hadn't checked for several days to see what everyone was doing. Murder. The owner of the 12th floor was murdered, his wife and children are missing. It seems that someone killed him for his family's supplies. Maybe. He was the one who boasted in the group about how much food he had. I wanted to borrow some, but he refused to give it to me. He deserves it. Oh my god, someone actually killed someone, aren't they afraid of being caught afterwards? It's already this late, it's unknown whether we can survive, who would be afraid? Everyone locked the doors and windows. It must not have been done by one person, otherwise there would be no noise at all. Who has extra quilts? I only have thin quilts at home, and my children have caught a cold. I begged the kind people in the group to help me. Who has any food? I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please sell me some food. Jiang Bei looked at the series of messages in the group and realized that the civilized order had begun to collapse. Once the bloodiness appears for the first time, it will never stop and will only get worse. It seems that it is time to start guarding against certain people. A sharp look flashed in Jiang Bei's eyes. In room 102 on the 12th floor, 3 men were happily sitting by the fire eating instant noodles and ham. There was a small pile of food on the table behind him, and in the corner there was a woman and a child, their hands tied and their mouths stuffed with cloth, curled up together. The woman's hair was messy and her clothes looked like they had been torn. "Brother, you are really smart. Now that we have these foods, we can live peacefully for a few days." "Humph, of course. Who made this bitch's husband so shameless? Our eldest brother spent money to buy it to give him face, but he still refused. Well, judging from the situation outside, it will definitely last a long time, so we have to find a way to prepare more supplies. However, the supplies for this family will not last for a few days." One of the men with a fierce look on his face said. "Brother Chang is right, but there are already some ignorant people in the group who have posted this matter to the group. It will not be so easy for us to get supplies again." "Humph, whoever was so blind said that, let's make him the next target. It seems to be 14 floors. One of the 3 men flipped through his phone group and said. "Okay, let's start with him next." The man called Brother Chang made the decision directly. He, Brother Chang, you've already felt comfortable, but I haven't done that for a month, you see." One of the 3 wretched men turned around and looked at the woman in the corner, smiling lewdly. "Third brother, look at your lack of ambition. You're thinking about women right after you've eaten, right? Go to the bedroom. Be careful, don't kill yourself." The man called Brother Chang cursed with a smile. "Okay." Hearing his eldest brother agree, he walked directly to the corner, pulled the woman up, and walked towards the bedroom. Despite the woman's desperate struggle, she was dragged into the house. The wretched man, who was called Lao San, threw the woman on the bed and began to tear off her clothes. In just a short while, most of the woman's clothes were torn off, and pieces of snow-white clothes were exposed in front of the wretched man. Looking at such an erotic scene, the wretched man could no longer control himself. He took off his clothes and pounced on her with a lewd smile. A moment later, a woman's painful groan was heard from the bedroom. The 2 men sitting by the fire, listening to the groans coming from the bedroom, chuckled and continued eating instant noodles. "By the way, Brother Chang, I saw a stunning beauty in this building a few days ago." The man who was eating instant noodles brightened up when he heard this. "Second brother, you are not lying to me, a gorgeous lady? How gorgeous is she? Absolutely stunning, that figure, that butt, wow, just like a celebrity. Do you know which floor she lives on?" Brother Chang stood up immediately upon hearing this and asked excitedly. "I don't know, but the old lady who lives on the 9th floor must know." The younger brother said. "Okay, wait until the 3rd brother finishes his work, and then we'll go downstairs." Chapter 13 Kneel down and call the master. Half an hour later, Li Xiao walked out of the bathroom, feeling much more comfortable all over. "The clothes I prepared for you are in the bedroom, go put them on." Jiang Bei lowered his head and read the messages in the group and said. "In your bedroom? What else?" "Oh." Li Xiao, wrapped in a bath towel, walked into Jiang Bei's bedroom. There was a white shirt, a black skirt, a pair of Balenciaga shoes and a pair of black high heels neatly placed beside the bed. 10 minutes later, Li Xiao, wearing black high heels and a set of clothes prepared for him by Jiang Bei, walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room. Looking at the table in the living room filled with all kinds of top-quality food and fresh fruits, Li Xiao subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Jiang Bei heard the sound of high heels walking and knew that Li Xiao had come out. He put down his phone and looked up at Li Xiao, who was walking in front of him. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face and delicate facial features, a perfect combination. Her long hair with water droplets is tied behind her head. The white shirt wet by the water droplets just perfectly sets off her figure. The top 2 buttons cannot be buttoned because she is too plump. The black short skirt, matched with Balenciaga, perfectly shows off her long legs and round peach buttocks. Looking at Li Xiao in front of him, Jiang Bei's eyes lit up. He was indeed a top-notch talent. He matched perfectly with the clothes he had carefully selected. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei in front of him, who was looking at him with fiery eyes, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. He knew what his advantages were, otherwise the man in front of him would not prepare such sumptuous food to curry favor with him. Humph, he turned out to be a bootlicker. Li Xiao instantly felt that he could control him at will. "Kneel down." Just when Li Xiao was immersed in her own fantasy world, a cold voice interrupted her thoughts. What did you say? Li Xiao looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. I said kneel down. Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who was full of disbelief, and ordered coldly again. Are you crazy? You want me to get on my knees? Li Xiao pointed at Jiang Bei angrily. You don't have to kneel, but take your things and get out of here. Humph, who wants to stay here with you? She angrily picked up her smelly clothes and walked out the door. Jiang Bei did not stop her because the temperature outside had dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. He believed that as long as she was not crazy, she would know that staying with him was the best choice at this time. As soon as she opened the door and walked out, she was hit by a biting cold. She had just taken a shower and her hair was not dry yet. At this moment, she was standing outside and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. In just a few dozen seconds, her fingers were numb from the cold. After feeling warm for a while, she was now faced with returning to the cold environment again, and she hesitated. Thinking of the various delicious dishes on the living room table, the fresh fruits, and the constant temperature in the house, she regretted it. At this moment, Li Xiao's remaining pride was still in his hope that the man in the house would stop him immediately. If he called him, he would turn around and go back immediately. Get out now and close the door for me. Just when she was fantasizing that the man in the house would invite her back, words colder than the temperature outside came into Li Xiao's ears from inside the house. The little bit of pride she had left at this moment was ruthlessly shattered by these words. Bang! The door was closed. The biting cold disappeared, and I felt the warmth surrounding me again. She finally chose to stand in the house where there was food and warmth. Come here, kneel down. I don't want to say it a third time. Jiang Bei, who knew for sure that she would not go out, ordered again. Hearing this, Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, and finally walked slowly to Jiang Bei and knelt down. Looking at the beautiful young woman who finally kneeled in front of him, Jiang Bei felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. Call me master. Master, master. When Li Xiao shouted out these two words, it meant that from that moment on, she had truly surrendered to the man in front of her. Remember, I am your master from now on. You have to listen to what I say. If you do the same thing as today, I will throw you out. Do you hear me? I heard it. She nodded and said. Get up and sit on my lap. Jiang Bei patted his thigh. At this moment, Li Xiao was like a docile kitten. He stood up obediently and sat sideways on Jiang Bei's lap. A burst of fragrance wafted towards him. Jiang Bei hugged Li Xiao, who was sitting on his lap. Looking at this delicate face so close to him, he couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the Creator. The face was fair without a trace of blemish, and there was a pair of big eyes with tear marks. Under the delicate nose, a cherry mouth was breathing heavily. Master, Just when she wanted to speak, Jiang Bei kissed her directly and his hands began to move up and down. After a brief adaptation, Li Xiao gradually immersed himself in it, and his hands unconsciously wrapped around Jiang Bei's neck. Jiang Bei slowly touched the buttons of the white shirt, and with just a light pull, the buttons were unbuttoned. At the same time, the zipper of her black shorts was unzipped by his other hand. Master, master, don't. Li Xiao subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop it, but was pushed away by Jiang Bei's big hand. After a while, there was a white shirt and a pair of black shorts on the floor. The heavy snow outside continued, and the cold wind howled. The house is now full of spring and vitality. An hour later, Li Xiao lay on the sofa powerlessly. She had never thought her master was so powerful. Now she felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart, and every part of her body was in pain. Rest for a while, then take a shower. Just eat whatever you want on the food on the table. Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who had no strength left after being punished by him, and walked into the bathroom with satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bei finished taking a shower, wiped himself clean, put on a new set of silk pajamas, walked to the sofa, and handed another set of pajamas to Li Xiao, who was still lying on the sofa. Go ahead, wash up quickly, and then come out to eat. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful Li Xiao and said with a smile. Understood, master. She took the pajamas handed to her by Jiang Bei, got up and walked into the bathroom. More than 10 minutes later, Li Xiao came out of the bathroom and put on the white lace pajamas that Jiang Bei had prepared for her. She sat next to Jiang Bei, but did not start eating. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Bei. Okay, stop looking at me. You must be starving. Eat quickly. Clear the table after eating. Got it, master. Li Xiao responded and started eating. What Zhang Bei didn't know was that there were 3 masked men downstairs approaching the top floor. Chapter 14 Crisis is coming. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Zhang Shang, who was lying on the bed, asked weakly. Boom boom boom. There was another slight knock on the door. Stop knocking, it's coming. Could it be that the rescue team has arrived? Zhang Shang suddenly felt happy, staggered out of bed, and ran to open the door. When I get back to the office, you bastards, wait for me. I will kill you for daring to cheat on me. Zhang Shang gritted his teeth and said. Just as Zhang Shang opened the door and imagined that rescuers would come with a stretcher to save him, a 30-centimeter machete was suddenly placed on his neck outside the door, and then 3 masked men pushed open the door and entered one after another. Who are you? Do you still have laws? How dare you break into someone's house? This is against the law, don't you know? Zhang Shang, with a knife on his neck, said softly with some fear. Fuck you, if you keep talking, I'll cut off your tongue. The leading man went up and slapped him. Second brother, you watch him, and third brother, go and collect all the food in the house and take it away. Okay, big brother. The other 2 responded. The leading man went straight to the bedroom. When he pushed open the bedroom door and walked in, he thought he would see a stunningly beautiful woman lying on the bed, looking at him with a look of horror. Unexpectedly, there was no one inside. There was a pool of some unknown liquid on the ground, which was already a little frozen. Apart from the quilt, there was no hair at all, let alone any stunning beauty. Big brother, big brother. The leading man listened to the shouting coming from the living room and turned and walked out of the bedroom. What's wrong, third brother? I asked you to collect the supplies, why the hell don't you hurry up and prepare them? The man walked out of the bedroom, looked at the lazy third brother with an unhappy face and scolded him. Brother, it's not that I don't pretend, it's this kid's bastard. There's nothing at home except some packaging bags after eating. The man called Lao San pointed at Zhang Shang and cursed. Nothing? You little bastard, you don't even have anything to eat? After hearing this, the leading man walked up to Zhang Shang angrily and slapped him a few more times. Zhang Shang's face swelled up instantly, and there was an obvious palm print on each side of his face. Brother, this is not my home. There is not much food to begin with. Zhang Shang explained fearfully. I heard you had a sexy and amazing wife, where is she? The leading man asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. That bitch ran off with someone else for food. When Zhang Shang heard this question, his eyes instantly turned red. The leading man found it hard to accept after hearing this. The best item that should have belonged to him was taken by someone else first? Who did you run off with? If you dare to snatch my woman, I'll chop him to pieces. The leading man slapped his thigh in annoyance. Zhang Shang, whose eyes were originally red, looked at the man in front of him who was feeling very upset, and suddenly he had an idea. These 3 guys look like reckless hooligans. Why don't I use their help to kill that couple? Thinking of this, Zhang Shang quickly said. Big brother, that couple is just across the street. The guy across the street has a lot of supplies, and they are all top-notch supplies. Oh? Are you serious? The leading man's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The garbage thrown away a few days ago actually contained lobsters and king crabs. He ate fresh meat buns and fresh soy milk for breakfast. Zhang Shang exaggerated a little. The lobsters and king crabs mentioned earlier were of course just nonsense, but he actually saw the fresh meat buns and soy milk with his own eyes. He was not afraid of reconciling the accounts later, but what he didn't know was that Zhang Bei really had the supplies he talked about, and they were now on the table in the house. The leading man's saliva started to flow as he listened. Second brother, third brother, let him go, get some wood to make a fire and cook, we can replenish our energy. Okay, brother Chang. After saying that, he let go of Zhang Shang, whose face was swollen, and went to look for some flammable materials, preparing to start a fire. Brother, I'm sorry to offend you. How many people are there in the room opposite? The leading man looked at Zhang Shang with a smile on his face and asked. There are 2 people in total. Besides my wife, the only one left is the man who seduced my wife. Zhang said angrily. Ah, there's only one person. I feel relieved. Brother, please forgive me for offending you. After we invade, I'll let you deal with the guy and I'll deal with your wife. How about that? The leading man looked at him threateningly. Zhang Shang looked at the knife in his hand and felt the threat in the eyes of the man opposite him, so he held back the words that were about to be rejected. Then he smiled and agreed. Brother, what you said is too polite. If you like it, just take it. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. I will follow you from now on. I hope you can give me a meal. Ah, good brother, don't worry, in this building, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll have delicious food and drinks. The leading man looked at the boy, who was so sensible, and patted him on the shoulder happily. Zhang Shang looked at the man in front of him, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Ah, it feels so good. I'm finally full. I haven't had such a delicious lunch in a long time. Li Xiao touched his round belly and moaned with satisfaction. Don't moan so seductively, do you want me to favor you? Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who looked very satisfied, and said with a wicked smile. Master, you are so mean. I just haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Li Xiao said shyly. Okay, clean up the table quickly, then go get some supplies and deliver them to the other side. Also, remember to make it clear to him that food will be placed at the door at a fixed time in the future, and don't enter the door opposite again. Do you hear me? Understood, Master. Li Xiao nodded obediently. After Jiang Bei gave the order, he went straight into the bedroom. He was going to buy some equipment to deal with any conflicts that might arise next. After all, no one knows whether the group that wiped out 101 on the 12th floor will come to the top floor next, so we still need to be prepared in advance. Li Xiao cleaned the table neatly and mopped the floor again, then went to the kitchen to get some supplies, put on the new cold-resistant clothes Jiang Bei gave him, and walked to the other side. Boom boom boom. Li Xiao knocked on the door with supplies in hand in mixed feelings. The 4 people who were eating bread and ham by the fire in the house stood up immediately when they heard the knock on the door. The leading man turned around and gave Zhang Shang a look. Zhang Shang immediately understood and asked. Who is it? I'm Li Xiao. These are the supplies for you. Please open the door and take them. When Zhang Shang in the room heard that it was his wife, he was about to speak when the leading man covered his mouth and gave the third brother a look. The second and third brothers immediately understood and quietly walked towards the door with machetes in their hands. Chapter 15 The Deterrent Power of Hot Weapons. I looked outside through the peephole on the door and found that there was only one person outside the door. The second brother gestured to the third brother to open the door, and he prepared to control the woman outside the house. Li Xiao saw that there was no response and was about to knock again when the door suddenly opened. A strange man rushed out. Save. As soon as Li Xiaojiang shouted a word, his mouth was covered by the man in front of him. Then the third man in the house rushed out immediately after seeing this, dragged the beautiful woman outside into the room, and quickly closed the door. When Li Xiao was pulled into the room, the first thing he saw was Zhang Shang standing next to a man with a fierce look on his face, looking at him. Zhang Shang, who are they? What do you want to do? Li Xiao looked at Zhang Shang with a trembling voice. Brother, is this your wife? Yes, Brother Chang. Zhang Shang nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, you are so lucky to marry such a wonderful wife. Brother Chang looked at this woman with delicate features and a hot body with fiery eyes, and he wished he could press her under him right now. The second and third sons also stared with their eyes wide open. Second brother, third brother, stop looking at me. Pull me to the bedroom and move the brazier in. Today I want to feel how tempting this exquisite beauty is when she screams. Brother Chang rubbed his hands, licked his lips, and looked at Li Xiao with a grin. You bastard, let me go. Li Xiao struggled and cursed, but still couldn't stop himself from being dragged into the bedroom by 2 men. Mr. Zhang, we are husband and wife, why don't you save me quickly? Li Xiao asked her husband for help, but when she saw Zhang Shang standing there motionless, her eyes turned red instantly and she felt extremely disappointed. Zhang Shang looked at his wife's expression and felt a little bit reluctant. Just as he was about to step forward, the 2 people behind him put a knife to his neck. Hey, little beauty, your husband is a loser. Don't follow him anymore. Follow me from now on. I promise to make you have fun every night and make you feel like you are in heaven. Brother Chang looked at the top-notch married woman in front of him with a lewd smile on his face. As he said that, he pushed Li Xiao down on the bed and began to tear off Li Xiao's coat. Get lost. Li Xiao struggled desperately, but he had no strength enough to resist, and finally bit the back of the man's hand as he was unbuttoning his shirt. Ah, damn, you stinky woman, you dare to bite me? Brother Chang was so angry that he hit Li Xiao on the neck with a knife. After watching her faint, he lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand that was bitten. I was bitten and bled. You bitch, you're so cruel, I'll teach you a lesson later. Brother Chang turned around, found a clean bedsheet, cut a strip of cloth with a knife, and wrapped his bitten hand. It was so cold outside, and if he was not careful, the wound might become infected. After bandaging the wound, he walked into the bedroom and took off Li Zhao's coat. As soon as he took off Li Zhao's coat, Brother Chang was stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. He saw that she was wearing a set of white lace pajamas. Her hot figure was faintly visible, and a pair of plump and straight breasts were about to burst the white lace pajamas. It's fucking awesome. Brother Chang's eyes were blazing with fire and he began to take off his clothes. He wanted to taste this exquisite delicacy. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he took off his shirt, there was a knock on the door. Brother Chang, it might be the guy on the other side, what should we do? The second brother looked at his eldest brother and asked in a low voice. What should we do? Of course we should kill him. Didn't he say that his house has top-notch supplies? This saves us from having to break down the door. He just delivered himself to our door. Brother Chang looked at the door gloomily. Go open the door and bring him in. After the mission is accomplished, I will give you 1/3 of the supplies. Brother Chang pointed at Zhang Shang and whispered. The second and third brothers, one hid behind the door and the other hid in the kitchen, and when he came in, they killed him with a single knife. Brother Chang arranged the positions and made a neck-wiping gesture towards them. He quickly put on his clothes, picked up a machete and hid at the bedroom door. Zhang Bei looked at the closed door in front of him and felt a little unhappy. I clearly told her to just leave the food at the door. It's been 10 minutes and she hasn't come back yet. It seems she must be bothered by that Zhang Shang. It seems that I have to think carefully about how to deal with this Zhang Shang. After all, I can't give back the maid that I conquered with great difficulty. Just when Jiang Bei was thinking secretly, the door in front of me was opened. What are you doing here? Zhang Shang stood in the house, looking at Jiang Bei outside the door, and said with hatred in his eyes. It's okay. I came to see the maid I hired. Why hasn't she come back yet? Isn't she here to bring you food? Jiang Bei chuckled and replied. She is my wife. If I don't let her go back, will she dare to go back? Zhang Shang stared at Jiang Bei in front of him with hatred and said. Ha, that's not up to you. Jiang Bei pushed away Zhang Shang who was standing in front of him and walked into the house. As soon as Jiang Bei walked into the house, he saw supplies scattered on the ground, a fire, and 4 small stools next to the fire. Not good. Jiang Bei suddenly realized that something was wrong and his body instantly threw himself to the right. But it was too late. He only heard a swish sound, and his winter clothes were cut open, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He knew his back must have been scratched. At the same time, Jiang Bei discovered that 2 men with weapons ran out from the front and left at the same time. Instantly surround yourself in the middle. Jiang Bei slowly stood up and looked at the 3 men surrounding him and Zhang Shang, whose eyes were full of hatred. You are the ones who killed the owner of 101 on the 12th floor, right? Jiang Bei touched his back with his hand, looked at his blood-stained hand, and slowly said. Humph, you're quite smart, don't worry, you'll be the next one. The second of the 3 wiped the blood off the blade with a cloth and grinned ferociously. Were you invited by Zhang Shang to help him vent his anger? Jiang Bei asked casually. Is he worthy? The third one among them gave Zhang Shang next to him a disdainful look. If you're not venting your anger for him, then why are you attacking me? Jiang Bei's eyes gradually turned cold, and his right hand naturally went into his pocket. I heard from this kid that your home is very well stocked. How about taking us to your home for a look? Brother Chang, the leader of the 3, looked at the young man in front of him whose face had turned pale and said with a sly smile. Of course, I have everything at home. If you want to go, I can take you in to have a look. But before that, I want to show you something first. Jiang Bei instantly pulled out a gun with a silencer from his pocket and shot at the 3 men. Puff! A dull gunshot rang out. The wretched man standing right in front of Jiang Bei was shot in the head. White brains splattered on the faces of the other 2 people. The gun, it's a gun, he has a gun. The remaining 2 people reacted and were so frightened that they rushed to the door on their knees and crawled. They didn't dare to look back even when their shoes fell off. Zhang Shang, who was standing by, saw this and wanted to run, but his feet seemed to be filled with lead and would not obey his will. At the same time, he felt a heat in his crotch and a warm current flowed to his thighs. Jiang Bei's face was pale, and he ignored the two people who were running away. Looking at Zhang Sheng, who was scared to death, he did not shoot again. Zhang Sheng only felt the sensation in his legs at this moment, and with a strange cry, he ran out of the door. At this time, Jiang Bei had lost too much blood and his vision was blurry. Coupled with the scene of his first murder and the brains flowing out, Jiang Bei suddenly felt his stomach churning and he felt even weaker. He forced himself to stay awake and walked to the bedroom. Looking at the unconscious Li Xiao, Jiang Bei shook him vigorously. After a while, Li Xiao slowly woke up and saw the pale Jiang Bei in front of him. Li Xiao immediately stood up and supported Jiang Bei. At the same time, he saw that the clothes on his back were stained with blood. "Master, why are you here? What happened to your injuries?" Li Xiao asked anxiously. "I'm here to save you. I saw you come out, so I sent you some supplies. I haven't been back for so long, and I'm afraid you'll be in danger," Jiang Bei said with a pale face. Hearing these words, Li Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. Her so-called husband didn't save her, but her master, who she had only been with for a short time, suffered such serious injuries in order to save her. She looked at Jiang Bei, whose face was pale at this moment, and a different emotion spread in her heart. "Help me back." Jiang Bei spoke weakly. "Okay, master. I remember there is a female doctor downstairs. I will go downstairs and ask her to come up and treat you." Li Xiao, with tears in her eyes, supported Jiang Bei and walked out of the house. Chapter 16 The Beautiful Doctor's Little Thoughts. "Master, slow down." Li Xiao slowly helped Jiang Bei to the bed in the bedroom, let him lie on the bed, and put a pillow under him. "I will go downstairs right now and ask the female doctor to come and treat the master's injury." After saying this, Li Xiao didn't care that his clothes had been torn and ran downstairs quickly. Jiang Bei, who was lying on the bed, felt dizzy and didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Jiang really wanted to slap himself in the face now. He almost went down in history, but he failed just by starting with the system. As he thought about it, he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and he fainted. Soon, Li Xiao anxiously brought a woman wearing bulging clothes and a white medical box on her shoulder to the top floor. This doctor was none other than the girl Jiang Bei had seen before when he was throwing away garbage. Her name was Huang Sighting and she was a working doctor. Li Xiao opened the door and walked in first. Huang Sighting, who was carrying a medical kit, was shocked by the sudden heat coming towards her. "Is this a heater?" Huang Sighting slapped her face in suspicion and stood there in disbelief. You know, her house has been without electricity for several days. How could she not be shocked that the temperature was still so high at this time? "Dr. Huang, come and have a look, my master has fainted." Li Xiao anxiously shouted to Huang Sighting, who was still in a daze. Okay, here I come." Huang Sighting then realized why she was here and that saving people was the most important thing. Without giving it any more thought, he entered the house, immediately took off his heavy coat, and ran into the bedroom carrying his medicine box. Huang Xiu smelled blood as soon as she entered the bedroom and looked at the young man who had fainted on the bed. She immediately put down the medicine box, took out alcohol and scissors, disinfected her hands, and used the scissors to cut open the clothes that were now stained with blood. After cutting off all the clothes around the wound, a 10-centimeter wound was exposed on the back. Even though Huang Sighting was a doctor, she frowned slightly when she saw such a long wound. Fortunately, judging from the amount of bleeding, the aorta was not cut, otherwise she would be powerless to do anything. After all, this was not a professional operating room. Since he is already in a coma, it means he has lost too much blood, which is very dangerous. He needs a blood transfusion as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Huang Sighting took out the blood type test paper from the medicine box to determine his blood type first. "What's your blood type?" Huang Sighting asked Li Xiao while testing. I remember my blood type is A." Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I am also type A. Now you can only pray that he is also type A. This way I will have a great chance of curing him," Huang Sighting said. After hearing this, Li Xiao's eyes were filled with worry, and at the same time he prayed in his heart that his master must have type A blood. Thinking that he was seriously injured because of her, she felt even more guilty. Huang Sighting took advantage of the fact that the blood type test results had not yet come out and simply stopped the bleeding and cleaned the wound to prepare for the next steps. Half a minute later, Huang Sighting picked up the blood type test paper and took a look. His face turned ugly in an instant. Li Xiao looked at Huang Sighting in front of him with an unhappy expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Her eyes turned red instantly and tears kept rolling in her sockets, but she still looked at Huang's sighting with a glimmer of fantasy. Dr. Huang, what's the result? It's blood type B. Huang's sighting said with an unpleasant expression. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was stunned and immediately collapsed to the ground. The tears that had been swirling in his eyes for a long time finally flowed down without control. It's all because of me that the master is in this state. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Bei, whose face was pale, lying on the bed with regret. At this moment, she wished it was she who was lying on the bed. I remember now, he is saved. Just when Li Xiao was in despair, he suddenly heard Dr. Huang shouting with joy. What? What do you mean there is hope? Dr. Huang, are you telling the truth? Li Xiao immediately felt like he had found a life-saving straw, and looked at Dr. Huang, who was wiping his hands with hope on his face. Yes, I remember that before I was trapped at home, the dean asked me to deliver a box of blood packs to the second hospital. I didn't expect that I couldn't go out the next day, so the box of blood packs happened to be at my house, and there happened to be full blood packs in it. It's only been 10 days, so it hasn't expired yet. Huang Sighting said excitedly. Okay, wait here, I'll go get it. After saying this, Huang Sighting immediately put on her coat and ran towards her floor. Great, master, you are saved. Li Xiao cried with joy, and tears flowed uncontrollably again. She herself didn't know at this moment why she was so easily affected by the injuries of the man in front of her. They only met a few times, and at most 3 days. But now, my emotions have been controlled by the man in front of me. They say love grows over time. But they haven't been here for long. When thinking about the love that had grown over time, Li Xiao's face suddenly turned red. If it's not love that grows over time, could it be love at first sight? Thinking of this, she looked at Zhang Bei, who was lying on the bed and was in a coma. At this moment, Li Xiao looked at her pale master and felt that he suddenly became so handsome. Why didn't she notice it before? Just when Li Xiao was daydreaming, Huang Sighting, who had just run downstairs, ran in breathlessly holding an exquisite incubator. Okay, stop crying. Your master is saved. As I expected, the whole blood pack has not expired and can be used. It happens to be type B blood. Huang Sighting looked at the beautiful young woman with tears on her face and said comfortingly. She was very puzzled as to why she had been at loggerheads with the man in front of her some time ago, as if they were fighting to the death. But now, she feels anxious because of this man, just like her husband is dying. According to her understanding, he is not the husband of this beautiful young woman. Could it be? Huang Sighting suddenly guessed a possibility. Dr. Huang? What are you thinking about? Save the people quickly. Li Xiao looked at Huang Sighting, who didn't move after she finished speaking, and urged her. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Huang Sighting's pretty face blushed, and she quickly took out a blood bag, transfusion tubes, needles, etc., and gave a blood transfusion to Zhang Bei, who was lying on the bed. Then start treating the wound, suturing. After more than an hour of simple surgery, the wound was finally sutured. Finally the stitches were done, he's fine now. Huang Sighting, who hadn't touched a scalpel for many days, was so tired that she collapsed on the ground. Li Xiao looked at Huang Sighting, who was sitting on the ground to rest, and hurried over, pulled her up, and helped her to the sofa in the living room. Dr. Huang, are you okay? It's okay, I just haven't done it for a few days, so I'm not used to it. I'll be fine after a rest. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Huang. Li Xiao quickly brought out a plate of fruit from the kitchen and placed it in front of Dr. Huang. Is this fresh fruit? Dr. Huang sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the lychees, apples, and grapes with green leaves in front of him. Thinking of the shriveled oranges I had at home, I couldn't bear to eat them. But now there are so many fruits in front of me, they look like they were just picked from the tree. The gap is too big. What kind of family is this? In this situation, they still have such abundant fruits. How much supplies have you stored? Huang Sighting asked in disbelief. I don't know, but it's a lot. Li Xiao replied. In fact, she didn't know how much supplies there were, but it felt like she couldn't finish them. By the way, Dr. Huang, when will my master wake up? Li Xiao asked with some concern. Those with good physical fitness can wake up in a few hours. If they are not in good physical condition, it may take several days. It is uncertain. Huang Sighting thought for a moment and replied. Then I picked up an apple and took a big bite. The sweet juice instantly filled my mouth. It was so sweet. Oh, he should wake up soon then. Li Xiao felt relieved and said something subconsciously. Really? How can you be so sure? Huang Sighting ate an apple while looking at Li Xiaodao beside her. I was just guessing, Dr. Huang, please eat some fruit quickly. Li Xiao blushed and quickly changed the subject. Chapter 17 I don't believe that he still has unlimited bullets? After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes and was about to get up. A sharp pain came from his back, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Don't move. I just sewed your wound shut. If you move, it will split open again. A pleasant, gentle voice came from the living room. Master, you are awake. How are you? Are you feeling better? Li Xiao walked quickly into the bedroom, came to Jiang Bei, and asked with concern. Much better, but I just feel weak all over. Jiang Bei said weakly. Dr. Chen, what's going on? Li Xiao asked Huang Sighting in the living room. Losing too much blood is normal. You will be fine after a few days of rest. Huang Sighting in the living room replied. How long have I slept? Jiang Bei touched his head and asked Li Xiao beside him with a dizzy look. It's already past 6 in the evening, and you've been unconscious for several hours. Li Xiao lowered his head and replied. Okay, it's all over. Come and give me a smile. Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao, who was feeling a little depressed, and knew that she was feeling guilty, so he smiled and comforted her. I know. Li Xiao nodded and forced a smile at Jiang Bei. Although his smile looked like crying, fortunately he was good looking. Is the person talking outside the beautiful doctor downstairs? Jiang Bei asked Li Xiao in a low voice. Yes. Why hasn't she left yet? She said your injuries were not stable and needed to be observed, so I kept her in the house until now. Li Xiao said a little timidly, after all, this was a decision I made on my own initiative. It's okay, don't think too much about it. Since she wanted to observe my injuries, it's understandable. Did she ask you about some of the situations in our family? He asked, and I briefly explained it, then changed the subject. But I guess it was because our house was too warm, so he wanted to stay a little longer. Li Xiao said in a low voice with some uncertainty. Not bad, you're pretty smart. Most of the others have big breasts but no brains, but you still have some brains. Jiang Bei teased her. Master, you are so bad. A blush appeared on Li Xiao's beautiful face, but at this moment she looked even more beautiful and charming. Okay, let's go make something to eat. I'm hungry. By the way, let Dr. Huang stay and have dinner before going back. Jiang Bei thought for a moment and said to Li Xiao. Okay, got it. Li Xiao turned and walked out of the bedroom and began to prepare dinner. After watching Li Xiao leave, Jiang Bei began to think about what to do next. The temperature outside is getting lower and lower, it is estimated to be minus 30 degrees Celsius, and most people probably can't stand it anymore. I have to make the best preparations possible. This accident is a warning to me. Feeling the pain from the wound on his back, he thought again of the person who ambushed him. If his body had not allowed it at the time, he would never have let those two people escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei's eyes began to turn cold. I'll let you live a few more days. Room 102, 12th floor. Next to the fire. Brother Chang, do you think he won't come down to seek revenge on us? After all, that blow from me was pretty ruthless. A person wrapped in a thick blanket asked a fierce-looking man opposite him worriedly. If we were going to chase him, we would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Besides, he has to know where we live. The two people who were talking were the two people who escaped from the top floor. One was Lu Chang, and the other was the second brother Wang Lin. As for the third brother, he was already dead. Wait, you just said that you cut him pretty hard with the knife? Lu Chang suddenly stared at Wang Lin and asked. Yes, it is very cruel. If an ordinary person is stabbed by that knife, he would be half dead if he doesn't die. Wang Lin was somewhat puzzled by his elder brother's abnormal behavior. Oh no, we got fooled. Lu Chang slapped his head and regretted it. What do you mean by being fooled? Brother Chang, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Wang Lin, who was standing aside, was a little confused at this moment. You idiot, was the third brother killed by him with one shot? Seeing that he hadn't reacted yet, Lu Chang cursed at him angrily. Yes, at that time, the third brother's brain splashed all over my face. I was so scared that I almost peed myself. Wang Lin still feels a little urge to pee when he thinks about it now. Think about it, if he could have killed the third brother with one shot, he would have had enough time to kill us as well, but we escaped in the end. Why? By the way, Mr. Zhang, you were the last one to come down. How was the boy when you came down? Lu Chang looked at Zhang Sheng standing beside him and asked. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but I felt that his face was very pale and his body was shaking. Then I ran down because I was too scared. Zhang Sheng recalled the scene at that time and his stomach churned again. After listening to Zhang Sheng's words, Lu Chang became more and more determined in his thoughts the more he analyzed. Brother Chang, are you saying that it's not that he didn't have time to shoot, but that he didn't intend to shoot? At this time, Wang Lin finally reacted. That's right. The blow you stabbed him with definitely seriously injured him. He was definitely forcing himself to fire the shot. He took out the gun and killed the third brother directly. It was too straightforward. We were scared by the gun and panicked instantly. We just wanted to run for our lives. We didn't expect that he was also hit hard by the blow. Lu Chang was 100% sure at this time. I was wondering how he could stand up like nothing happened after that knife attack. Turns out he was just pretending. Wang Lin suddenly realized. Then let's rush over and kill him while he's sick. Wang Lin instantly felt that he was fine again. Fuck you, why didn't you tell me this earlier? How long has it been? Is he standing there waiting for me to kill him? Lu Chang kicked him angrily. Brother Chang, what should we do? Once he gets better, he will come to seek revenge on us sooner or later. Wang Lin, who was kicked down, stood up immediately and sat back by the fire. Humph, are you scared out of your mind? Waiting for him to get better? Of course, it's better to strike first. Lu Chang looked at Wang Lin, who sat back by the fire, and kicked him again. According to the injuries you described, that guy will have to stay in bed for at least half a month. So we should find a way to kill him in the next few days. Lu Chang touched his chin and began to think of a solution. Yes, Mr. Zhang, didn't you say that the boy has a lot of supplies at home? Lu Chang slapped his thigh and looked at Zhang Sheng and asked. Yes, a lot. Zhang Sheng answered with a guilty conscience. That's it, we can use the supplies to find cannon fodder. Lu Chang looked confident. Brother Chang, what do you mean? That guy has a gun. Wang Lin, who had just climbed up, came over with a grin. There are so many people in our building, and there must be many people who have run out of food at home. We just need to spread the word in the group that the guy on the top floor has a lot of food piled up in his house. I believe that those owners who have run out of food at home will definitely ask him for supplies. If you were in this situation, would you give him any? Lu Chang laughed and asked. Of course I won't give it to you, but that guy has a gun. Wang Lin immediately replied. He only has one pistol, and there are so many people in our building who would be afraid of him. I don't believe he has unlimited bullets. Lu Chang said confidently. Chapter 18 Master, don't you want to take down the beautiful doctor? That makes sense. You are the strongest brother. Wang Lin gave his elder brother a thumbs up. Nonsense, otherwise how can I be your big brother? A hint of pride appeared on Lu Chang's face. Okay, hurry up and chop some more tables and chairs, the temperature is getting lower and lower, it's really terrible. He wrapped himself in the quilt and added. At this time, Huang Siding, who was on the top floor, was looking at the table full of delicious food in front of her, not knowing which one to eat first. Miss Li, where did you get so many supplies? Huang Siding looked at the fried chicken in front of her, secretly swallowed her saliva and asked. Dr. Huang, don't ask me anymore. This is nothing. Just eat it quickly. Li Xiao smiled and did not answer the question. By the way, the one in the bedroom, don't let him eat such greasy food. Let him drink something easy to digest, such as porridge. Huang Siding suddenly remembered and gave a reminder. Got it, Dr. Huang, eat it while it's hot. Li Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood. Looking at the beautiful doctor who started to eat with big mouthfuls, Li Xiao also chuckled and sat at the dining table and started to eat slowly. Yes, Dr. Huang, you are so beautiful, you must have a boyfriend. Li Xiao looked up at the doctor in front of him, whose figure and appearance were no less impressive than his own, and suddenly asked a question. No, as a doctor, I don't have time to date. I'm so busy every day. Huang Siding, who was eating, heard this question and answered directly. Yes, the doctor is very busy. Li Xiao said with a smile. By the way, Dr. Huang, when you go back later, don't forget to take these things with you. This is the medical fee that my master asked me to give you. After Li Xiao finished eating, he took a bag of supplies from the kitchen, placed it at Huang Xiting's feet and said something to her. Huang Xiting originally wanted to refuse, but subconsciously glanced at the supplies placed at her feet. When I saw the food was filled with meat, seafood, vegetables, fresh fruits, etc., I swallowed my words of refusal. After all, I only had some snacks and instant noodles left at home. Thank you very much. I'll take these things. There's really nothing to eat at home. Huang Xiting said a little embarrassedly. You're too polite, Dr. Huang. I should be the one thanking you. You've helped me twice, and you deserve it. Besides, it's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. Li Xiao looked at the beautiful doctor in front of him with a smile on his face. Okay, in that case, I'll go back first. If you have any problems with the wound, just call me. Huang Xiting stood up from the sofa. Of course she understood what Li Xiao meant. Even if I don't want to leave, it's not a good idea to find reasons to stay here now. After all, this is not my home. Huang Xiting put on her heavy coat, took her medicine box and supplies, walked to the door, and waited for Li Xiao to open the door for her. When Li Xiao opened the door, he was hit by a biting chill. Even though he was standing inside the house, he could still feel the cold air blowing on his face. Huang Xiting felt the temperature difference between inside and outside the house. She really didn't want to go back to that cold place. But there was no other way. She couldn't just stay in someone else's house and beg for money. Besides, her dignity wouldn't allow her to beg others humbly. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and walked out. Dr. Huang, the stairs are slippery. Please be careful when you go down the stairs. Li Xiao gave a kind reminder and then closed the door. Huang Xiting, who was standing outside the door, felt lost as she looked at the closed door. Her figure and appearance were no worse than that of the married woman, not to mention that she had never had a boyfriend before. But the reality is that she can live in a heated room with no shortage of food and drink in this environment of dozens of degrees below zero, while I have to go back to the cold house downstairs again. It's really unfair. Thinking of this, Huang Xiting sighed and hurried downstairs. In just a short while, she began to shiver all over and felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Even though she was wearing such thick clothes, she still couldn't keep out the biting cold. Facts have proved that wearing more clothes does not necessarily mean you will be warmer. She's gone? Jiang Bei, who was lying on the bed in the bedroom, looked at Li Xiao who came in. Yes, she left. But she seemed very reluctant to leave. It must be because our room was too warm and she didn't want to go back and freeze. Li Xiao smiled as he cleared the tableware in front of Jiang Bei. She also understood that the temperature outside was already dozens of degrees below zero, and even inside the house it was at least 10 degrees below zero. Even with a thick quilt, it would not be comfortable. So she could understand Dr. Huang. After all, she had also experienced the cold, so she cherished everything she had now. At least she didn't have to endure the cold and hunger. Thinking of this, Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei with even gentler eyes. That's natural. Only with a man as strong and intelligent as your master can we enjoy the life we have now. Jiang Bei pretended for once. Master, I see that Dr. Huang is a beauty. Do you want to take her down? She has never had a boyfriend. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei lying on the bed with a smirk on his face. I would like to take it down, but how can I take it down like this? We'll talk about it later. Jiang Bei rolled his eyes at her. Okay, after you finish cleaning up, go sleep across the street. Don't disturb me today. I need to get some rest. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei who was resting with his eyes closed, picked up the tableware and tiptoed out of the bedroom. What Li Xiao didn't know was that Jiang Bei was not sleeping at this time, but shopping, and was surprised by a product recommended by the store. System recommendation: host needs are detected, and the following products may be needed. Recovery pill: for trauma symptoms, it can speed up the recovery of serious trauma caused by various accidents. The recovery time varies depending on the injury, usually it takes about 1-3 days to recover. Price: 100 grams of gold. Do you want to buy it? There is such a miracle drug? Jiang Bei was delighted. Although it was a bit expensive, it was worth it. Yes. Purchase successful, the goods have been delivered to the warehouse. This consumption is 100 grams of gold. Available balance 999 grams. He was originally worried that the danger would double with each passing day, and his injuries would not heal in half a month. If the two people who escaped reacted at this time, he would be in danger. Now, if he can fully heal his injuries within 3 days, he won't have to worry anymore. Zhang Bei even hopes that they will react quickly so that he can give them a surprise. Zhang Bei put the purchased medicine directly into his mouth, thinking that he could swallow it with a sip of water. Unexpectedly, the pill melted in his mouth, and then he felt a light herbal liquid flowing into his body. After a while, Zhang Bei clearly felt that the wound on his back was a little itchy, and the pain was slowly easing. It's amazing. If it was before the end of the world, how much would this pill cost? Zhang Bei suddenly. Chapter 19 The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Brother Chang, wake up. Wang Lin shook Lu Chang, who was still sleeping. Ha? What's wrong? It's only a few hours now. Hurry up and light the fire in the house. Do you want to freeze me to death? Lu Chang, who was shaken awake, wrapped himself in the innermost quilt and cursed. Brother Chang, that mother and son froze to death. Wang Lin quickly added wood to the fire and said, "Oh, just let it die. Throw it away. It's worthless if it dies." Lu Chang doesn't care about the result. "Okay, Brother Chang, I'm getting angry now. Get ready. Starting today, we will split up and knock on doors door to door. We will gather the owners who have run out of food and have a meeting with us. Brother Chang is now on our floor." After the old woman died, no one dared to open the door. Wang Lin complained helplessly. "Humph, in this situation, as long as the door is not open, there must be food at home. Isn't this our goal?" Lu Chang sneered. "You can take out most of the bread and snacks in the house, use food to tempt those owners who have run out of food, and put a small piece of bread or a small bag of snacks at the door of each house. Then tell them that if they want to survive, they should come to 102 on the 12th floor. If they don't want to come, the food at the door will be given to them." Lu Chang explained his requirements. "But Brother Chang, those owners who have food will definitely not open their doors just for a little food, and if the food is given away, what will we eat?" Wang Lin was somewhat unhappy. "That's right. Didn't I just say that after we notify everyone, we'll mark the untouched food at the door of anyone? We'll take those owners who don't have food and grab the food one by one. That way, we'll have more and more food." Lu Chang sneered. "Great, really great, Brother Chang, I admire you." Wang Lin took the opportunity to flatter. "Of course. Now hurry up and get ready. We'll try to run it today." After Lu Chang finished speaking, he quickly got up, boiled some water and prepared something to eat. After eating, the three of them held the food and started knocking on doors from house to house. After running around for most of the day, I finally knocked on all the floors except the top floor. The three men were so tired that their calves were shaking, but when they thought about the benefits that would follow, they felt full of energy again. After returning to their room 102 on the 12th floor, the three of them sat down beside the fire that had not yet been completely extinguished. No one wanted to talk. "Brother, add some wood. Let's take a break and eat something." Although Wang Lin was reluctant to hear this, he still took some wood and reignited the fire. "Brother Chang, you said they won't eat, so why don't they come?" Wang Lin looked at Lu Chang, who was warming himself by the fire, with some concern. "Don't worry, anyone who is not a fool will definitely come. The owners who are out of food now have only this one way to go. What can we do with the little we give out?" Boom boom boom. Just as the three were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Zhang Shang, go open the door." Lu Chang gestured to Zhang Shang beside him. Seeing this, Zhang Shang stood up and walked towards the door. After opening the door, he saw more than a dozen people outside, basically all men. "You said there was a way to get food?" A middle-aged man who was bloated but had a noticeably thinner face spoke up. Behind the man, people were asking questions one after another. At this time, Lu Chang quickly stood up and walked towards the door. "Everyone, come in. It's cold inside, but it's much better than outside. Come on, come in first." Lu Chang warmly invited everyone in. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he cleared his throat before starting to speak. "My name is Lu Chang. Since everyone has come here, I believe everyone has heard some of what we said, right?" "I heard it." Everyone who entered the room nodded in agreement. "Very good, since everyone has heard me, I will not say any more nonsense. Since everyone can come to me, I believe everyone has run out of food. Some of my friends may have been out of food for several days. Yes, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I have only survived by drinking snow water. One of the young men told of his miserable situation. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. There are also a few who agree. Okay, so do you guys want to have something to eat every day? Of course I do. Everyone in the room echoed. Okay, since everyone wants to eat every day and survive, I will lead everyone to solve the problem of food shortage. I hope everyone can listen to my command. I promise to find food for everyone. Today we will officially establish a relief association. I will be the president to lead everyone to solve the problem of food and survive together, okay? Good. The hungry people echoed. Wang Lin, divide our remaining supplies among the brothers. Lu Chang looked at the enthusiasm of the crowd towards him, which made him feel quite accomplished. He immediately said to Wang Lin behind him. When everyone heard this, they cheered immediately, and some even shouted, "Long live Brother Chang." Lu Chang was so happy that he felt like flying. Brother Chang? Those are our only remaining supplies. Wang Lin got anxious when he heard this. Seeing that Wang Lin was disobedient, Lu Chang's face darkened and he said, "Have you forgotten what I said this morning? Take it out quickly and share it with the brothers. Replenish your energy first so that you can work better later." When Wang Lin heard that they would have to work soon, he realized that Brother Chang was about to start working, so he quickly went into the kitchen and took out all the edible supplies. Brothers, line up. Do you see these supplies? This is the first benefit of joining the Relief Society. I will distribute these things to the brothers who join the Relief Society. You can replenish your physical strength. If you don't want to join, you can go back. I join. I'm joining in too. When more than a dozen people saw the bread and instant noodles in Wang Lin's hands, their eyes widened and they all agreed. But let's be frank. If you eat my supplies and disobey my orders, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chang threatened again. However, the hungry people didn't take it to heart and just wanted to eat quickly. Lu Chang was very satisfied when he saw that no one refused, and began to distribute bread and instant noodles to everyone. It only took a short while for all the items to be distributed. These dozen people, looking at the bread and instant noodles in their hands, felt like crying. In just less than half a month, the world has changed dramatically. No one expected that the sudden disaster would be so terrible, and what is even more terrifying is that we don't know when it will end. Everyone hurry up and eat. Tonight, we are going to go out and get supplies and have a big dinner tonight. Seeing that everyone was in a bad mood, Lu Chang started to make promises. When everyone heard that there would be a feast in the evening, they cheered and started eating the food in their hands. Wang Lin and Zhang Sheng on the side looked at the crowd with envy and swallowed unconsciously. Go get the guy. Lu Chang touched Wang Lin and Zhang Sheng, who were still envious, and whispered. Chapter 20 It is reasonable for young people to be energetic in the morning. Part 1. Wang Lin was stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't understand, he still went to his room, took out the weapon and put it on his back. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chang saw that everyone had almost finished eating, so he clapped his hands and signaled everyone to listen to him. Brothers, you have almost finished eating. I believe you have enough strength now. Let's start the first operation of our relief association tonight. Brother Chang, what action should we take? Everyone asked. According to the information, the owner of 101 on the 13th floor has a lot of supplies. His family runs a supermarket. Let's go to his house tonight to borrow some supplies. Lu Chang looked at everyone and smiled. But Brother Chang, what if he doesn't want to lend it to me? I even offered to buy it in the group, but he wouldn't sell it to me. A young man expressed his concerns. That's not up to him. There are so many of us. Are we afraid that he won't lend us the money? If he doesn't lend us the money, we'll just rob him. That's just robbery, right? I won't go. I haven't even graduated yet. If the school finds out, I won't be able to graduate. When the young man heard this, he was frightened and immediately refused. Looking at the people in front of him, when they heard what the young man said, they all showed a hint of obvious resistance. Lu Chang looked at the young man who was speaking, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brother, you ate my supplies, are you going to regret it now? Li Chang stared at him coldly. I ate your food, but I definitely wouldn't do anything illegal. You tell me how much this bucket costs, and I'll give you the money. I won't add to the relief fund. The young man stood up, took out 100 yuan from his pocket, handed it to Lu Chang, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, you ate my food and you want to leave with $100? Lu Chang stopped the young man who wanted to leave and sneered. What's wrong? $100 isn't enough? It's already increased tenfold. Do you really want 500? The young man's tone was somewhat dissatisfied at this time. I don't want money. Then what do you want? I definitely can't pay you back for the instant noodles. The young man looked indifferent. He didn't believe that the man in front of him would dare to hit him in front of so many people. If he really hit him, he would just lie on the ground. Wouldn't that give him enough money for one semester's living expenses? Thinking of this, the young man even felt a little excited. Puff. Just as the young man was still daydreaming, he felt a pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw a shiny knife stuck in his stomach. You. The young man never expected that the person in front of him would dare to stab him in front of so many people. He turned around and wanted to run, but the severe pain in his abdomen made it difficult for him to move. He could only look to the people around him for help. However, when the others saw the sudden scene, they were so frightened that they stepped back one after another, and no one dared to step forward. You little bastard, I gave you face? You ate my food, and now you want to quit, it's too late. Lu Chang kicked the young man to the ground, pulled out the knife from his abdomen and pointed it at everyone. Is there anyone who wants to quit? Seeing this, Wang Lin, who was standing by, pulled out the machete from his waist and pointed it at everyone. I tell you, if you eat my food, don't even think about quitting, unless you're like him. Lu Chang pointed at the young man on the ground who was breathing out more than he was breathing in and said, Come here, you two, and throw him out of the window. Lu Chang pointed a knife at two men wearing glasses in the crowd and ordered. The two people who were pointed out trembled all over and took a step back unconsciously. Finally, under Lu Chang's threat, they tremblingly threw the young man who had just died out of the window, and he fell into the snow. In just a short while, all traces were covered by the heavy snow. Everyone sit down and rest. When it gets completely dark, we will set off for the 13th floor. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he sat down next to the fire. Wang Lin and Zhang Shang also sat over and sat close to Lu Chang. Brother Chang, what if they don't try their best later? Wang Lin looked at the frightened crowd in the distance with concern. Not trying their best? Just kill a few of them and they will have tried their best. Lu Chang said fiercely. When night falls, the corridor becomes darker than usual. I saw more than a dozen figures appearing in the dark corridor, holding torches and walking towards the 13th floor. Behind these people, there were 3 figures holding machetes following behind. Chang, Brother Chang, is this the one? Someone in the crowd turned to look at the 3 people at the back of the crowd. It's this one. The 3 of you kick the door lock together. This kind of door lock is very easy to kick open. If you succeed, you 3 will take the credit. After checking the door lock, Lu Chang began to arrange for people to kick the door. He used to be a debt collector and was very experienced with door locks. He could tell at a glance that the door lock was not strong. After a while, with a bang, the door was actually kicked open. A group of people rushed into the house that had been kicked open. The family who were sleeping in the house were awakened immediately, and before they could react, they were controlled by a dozen people who rushed into the house. Who are you? Do you know that trespassing is against the law? The controlled male owner struggled and looked at the group of people in front of him. Humph, breaking the law? Then someone has to come and collect the supplies. Lu Chang went up and slapped the male host a few times, then turned around and said something to Wang Lin. Then Wang Lin took Zhang Shang to check each room one by one. When Wang Lin pushed open the door of the innermost bedroom, he was stunned. Brother Chang, come and see, we have made a fortune, this guy is really rich. Wang Lin excitedly shouted to Lu Chang. When Lu Chang heard this, he was delighted and walked over quickly. When Wang Lin opened the bedroom door, he saw dozens of boxes of instant noodles, dozens of boxes of bread, some snacks, drinks, etc. neatly arranged. When the others saw so many supplies, they also cheered. Brothers, move all the supplies back. Everyone can eat as much as they want tonight. Lu Chang waved his hand. When everyone heard this, they all shouted long live Brother Chang. Then the transfer of supplies began. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the 12th floor, and their faces were filled with excitement when they saw so many supplies in the house. Lu Chang looked at the supplies in the house and felt like he was floating. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is our Relief Association's first operation, and it went very smoothly. To celebrate, everyone can eat as much as they want tonight. At the same time, everyone will be rewarded with 3 bags of instant noodles and 2 loaves of bread. Long live Brother Chang. Everyone cheered and began to collect supplies and eat. The supplies this time are enough for them to eat for 10 days or half a month. In order to better convince them to work hard for him later, Lu Chang was also very generous. Lu Chang looked at the scene at this moment, feeling quite proud. After stabilizing this group of people, he could go to the top floor to deal with that guy. He didn't believe that he could hold off so many people. Lu Chang sneered, as if he had already seen Jiang Bei falling at his feet. At this time, Jiang Bei didn't know that he would soon face Lu Chang's crazy revenge. The next chapter is very exciting, please control yourself. Chapter 21 It is reasonable for young people to be energetic in the morning Part 2. Just as day broke, a pleasant voice came into the bedroom. Master, get up and have breakfast. Li Xiao walked into Jiang Bei's bedroom carrying a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes. Okay, put it on the table. Jiang Bei, who had just opened his eyes, stood up and sat up. Master, it's only been over a day, how come you can sit up? Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei in surprise as he had already sat up. After hearing her reminder, he remembered that his back was injured, but when he stood up just now, it was a subconscious action and he did not feel any discomfort in his back. What's going on? Jiang Bei moved his body and found that he could no longer feel the impact of the wound on his back on his movements. Only then did he remember the pill he had taken the night before. He knew it was effective, but he didn't expect it to be so effective. Only 1 day has passed and I'm basically healed. Although if I try to feel it now, I still feel some discomfort, it's negligible now. Master? The wound on your back was just sutured the night before yesterday. Dr. Huang said that it would be best for you to lie prone on the bed. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei who was in a daze in front of him and reminded him softly. It's okay, my body, I know it. Jiang Bei waved his hand to indicate that he understood, and then started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Bei walked to the window and looked at the heavy snow outside. The vast expanse of white was endless. After just looking for a while, Jiang Bei began to feel a little uncomfortable in his eyes and turned around and sat back on the sofa. The ice below is probably very thick now, and I definitely can't stay in the building all the time. I have to find a way to go out for a walk after a while, otherwise I will feel suffocated staying in the building all the time. Anyway, I have extreme cold weather equipment, so the temperature outside won't cause any problem for my home. If things really don't work out, I can save money to buy a snowmobile. Jiang Bei thought about this while sitting on the sofa, and opened the mall again to check how much the snowmobile cost. Mall. Material classification. Paid materials, starting from 20 grams of gold for transportation. Jiang Bei looked at the balance and found that there was still 999 grams of gold. He felt that this should be enough. Please select the type of transportation. Automobile category opened. Jiang Bei started looking for snowmobile models, and finally found a snowmobile collection page after looking at more than a dozen types of vehicles. Beginner snowmobile. Style, single. Standard passenger capacity, 1 person. Price, 200 grams of gold. Details, as an entry-level snowmobile, this car is small in size, fast, easy to control, and can travel through complex terrain environments. Disadvantages, short driving range, cannot carry supplies, only suitable for single-person travel to check the terrain. Intermediate snowmobile. Style, double. Standard capacity, 2 people. Price, 400 grams of gold. Details, as an advanced snowmobile, this vehicle has an upgraded passenger seat compared to the entry-level model, and is equipped with a cabin that can accommodate 2 people and simple supplies. It has a medium speed, is easy to control, and is suitable for general terrain environments. Disadvantages, short driving range, small space, and can only carry simple daily necessities. Advanced snowmobile. Style, 4-seater. Standard passenger capacity, 4 people. Price, 600 grams of gold. Details, this is a great choice for 4-person travel. In addition to the additional 3-person seat, this car also has additional space in the rear to accommodate 4 people. It can meet general needs for short-term travel. Disadvantages, not suitable for environments with complex terrain, average mileage, not suitable for long-distance travel. Top version Snow RV. Style, RV. Standard capacity, 10 people. Price, 2,000 grams of gold. Details: this RV can meet all your fantasies about snowmobiles and RVs. Disadvantages: no other disadvantages except expensive. Except for being expensive, there is no other disadvantage. Jiang Bei pondered over this sentence, and always felt that something was wrong. The top version requires 2,000 grams of gold, which is equivalent to several million before the end of the world. This system is really dark. Jiang Bei rolled his eyes, looked at the balance of 999, and sighed. Even if it was the end of the world, he couldn't let himself experience the feeling of financial freedom. After exchanging supplies with Wang Song, I felt very rich. Now, I can't even buy the car I like. It's really a bit heartbreaking. It seems that I still need to find a way to get gold. If I build a gold mine in the future, will it be? Suddenly a vague idea gradually emerged in his mind. Jiang Bei suddenly seemed to have found his life goal. With so many supplies in the store, as long as he had enough gold, wouldn't he be able to rebuild the paradise on earth that he had always wanted? Thinking of this, Jiang Bei felt a little excited and a little nervous. Before, he just wanted to have food, drinks, and fun. Now I suddenly have an inspiration, and I feel that my life will not be boring from now on. Li Xiao, who had just walked out of the kitchen, looked at Jiang Bei with excitement on his face, not knowing what he was happy about. Looking at him with some curiosity. "Master, what's wrong with you? You look very happy." "Really? Do I look happy?" Jiang Bei turned around and looked at Li Xiao, who came out. "Yes, I am very happy." Li Xiao nodded affirmatively, like a chick pecking at rice. "Oh, it seems that I am really happy." Jiang Bei did not deny it either. "Come here and let me kiss you." Jiang Bei waved his hand maliciously at Li Xiao. It was reasonable that men were more energetic in the morning. Li Xiao obediently sat next to him. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful wife in front of him, and his hands couldn't help but climb directly onto the two soft peaks. A blush instantly appeared on Li Xiao's delicate face, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her sexy little mouth slightly opened, with a hint of sweetness. Jiang Bei looked at the beauty in front of him and kissed her sexy cherry lips hard. Master. Li Xiao wanted to speak, but Jiang Bei's tongue had already pried open his little mouth and was greedily sucking the sweet juice. She was also conquered by this sudden domineering attitude. She stopped talking and naturally wrapped her hands around Jiang Bei's neck, trying to respond to the man in front of her. Feeling the softness in his hands, Jiang Bei's interest was slowly aroused, and his hands began to move downwards. Li Xiao, who was immersed in the wonderful feeling, felt his master's hands slowly sliding downwards. The warm and slightly frosted feeling made Li Xiao feel soft all over. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered that her master still had an injury on his back. She forced herself to use up her remaining strength and gently pushed away Jiang Bei, who wanted to continue exploring. "Master, your back is still injured. You can't do too much strenuous exercise now." Li Xiao looked at the man in front of him with a red face and gently reminded him. Jiang Bei, who was in high spirits at the time, was forcibly terminated. Although she was a little unhappy, she thought that this was for her own good. She didn't know that she could move freely now. But he didn't say that he was almost recovered. After all, it was a bit unbelievable. Jiang Bei suddenly showed a wicked smile and said, "But I'm very angry now and feel very uncomfortable. What should I do?" Chapter 22 Dr. Huang, don't leave tonight. Jiang Bei took off his pajamas casually and looked at Li Xiao, whose face was blushing, in front of him with a hint of teasing. Hearing this, Li Xiao's delicate face flushed slightly, and she slowly knelt in front of Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei slowly closed his eyes. But he felt that her movements seemed unskilled, and then he opened his eyes and looked at Li Xiao, who was trying hard to please him. "Haven't you done this before?" Jiang Bei smiled and looked at Li Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground. "No, but don't worry, master. I will study hard." Li Xiao looked up at Jiang Bei with a pair of big watery eyes and replied vaguely, "So nice." Jiang Bei was very satisfied with this answer, then he closed his eyes and began to enjoy her tenderness. Boom boom boom. Just as Jiang Bei closed his eyes and was enjoying the gentle service from Li Xiao, there was a hurried knock on the door, interrupting the tranquility of the moment. "Owner." "Never mind, continue." Jiang Bei interrupted Li Xiao, who was about to speak. "Get benefits TXW Koani." At this time, a woman in a down jacket was knocking on the door outside, trembling all over. Even wearing a thick down jacket, it still couldn't hide the woman's perfect figure. She had a perfect model figure with 9 heads. If it weren't for the apocalyptic environment, one would have thought she was a model on the catwalk. She just had a white medicine box hanging on her shoulder, which clearly showed her identity. She was the beautiful doctor who treated Jiang Bei's wound yesterday. Huang Sighting. Huang Sighting, who was almost unable to bear the cold, looked at the door in front of her, which was unresponsive, wondering why the beautiful young woman had not come to open the door yet. Was she working? Huang Sighting knocked on the door again. And he started walking back and forth in front of the door, hoping to increase his temperature through exercise. After waiting for a few more minutes, the door finally opened. What are you doing? Why did you take so long to open the door? I'm almost freezing to death outside your door. Huang Sighting looked at Li Xiao, who was covering his mouth and opening the door, and complained with some dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Dr. Huang. What's that smell? Is it the scent of flowers? As soon as Huang Sighting entered the room, she smelled a scent that she had never smelled before in her life. Maybe. Hearing this, Li Xiao said perfunctorily with a guilty conscience. By the way, Dr. Huang, why did you come here so early in the morning? I came to see how the wounded are recovering and whether the wound has split. Generally, this kind of wound is very likely to have problems in the first 3 days after being sutured. I am worried. Huang Sighting said to Li Xiao beside her. Oh, that's really troublesome for Dr. Huang to care so much about my master's injury. Li Xiao smiled slightly and did not expose the beautiful doctor's lies. I can also take this opportunity to brainwash this beautiful doctor, so that I can help my master to win over this beautiful doctor who has never had a boyfriend, which can make up for my regret. Master, Dr. Huang is here to check your wound. Li Xiao shouted to Jiang Bei, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, inviting Dr. Huang, who had just taken off his down jacket, to walk into the living room. Dr. Huang is here. Jiang Bei greeted politely. Jiang Bei looked at Huang Sighting walking into the living room and couldn't help but admire her in his heart, saying she had a really good way of matching. She has a delicate face, fair skin, and long hair scattered on her pink sweater. The light-colored jeans on her lower body set off her slender and straight long legs, and paired with a pair of white sneakers, she gives people a feeling of youth and vitality. It feels like seeing a campus beauty. Why are you sitting up? Your wound will easily open up in the first 3 days. Huang Sighting, who had just walked into the living room, looked at the young man sitting on the sofa and greeting her and said with dissatisfaction. Dr. Huang, don't be angry. My wound was sutured very well. After 2 days of recovery, I feel very good now. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful doctor in front of him, who looked a little cold at the moment, with a smile on his face. Anyway, I've told you, so you better be careful. If the wound opens, it will be more serious. Okay, Dr. Huang, I'll pay attention. Li Xiao, wash some fruit for Dr. Huang. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful doctor in front of him and quickly asked Li Xiao to serve some fruit. I know. After saying this, Li Xiao went into the kitchen to wash the fruit. Huang Sighting looked at the man who was dying yesterday, but now he was sitting on the sofa with a happy face and chatting happily. He didn't look hurt at all. She was puzzled but held back from asking. After all, I am not familiar with this man, and it seems impolite to ask so directly. By the way, did anyone knock on your door last night? Huang Sighting sat on the sofa and suddenly remembered that someone knocked on her door last night and asked the owners who had no food to gather on the 12th floor. She then asked about it. Last night? Jiang Bei thought about it carefully, but he didn't seem to have any impression. Then he asked Li Xiao, who was washing fruits, and got the same answer, that he didn't hear it. Did you hear wrongly? Jiang Bei looked at Huang Sighting with a smile on his face. How could that be? When I went out just now, I saw a small piece of bread at the door. Huang Sighting responded unconvinced. Bread? A small piece? Left at the door? When Jiang Bei heard this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Could it be that someone wants to gather these owners who have nowhere else to go, but what is the purpose of gathering them? After all, everyone is so hungry that they have no strength left. Even if they want to do something, they have to gather those who have supplies. Jiang Bei was a little confused, and suddenly he thought of a possibility. Are they going to take advantage of these people who are already facing a survival crisis and do something that goes against human nature? After all, people with supplies will not go out in such bad weather. But there must be a big purpose for gathering so many people, either for disaster relief or to steal supplies. As for the former possibility, Jiang Bei directly ruled it out, so the only thing left was to rob supplies. If he wanted to control so many people who were out of food and make them listen to him, he would definitely need a large amount of supplies as rewards, as well as promises. The person with the most supplies in this building is Wang Songsong, who had been frantically buying supplies in the group before, and the other one is the group of robbers who have killed 2 owners. Wang Songsong should not cause trouble for himself, so it seems that there are only those 2 people. Thinking of the 2 people who escaped the day before yesterday, Zhang Bei now understood the whole story of what Huang's sighting said. It seems that they have realized what is happening and want to take advantage of my injury to seek revenge and steal supplies, but they are afraid of the gun in my hand, so they found a group of cannon fodder. Zhang Bei figured out the whole cause and effect of the incident and sneered unconsciously. Hey, what do you mean by that sneer? Huang Xiyu looked at Zhang Bei, who had been silent for a long time after she finished speaking. Now he sneered again. She thought he was laughing at her and questioned him directly with dissatisfaction. Anti-disconnection speed adds stomach core. Dr. Huang misunderstood. It has nothing to do with you. I just suddenly figured out something. Zhang Bei laughed casually. The fruit is here, Master. Dr. Huang, please eat the fruit quickly. At this time, Li Xiao brought the washed fruits and placed them on the tea table. By the way, Dr. Huang, don't leave tonight. When Li Xiao and Huang Sighting, 2 extremely beautiful women, heard this, they simultaneously turned their heads to look at the man sitting on the sofa. Chapter 23 Dr. Huang, take a gamble? What did you say? The 2 asked in unison. Then the 2 looked at each other, feeling a little awkward. Huang Sighting was shocked, while Li Xiao was surprised. Neither of them expected him to say this. Looking at the 2 girls' reactions, Zhang Bei grinned. Don't think too much. We asked Dr. Huang to stay here tonight out of consideration for her safety. Master, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't really understand what it means. Li Xiao and Huang Sighting looked at him in confusion at the same time. Dr. Huang, didn't you just say that someone knocked on your door last night? Yes, someone knocked on the door, but does this have any direct connection with safety? Huang Sighting was a little confused about what he meant by this. That's it. Zhang Bei spent half an hour finishing the book and explained his guesses, why he was injured, and the causes and consequences. Seeing that the 2 of them still seemed to understand vaguely, Zhang Bei simply didn't bother to explain any further. How about this, Dr. Huang, let's make a bet. What's the bet? If your door is still intact tomorrow morning, I'll give you 2 Alaskan king crabs, how about that? What if it's incomplete? If it's incomplete, you can clean my entire house. How about that? Do you dare to bet? Zhang Bei looked at the beautiful doctor in front of him provocatively and said. Okay, I'm stuck, but I still can't live here today. Huang Sighting thought about it. She didn't believe that someone would knock on her door at night. Although she wanted to live here, the man in front of her asked her to stay, so she stayed. Who did she think she was? At least he should come to her 3 times. Whatever you want, just give me your house key and I'll drop something off at your place. Zhang Bei did not stop him when he saw this. What are you going to put there? Of course I installed surveillance cameras at the door. Otherwise, how would I know if your door is intact? TSK, I don't believe it anyway. Huang Sighting said she didn't believe it, but she honestly took the house key out of her pocket and handed it to Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei got the key, got up and walked into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, he came out wearing a top-grade polar suit and holding a box of tools. You guys stay at home first, I'm going to go out for a while and we'll be back soon. After saying that, he took the tools and walked out of the room. Master, be careful of the injury on your back. Li Xiao reminded worriedly. Zhang Bei didn't answer again, but just waved his hand to show that he understood. Zhang Bei walked out of the room and felt the temperature outside. At this time, the temperature outside was estimated to be -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. However, I did not feel the cold. I have to say that this set of equipment I was wearing had no other problems except that it was expensive. Zhang Bei came to the 22nd floor, took out the key, opened the door of room 101, and walked in. When he entered the house, he looked around. It was indeed a house for girls. The whole house was mainly pink, with various dolls and of course quite a few medical tools. After a tour, Zhang Bei installed pinhole cameras at several suitable locations in the house, as well as a low-temperature resistant portable Wi-Fi to provide network for the cameras. After the installation, Zhang Bei walked out of the room and installed a few more pinhole cameras in inconspicuous places in the corridor, so that he could observe all movements up to the 22nd floor from all directions. After all the cameras are installed. He took out his mobile phone and opened the app that controls all cameras, ready to test the clarity and whether each camera was operating normally. After making sure that all the cameras were functioning properly, he locked the door again and walked upstairs. Walking back to the 23rd floor, Zhang Bei stopped to think and decided to install surveillance as well, so that he could detect danger in time and avoid the same situation as last time, when he was almost killed because of no precautions. This was something Zhang Bei absolutely could not tolerate now. After the installation was completed, he still took out a few buckets of mineral water and began to pour them evenly along the 23rd floor. It was no exaggeration to say that the temperature outside was freezing now. In just a short while, every step connecting the 22nd floor to the 23rd floor was frozen into sloping ice. Zhang Bei looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. With this simple ice ladder, if you want to sneak up at night, you may not be able to get up for a while. The unlucky ones may even lose their two front teeth. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He opened the door and walked back to his home. "Master, you are back." Li Xiao heard the sound of the door, turned around and saw Zhang Bei walk in. He quickly stood up and walked to the door to take off his polar suit. "Well, what are you two talking about?" After Zhang Beibian took off his coat, he asked casually. "We didn't talk about anything. I just asked Miss Huang what her plans were for the future and whether she was interested in moving here to live with me." Li Xiao winked at him secretly while speaking. Zhang Bei understood what she meant instantly. She wanted him to be the first to get the upper hand. He didn't point it out, nor did he stop her. It was the end of the world, so if he could marry a beauty, he would just marry her, especially when she was such a stunning beauty. The most important thing is that he is a doctor, and this profession is really important to him. Although I have unlimited supplies, there is still a long time to go. There will always be times when your body feels unwell, and it is very necessary to have a doctor by your side when those times come. He is not worried about whether he can support a few women, but then again, if he wants, he can support as many beauties as he wants. However, now is not the time for him to consider these things. According to his own analysis and estimation, this group of people will most likely rush over either today or tomorrow. So the most important thing now is to prepare some methods to deal with them. Zhang Bei greeted them and walked into the bedroom to prepare for what to do next and deal with possible situations. At this time, the 22nd floor was extremely lively. There were already more than 20 people in the room. In less than 2 days, 6 or 7 more people had joined, and the supplies had also increased a lot. During these 2 days, Lu Chang led this group of people to rob 5 or 6 owners of supplies. 2 of them had abundant supplies, which suddenly gave Lu Chang's relief organization a lot more supplies. Many owners who had been out of food before were able to eat half full in the past 2 days. This also led to a considerable number of people supporting Lu Chang and approving of his selfish plundering doctrine. After 2 days of looting, Lu Chang slowly discovered that this group of people were more excited than himself when it came to looting supplies. This was something he had never expected. "I originally thought that I would need to kill a few more chickens before this group of people would get used to it, but I didn't expect that their ability to withstand it would be much greater than I thought. Brothers, have a good meal later, take a rest in the afternoon, and we will set out to continue in the evening." Lu Chang stood in the middle of the crowd and once again issued tasks for the evening. "Brother Chang, which floor are we going to tonight?" "Yes, Brother Chang, I can't wait. I want to apply for a door-kicking permit, it's so exciting." Seeing everyone's excitement, Lu Chang smiled. According to the information, there are a lot of supplies on the 22nd floor, and the owner is an extremely beautiful woman, who seems to be a doctor. Our target tonight is her house. Chapter 24 Huang Sightings Crisis. When everyone heard this, there was another cheer. "Okay, everyone, have a good rest this afternoon. Wang Lin will arrange for a few brothers to collect some more wood." After saying that, Lu Chang picked up a ham, sat in front of the fire and started eating. Wang Lin called a few people to go out and collect wood. After eating the distributed food, the rest of the people gathered around the fire to rest, play cards, and wait for the night to fall to experience the pleasure of breaking through their own morals. Human nature will change with the change of environment. Time passed quietly, and the originally white world began to become dim. In just a moment, the residential building that had been cut off from power became dark again. Huang Sighting turned her head and looked out the window, only to see that it was already dark outside. She stretched her stiff waist, revealing a bit of her fair skin, and her long legs trembled a bit as she moved. "Sister Xiao Xiao, it's getting late. I'll go back first." Huang Sighting stood up and prepared to go back to her home. Ting Ting, why don't you stay here today? Didn't the master say it's not safe for you to go back? Li Xiao looked at Huang Xiyu, who was about to go back with some worry. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Xiao, it's okay. If someone really knocks on the door, I'm not afraid. My door is very solid. I don't believe that someone would be crazy enough to knock on my door in such a cold night. Huang Xiting smiled and said. Okay, then you have to be careful. If you are in danger, remember to call me. Okay, Sister Xiao Xiao. Huang Xiting said she was about to leave. Wait, wear these shoes. I poured water on the stairs outside. There are ice cubes all over the shoes. Be careful when you walk. Jiang Bei came out of the bedroom, holding a pair of cotton shoes with steel nails on the soles. You are really careful. She smiled and took the cotton shoes Jiang Bei handed over and put them on. Of course, every failure is a learning experience. Jiang Bei shrugged. Okay, I'm leaving now. Please prepare the Alaskan king crab for me. I'll come get it tomorrow. After Huang Xiting finished speaking, she walked out of the room with a flashlight and headed towards her home. Master, are you really willing to let her go back by herself? Li Xiao, who was standing aside, looked at Huang Xiting's back and asked Jiang Bei in a low voice. That's fine. She doesn't believe that young people don't suffer a little. So let her experience the evil of human nature. Jiang Bei shook his head and closed the door. Huang Xiting, who had already reached the turning point of the stairs, looked at the space between the two floors. Each step had turned into a smooth slope of ice. If it weren't for the pair of spiked shoes given by Jiang Bei, she would probably have slipped down. Daily updates v. TXWKONE. Don't tell me this is a pretty good idea. After she finished her comments, she held onto the handrail and slowly walked down. After reaching the 22nd floor, she looked down at the stairs. Apart from the cold wind blowing in from time to time, she didn't find anything unusual. Then she opened the door of her house with confidence and walked in. The temperature at midnight is even more biting than during the day. In the vast white sky and earth, the only sound is the rustling sound of snow and the whistling cold wind. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a few faint lights appeared in the dark and cold corridor. The faint lights in the darkness grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into burning torches. Under the light of the flames, more than a dozen people were quietly climbing towards the 22nd floor. Soon the group arrived at the 22nd floor. Brother Chang, we're at the 22nd floor. Is this the hotel? A thin man wearing glasses stood at the door of room 101 and asked the person behind him with a flattering look on his face. Yes, this is the one. A man with a fierce face walked out of the crowd. It was Lu Chang. Brothers, prepare your weapons and knock down the door. After the man with glasses finished speaking, he immediately flashed behind Lu Chang, with an air of being a fox borrowing the power of a tiger to bully others. I saw 4 relatively strong middle-aged men holding a cylindrical object and pointing it at the keyhole of the door. Let us get started. Lu Chang waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, the man with glasses standing behind Lu Chang immediately stepped forward and said. Get ready, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Collide. As the man with glasses finished speaking, 4 middle-aged men, holding a cylindrical object, rammed the door lock with all their might. With a bang. With just one move, the security door that looked very sturdy from the outside was knocked open. The dozen or so people outside who saw what was happening cheered and rushed into the house. Huang Xiting, who was already asleep at this time, was awakened by the sudden noise. She jumped up without even having time to put on her clothes, picked up her fully charged cell phone and called Li Xiao. She didn't expect that Jiang Bei's guess was right and someone really dared to knock on the door. The anti-theft door that I bought at a high price turned out to be so flimsy that it was knocked open in just one move. Li Xiao, who was sleeping at this time, was awakened by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. As soon as the connect button was pressed, Huang Xiting's anxious voice came from the microphone. Sister Xiao Xiao, please save me. Someone really broke open the door of my house and broke in. Don't worry, I'll tell my master right away. Hearing this, Li Xiao got out of bed and ran out of the bedroom. As soon as I walked into the living room, I found that the lights were on. Jiang Bei was sitting on the sofa, watching the camera footage projected on the TV. Looking at Li Xiao, who ran out in his pajamas, he smiled and signaled him not to be anxious. Master, you didn't sleep. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei, who had a calm face, and knew that his master already had a way to save Huang Xiting, so he was not so anxious. He walked to his side, sat down, and looked at the surveillance screen in front of him. I saw more than a dozen people rushing into the living room and starting searching everywhere. Until a man walked to the door of the master bedroom and couldn't open it, so he turned around and looked at the leading man behind him. Brother Chang, the door is locked from the inside. It seems that the stunning beauty is inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang walked to the bedroom and tried, and sure enough, it was locked from the inside. It's really the two people who escaped. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked at the man appearing on the surveillance screen and chuckled. He got up and started packing his equipment, and took out something from the bedroom that stunned Li Xiao. At this time, Lu Chang's triumphant voice was heard from the surveillance footage. Beauty, I know you are in there. I heard that you are a doctor. We are here because one of our brothers is frostbitten and we need you to come out and help treat him. Please open the door. Humph, if you came to ask me to treat your illness, why did you knock on my door? Huang Sighting said angrily. This is not an emergency. I have no choice. Please forgive me, beautiful doctor. Please open the door first. I have brought the patient here. I promise that I am just seeing a doctor. Li Chang continued to deceive. Do you think I believe it? Huang Sighting replied directly. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, I will serve you some meat in front of the brothers. Seeing this, Lu Chang simply stopped pretending and started to knock on the door. Bang! Just a moment, the bedroom door was knocked open. Chapter 25 Hero Appearance. After the bedroom door was broken open, two people walked in holding torches. The originally dim room became several degrees brighter with the torch. Although it is not as bright as a lamp, it is still possible to see the environment inside the house clearly. Lu Chang looked inside the room. The entire bedroom had pink walls. On the left was a pink wardrobe, and on the right was a pink dressing table and a computer desk. There is also a small stove burning charcoal, and a pipe leads directly to the outside, so the temperature inside is slightly higher than outside. The largest area in the entire bedroom is a pink sofa bed, and there are several large dolls at the head of the bed. Behind the doll, a woman with a height of nearly 175 centimeters and a curvy figure was leaning against the wall, holding a desk lamp tightly in her hand, staring at herself with a hint of fear on her face. Her long hair was a little messy at this moment, just covering half of her face, but one could still tell that she was an extremely beautiful woman. Hey, little beauty, are you scared now? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Lu Chang looked at the top-notch person in front of him with an evil smile on his face. He also didn't expect that there were two top-notch women in one building. He failed to woo the top-notch married woman 2 days ago, which made him angry for a long time. When he thought about the boy upstairs getting the advantage, he also felt furious. God has blessed me with another top-quality gift today. My luck with romance has been unstoppable lately. Bah, get out of here, you stinky man, stay away from me. Huang Sighting waved the desk lamp in her hand, trying to scare away the man in front of her. At this moment, she regretted very much that she did not follow Jiang Bei's advice, otherwise she would not have been blocked in the bedroom. Looking at the dozen or so people outside, she felt a little desperate. Even if Jiang Bei came, he probably wouldn't be able to save her. She knew what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of these people. At this moment, she could only wave the desk lamp in her hand vigorously, hoping to stop them from advancing. But although the idea is good, the reality is cruel, and she is a weak girl after all. He was controlled in just a moment, and his only weapon, the desk lamp, was taken away and thrown on the ground. Hey, my little beauty, you can't scare me with just a lamp. Lu Chang walked towards the restrained Huang Sighting while laughing. Then he raised his hand and lifted the chin of the woman in front of him. The long black hair that had been covering half of her face slid to the side, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. Lu Chang was stunned. The doctor in front of him gave off completely different feelings compared to the top-notch wife. The former was intellectual, gentle, and arrogant. The beauty in front of him had a cold and aloof temperament, just like the little dragon girl in the TV series. Pa, take your dirty hands away. Huang Sighting spat directly on Lu Chang's face, trying to anger him and give herself a quick death. She is indeed a top-notch beauty. Even her saliva is sweet. Lu Chang licked his lips excitedly. Abnormal. Huang Sighting felt a little nauseous at this time. Tie her hands. Okay, Brother Chang. Hearing this, the man with glasses took immediate action. Huang Sighting knew what she was going to face next and began to struggle frantically, but the two men beside her held her arms tightly. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Her hands were tied tightly behind her back and she was pushed onto the bed. You guys start a fire in the living room and take a break. We'll leave when I'm comfortable. Lu Chang waved his hand and said. Okay, Brother Chang, I'll make the arrangements, just enjoy yourself. The man with glasses closed the bedroom door with a flattering look on his face. There was only a man and a woman left in the bedroom. Lu Chang looked at the top doctor with his hands tied, twisting his slender body constantly. His inner desire became stronger and stronger, so he pounced on him. No, please, let me go, don't. Huang Xiting cried and begged the man to let her go, but it was of no use, instead it made him even more excited. At this time, Huang Xiting had tears in her eyes and was shouting for help. My little beauty, let your brother love you well. Looking at the beautiful woman crying, Lu Chang was even more proud. He stretched out his hands with a lewd smile on his face. Huang Xiting looked at the hands reaching out to her, closed her eyes in despair, and a line of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Da-day-day. Just when she was in despair, a dull and rapid sound came from outside, and then everything fell silent. What's that noise? What's going on outside? Hearing something unusual outside, Lu Chang immediately stopped thinking about continuing and asked loudly. But no one outside answered him. Lu Chang immediately felt something was wrong, picked up the machete beside him, slowly walked to the door, and put his ear close to the door to listen to what was going on. After listening for a few seconds, Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he didn't hear any sound. Bang! Suddenly the door was kicked open. Lu Chang, whose ears had not yet left the door, screamed and flew backwards. The computer desk at the back was also knocked over by Lu Chang, and the computer, daily necessities, etc. were scattered all over the floor. Huang Xiting, who was already in despair, looked at Lu Chang who was knocked away. A glimmer of hope rose in her heart and she turned to look at the door. She wanted to know who saved her. A beam of light illuminated the kicked-in door, and in the mottled light one could see dust and wood chips flying in the air. A tall figure walked in slowly, like a hero in a movie. Because of the backlight, Huang Xiting couldn't see the face of the person who came in at this time, but even though it was just a figure at the moment, it was deeply engraved in her heart and could never be erased. The man who walked into the room saw Huang Xiting lying on the bed with her clothes in disarray and her face covered with tears. He walked over quickly, took off his coat, and covered Huang Xiting with it, revealing a large area of skin. Huang Xiting looked at the gentle movements of the man in front of her, and a different feeling arose in her heart. When the faint light fell on the man's face, she could see clearly who the hero was who saved her at her most desperate moment. After seeing the face of the person coming, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into the arms of the man in front of her, crying bitterly. I cried so sadly and so desperately. I'm sorry, I'm late. With me here, no one will dare to bully you again. A cold and familiar voice came into the ears of Lu Chang who was knocked away. Lu Chang looked at the beautiful woman who was about to get him, and she threw herself into his arms again. A surge of jealous anger rushed straight to his brain. Jiang Bei. It's you again. Go to hell. Lu Chang roared, picked up the machete that had fallen to the side, and chopped towards Jiang Bei. Chapter 26 Capturing the Beauty's Heart. Looking at Lu Chang who was rushing towards him with a knife, he just smiled coldly and slowly raised his right hand. Bang! A dull gunshot was heard. Lu Chang, who had just climbed up, felt a sharp pain in his right leg and then fell to the ground. The knife in his hand also fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Okay, baby, stop crying and watch how I will avenge you. Jiang Bei patted Huang Xiting's back and comforted her as she was still crying in his arms. Hate it, who is your baby? She was crying in his arms at this moment. When she heard Jiang Bei's voice, she stopped crying. Her pretty face turned red and she couldn't help but said shyly. Looking at Huang Xiting who was no longer crying in his arms, Jiang Bei chuckled, helped her up, put the polar suit on her and zipped it up. Huang Xiting looked at the man who was tidying up her coat with a blushing face, and a sense of happiness rose in her heart. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Bei turned around. Looking at Lu Chang who was lying on the ground struggling in pain, he said. I let you run away last time, let's see how you can run away today. If I hadn't been so slow to react last time, I would have thrown you downstairs. Lu Chang knew that he couldn't escape death today, so he just started talking nonsense. Oh, I'm afraid, but I haven't reacted yet. You're quite good at flattering yourself. Jiang Bei mocked directly. Boy, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. What's the point of holding a gun? I'll give you a leg. Do you dare? Lu Chang roared. Provocation? I like it. Jiang Bei's mouth curled up. No, let's go quickly. Your back is still injured. He knows that you have an injury, so he wants to challenge you to a duel. Don't fall for his trick. Huang Xiting, who was standing by, heard this and hurried out to stop him. She knew that Jiang Bei couldn't do too much movement because of the injury on his back, otherwise the wound would definitely split again. Now there were no full blood bags to give him a blood transfusion. Shut up, bitch. The fight between men has nothing to do with you. Seeing that Jiang Bei was about to agree, Huang Xiting came out to stop him, and Lu Chang became so angry that he started cursing. Shut your stinky mouth, my woman, you are not worthy to talk to her. Jiang Bei interrupted him. What? Are you scared, kid? If you are, you can refuse. He endured the severe pain in his leg and continued to provoke. Afraid? You are not worthy yet, but since you want to fight alone, I will give you this chance. Jiang Bei chuckled and said. Jiang Bei, don't. Huang Xiting was about to persuade him, but was interrupted by him waving his hand. Okay, you have guts. When Lu Chang saw that he agreed, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly stood up, holding on to the wall with his left hand. Tell me, what's wrong with the one-on-one fight? Jiang Bei walked up to Lu Chang and said calmly. It's simple, it depends on who dies first. Suddenly, before Lu Chang could finish his words, a dagger appeared in his right hand and he slashed it towards Jiang Bei's neck. Careful. Huang Xiting, who was standing by, closed her eyes subconsciously when she saw this scene. Lu Chang looked at the boy in front of him who was about to successfully cut his throat and a smile began to appear on his face. This boy was still too young. Just when he thought everything was about to end, Jiang Bei in front of him suddenly dodged the blade, which was bound to hit him. What? He actually dodged it? Lu Chang looked at the dagger in his hand in disbelief. There was no trace of blood on it, proving that he had indeed missed. Your back is injured, why are you reacting so quickly? Lu Chang stared blankly at Jiang Bei in front of him and asked. Huang Xiting, who was standing by, heard the conversation and only then dared to open her eyes. When she saw Jiang Bei standing there unharmed, her eyes were full of disbelief. With the injury on Jiang Bei's back, he couldn't have avoided the blow just now. Guess what? Jiang Bei grinned, then threw a punch forward. Lu Chang had no time to dodge and was hit hard in the face. After a scream, Lu Chang spat out a mouthful of blood with a few teeth in it. Jiang Bei then quickly stepped forward, snatched the dagger from his hand, and began to hit his face frantically until all his teeth were knocked out. Only then did Jiang Bei stop. Looking at the dying Lu Chang, Jiang Bei stood up, took out a bottle of water from his pocket, and washed the blood off his hands. Originally he wanted to send him directly to see the King of Hell, but then he thought that this would be too easy for him. Baby, turn your head away and don't look. Jiang Bei said to Huang Xiting beside him. Why? She asked in confusion. Because the following scene is not suitable for children. Jiang Bei smiled crookedly. Oh. He glanced at Huang Xiting who turned around, then took out a hot weapon and aimed it between Lu Chang's legs. Da-day-day. After a few dull sounds, Lu Chang, who was already dying, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain and then fainted completely. Those of you who are still alive outside, get some of them in here. Looking at the unconscious Lu Chang, Jiang Bei shouted directly to the living room. A few seconds later, several trembling men walked in. Big brother, is there anything I can tell you? One of the men wearing glasses said in a trembling voice. You guys carry him down, don't let him die, take good care of him. Jiang Bei took out some hemostatic drugs from his pocket and threw them to the man with glasses. Okay, big brother. The man with glasses took the medicine handed over by Jiang Bei, put it in his pocket, and began to carry Lu Chang who had fainted. When he saw Lu Chang's legs that had been beaten to pieces, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. When he looked up again and saw that the area between her legs had been beaten to pieces, the man with glasses suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. A chill rushed up from his back to his head, and at this moment he actually had a feeling that the temperature outside was not that cold. Let's go. After arranging things, Jiang Bei said to Huang Xiting beside him. I want to pack up some usable stuff. Huang Xiting looked at some of the things in her house that were still usable and said reluctantly. No, just tell me what you want and I'll give you a new one. Jiang Bei looked at the mess inside the house and refused directly. All right. Huang Sighting nodded in agreement. After walking out of the living room, looking at the bodies on the ground, Jiang Bei called out to the people who were about to go downstairs. Before noon, clear out everything in here and then send me a message. I need your help with something else. Jiang Bei directly threw a mobile phone and a power bank to the man with glasses and said, I understand. The man with glasses took the mobile phone and power bank handed over by Jiang Bei, carefully put them into his pocket, bent towards him, and carried the unconscious Lu Chang downstairs. Let's go. Jiang Bei looked at Huang Sighting, who was clinging to him, and said softly, Huang Sighting nodded obediently. Just as Jiang Bei was holding Huang Sighting's hand and walking out, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 27 Master, let her sleep in your room tonight. Warning! 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 Host, please note that in the next 3 days, there will be a series of strong earthquakes of magnitude 5 in this city. Please evacuate to a safe area in time. Host, please note that in the next 7 days, there will be a series of strong earthquakes of magnitude 7 in this city. Please evacuate to a safe area in time. Host, please note that in the next 15 days, there will be random destructive earthquakes of magnitude 10 around the world. Please evacuate to a safe area in time. Note, this city is one of the locations. 3 consecutive warnings gave Jiang Bei a splitting headache. What's wrong with you? Huang Sighting, who was standing by, looked at Jiang Bei, who suddenly covered his head and asked worriedly. It's okay, I just have a sudden headache. It's okay, I'll be fine after a while. Jiang Bei waved his hand. Let's go. Jiang Bei relaxed for a moment, then the bone marrow deep coldness made him sneeze uncontrollably. He gave his polar suit to Huang Sighting, and he only had one warm suit left. Although it was also top-notch, it was still far inferior to professional polar suits. So now I could only pull her upstairs quickly. After a moment, the two ran to the top floor, opened the door and walked in. Only after entering the house did Jiang Bei feel the warmth. Li Xiao, who was anxiously waiting in the house at this time, immediately brought out 2 cups of ginger sugar water from the kitchen. Master, Sister Tingting, drink some ginger sugar water quickly. Thank you, Sister Xiao Xiao. After Huang Sighting finished speaking, she picked up a cup and handed it to Jiang Bei beside her. Drink quickly, and give me your coat. It must be very cold now. Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this scene. It seems that there is no need for me to match them up, this time the master may be able to win it himself. The heroic act of saving the beauty at the critical moment was clearly seen by Li Xiao on the surveillance camera. Okay, Sister Tingting, there are 2 cups, both of you have a share, this is yours. Li Xiao teased in a sarcastic tone. Huang Sighting blushed upon hearing this. She took the other cup of ginger sugar water from Li Xiao and started drinking it, but she kept glancing at Jiang Bei beside her from time to time. After drinking the ginger and sugar water, Jiang Bei took the equipment into the bedroom. Although they were frightened when they first saw these weapons, they were both smart and tactful and did not ask where these things came from. After placing his weapon, he walked out again and sat on the sofa in the living room, recalling the 3 warning messages that had just appeared in his mind. Master, what are you thinking about? You look a little strange. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei, who seemed a little bit strange since he came back, and asked. Is the wound broken? Do you want me to take a look? Huang Sighting, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask when she saw this. We are going to leave here within the next half-month. Jiang Bei thought for a long time and finally decided to tell the 2 people. After all, they were not outsiders now. Why? The 2 girls asked in unison. According to the accurate information I have received, there will be 3 strong earthquakes in the next half-month, especially the last one, which is estimated to reach a magnitude of 10. What? A magnitude 10 earthquake? The 2 girls looked at Jiang Bei sitting on the sofa in disbelief. Since records began, the highest earthquake magnitude known to have occurred is only 9.5, which has already triggered huge tsunamis and land displacement. It is conceivable how great a disaster would be if it was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Yes, so we have at most a week to prepare. Our community can still withstand the first 2 level 5 and level 7 attacks, but we definitely can't withstand level 10. Jiang Bei told us what he had estimated. Master, what should we do? It's snowing so heavily outside and we can't go anywhere else. Li Xiao said worriedly. Now that I've told you this, I must have thought of a solution, but now I need you 2 to make a choice. Jiang Bei looked at the 2 girls and said. What choice? The two girls looked at him at the same time. The first option is that I will find a safe place for the two of you and prepare sufficient supplies and equipment for you. You just need to stay there peacefully until the disaster is over. What about the second one? The second option is to follow me, but it will be very dangerous and the living conditions will not be as good as the first option. Okay, you two think about it carefully. Which one you choose, just tell me tomorrow morning. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he prepared to get up and go back to sleep. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao only thought for a few seconds, then looked at each other and said together. We thought it through. Jiang Bei, who had just turned around, heard the voice and looked back at the two girls in surprise. You've chosen so quickly? Which one do you choose? We want to follow you. Wherever you go, we'll go. The two girls said in unison. Since you have chosen to follow me, I need to make some things clear to you two in advance. You two can follow me, but you two are not the first, and you will definitely not be the last. Do you understand? I understand, Master. I will be satisfied as long as I can be by your side and take care of you. Li Xiao smiled and said that she didn't have too many thoughts, so she didn't care about what he said. Jiang Bei was very satisfied with Li Xiao's answer, and then looked at Huang Xiting, the beautiful doctor. In fact, he had already made up his mind. No matter whether she agreed or not, he would not let her go just for the sake of her profession as a doctor. The reason for doing this is to avoid possible troubles in the future. However, Jiang Bei didn't know that this idea today helped his harem avoid many conflicts. I understand, and I can accept that. Huang Xiting finally agreed to Jiang Bei's request. Thinking of her appearance and the advantage of never having a boyfriend, she felt that even if there were other women in the future, she would be able to become his principal wife based on her own strength. Okay, now that you've made up your mind, go to bed early. Jiang Bei waved his hand and went back to the bedroom. Master, please don't leave yet. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei, who was about to return to the bedroom, and shouted. What else do you want? Jiang Bei turned and looked at Li Xiao. Where is Sister Ting staying tonight? Of course I live with you. My bed is too small, your bed is big, so let Sister Ting live with you tonight. After saying this, Li Xiao pushed Huang Xiting towards Jiang Bei's bedroom. He quickly walked back to his room and closed the door. Jiang Bei certainly knew what Li Xiao meant, but he really had no plans in that regard tonight. He was still thinking about how to prepare for the next earthquake. Seeing Huang Xiting, who was lowering her head and picking her fingers, showing no intention of refusing, Jiang Bei could not take the initiative to refuse. After all, she was a top-notch beauty. If he could still hold back, he would be ashamed of his parents who fed him. Go take a shower first. I'll prepare a set of pajamas for you and leave them at the door. Remember to put them on. Jiang Bei pointed to the bathroom. Huang Xiting nodded, then walked into the bathroom with a blushing face. Chapter 28 First time? Jiang Bei changed into pajamas and lay on the bed, thinking about his next plan. According to the warning timeline given by the system, a magnitude 10 earthquake will occur in at most half a month, which means we have at most 12 days to prepare. We need to leave 3 days in advance to travel. It is snowing heavily outside and the ice is so thick that it is really difficult to walk. It seems that I have to collect gold quickly and buy a terrestrial RV to get out of the current outdoor environment. At this time, he thought of the outdoor snow RV worth 2,000 grams of gold that he had checked 2 days ago. Since it was the most expensive snowmobile, he believed it should be able to cope with the environment outside. The most important thing now is how to collect enough gold. Alternate number Weishin, T. It seems that we have to risk exposing our own system and use supplies to exchange large quantities of supplies within the community. Jiang Bei murmured. This was the fastest way he could think of to solve the problem. Things like this have to be done as quickly as possible. While everyone is still unable to react, exchange as much gold as possible and leave here as quickly as possible. However, it is definitely unrealistic to change it by yourself, so you need someone to help you change it. It may be unrealistic to rely on 2 girls. It seems that I can only look for suitable people in the building. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei took out his cell phone and sent a message to the man wearing glasses. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, bring everyone you know and wait for me at 101 on the 22nd floor. Shortly after he sent the message, he received another message from the man with glasses, saying that the message had been received and would definitely arrive on time tomorrow. Let us try this group of people tomorrow to see if they can be used. Let us gather all the people in this building first. He analyzed the needs of the people in the building and found that most of them lacked food and survival supplies. So if we use food, I believe more than half of the people can accept it. But there are definitely some people who have enough supplies and want some other supplies, such as coal, stoves, and even power banks. In this way, I believe I can collect most of the gold in the building. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei had a plan in mind. Tomorrow, he would let this group of people go out to explore the needs in the building first. According to the needs, they would prepare the necessary things and set up a large-scale trading venue. Try to collect as much gold as possible in a very short time so that you can have it in case of emergency. But if too many supplies are exposed now, there will definitely be people with bad intentions, so I have to prepare some things that can scare people in advance. In order to prevent some accidents from happening, thinking of this, Jiang Bei decided to buy a few more sets of bulletproof vests to protect his key parts first, and then buy a few grenades as a backup for range attacks to prevent the appearance of large groups. If there are some ignorant people on the floor, I don't mind giving them one to try. But how to transport the supplies out is a problem. At the moment, we definitely cannot let those people downstairs come into our house, otherwise we will not be able to explain the source of these supplies. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea, which was to use the house opposite as a transit station, and his own house as a warehouse, and tell others that it was an e-commerce business before. This statement was much more reasonable. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was trying to perfect the details, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Squeak. The bedroom door was pushed open. Consolidating, who is 175 centimeters tall, has undried water drops on her delicate and perfect face. A pair of black framed glasses perched on her delicate nose makes her look even more pure and sexy. She was wearing a white nurse cap and a white nurse uniform. Her long, straight legs were covered with a pair of white stockings, but they only went up to the knees, revealing the remaining half of her snow-white legs. She was wearing white flat shoes and walked in slowly. Jiang Bei sat up directly, looking at this set of pure desire style, matched with her model-like figure and beauty that is not inferior to that of a school beauty. He couldn't help but admire it. It is really a masterpiece of God. Do I look good? Consolidating looked at Jiang Bei, blushing, and asked softly. Very beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven. Jiang Bei's heartfelt praise. Humph, you slick-tongued, stinky man. She called the man a stinky boy, but she felt happy in her heart. Whether your lips are greasy or not, whether your tongue is slippery or not, you will know in a moment. Jiang Bei smiled evilly and said, Come here and sit on my lap. Jiang Bei waved his hand at the now extremely beautiful girl and motioned her to come over. She walked over slowly and obediently. When she walked to Jiang Bei, he hugged her and pulled her onto his legs, and a scent of her body came over her. Ah, something hit me. He just finished speaking and then seemed to think of something. His face suddenly turned red. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Consolidating blushed and whispered. Ah, it's okay. Jiang Bei smiled wickedly, then picked up the beauty in his arms and slowly put her on the bed. She closed her eyes nervously, not daring to look at the man in front of her. Looking at the beautiful girl lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Jiang Bei chuckled. His slender fingers slid across her beautiful face, then her swan neck, and finally landed on the first button on her chest. Her tense body trembled, then relaxed. With a flick of his finger, the first button popped open, followed by the second, the third. Looking at the stunning scenery before him at this moment, like a piece of flawless white jade, he couldn't let it go. After taking off his pajamas, Jiang Bei slowly approached her. Looking at her, whose eyes were still closed and whose whole body was glowing white, and whose cherry-like mouth exuded an orchid-like fragrance, he could no longer hold back and kissed her directly. She suddenly felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. You've never been kissed? He asked. Yes, the first time, she replied. In fact, he felt that her movements were a little clumsy, so he began to guide her step by step. Gradually, she, who had no experience in kissing, slowly felt the wonderful feeling, and her hands climbed up his neck unconsciously, immersed in it. He took one of her hands and held it, interlocked his fingers, pressed it on top of her head, and slowly kissed her forehead, the corner of her mouth, her swan neck. It will be fine in a moment. He comforted softly. She responded softly. Suddenly she frowned, and the hand that was not bound tightly grasped the bedsheet. The bent knuckles of her fingers were particularly beautiful. At some point, only one wall lamp was left in the room, and the dim light spread throughout the bedroom, dimly illuminating two figures entangled tightly together. Chapter 29 The snow has stopped? This is just the calm before the storm. Master, master, hurry up, the snow is stopped outside. Jiang Bei, who was sleeping soundly, heard the sound coming from outside the door and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Huang Xiting, who was still sleeping, Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile. He had exhausted her last night. It took 2 whole hours. He didn't expect that he was so good and didn't feel tired at all. If she really couldn't stand it, it might have lasted longer. He carefully moved the long legs that were draped over him to the side, then got out of bed, put on his pajamas, and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as Jiang Bei walked out of the bedroom, he saw Li Xiao standing at the window looking at the scenery outside. Has the snow stopped? Jiang Bei walked to the dining table, picked up a fried dough stick and started eating. Yes, it stopped, it finally stopped. Li Xiao turned around happily, sat opposite Jiang Bei, and started eating breakfast. If the snow stops, it means that there will be a bigger disaster waiting for us next. He took a sip of milk and then looked out the window. Yes, if the master hadn't had the news and knew in advance that there would be a magnitude 10 earthquake, I would have thought the end of the world was coming. Li Xiao looked a little frustrated. Why? You want the apocalypse to end so badly? Jiang Bei raised his eyebrows. Master, no, don't get me wrong. I just feel bored staying at home all day. I don't have any other intentions. Li Xiao quickly explained. Don't be nervous, I was just kidding. I'm actually bored too. In a few days, we can go out and change the environment. Jiang Bei chuckled and said. But master, even if the snow stops, how can we get out? We don't have a car or a sled. Can we avoid a magnitude 10 earthquake just by walking? Don't worry, you'll know in a few days. Jiang Bei pretended to be mysterious and said. Okay, take your time eating. Call Tingting for dinner later. Change the sheets, by the way. They are all in the storage room. I'm going to go across the street and wait for someone. Jiang Bei looked at the time and it was only a few minutes until 9 o'clock. Yeah, I know. Li Xiao nodded obediently and began to help him put on the cold-resistant suit. Then he walked out the door carrying a bag of buns and soy milk. Jiang Bei had just walked to the door of room 101 on the 22nd floor when he saw someone in the opposite room had already lit a fire and was warming himself by the fire, gnawing on a hardened piece of bread. The man with glasses who was warming himself by the fire noticed Jiang Bei approaching the door the first time he saw him. He immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile on his face. You guys came early, that's great. This is for you. Eat it while it's hot. Jiang Bei threw the things in his hand to the man with glasses and asked him to distribute them to everyone. The man with glasses quickly took the thing from his hand, opened it, and almost cried. It turned out to be fresh buns and hot soy milk. Big brother, is this for us? The man with glasses had a look of disbelief on his face. This was the first time he had seen such a good breakfast in all these days. Things that I used to look down upon have now become delicacies that I never dared to dream of. Yes, I need you to help me with something today, so eat quickly. Jiang Bei urged. Okay. The man with glasses turned and walked towards the people around the fire. Brothers, here are fresh hot buns and hot soy milk to eat. His voice was a little choked. What? Hot buns? And soy milk? Everyone who was munching on hard bread by the fire was stunned. Yes, you see, it's true. As the man with glasses spoke, he took out a steaming bun and a bag of steaming soy milk from his bag and showed them to everyone. Crash! When everyone saw the buns and soy milk in the glasses' hands, they immediately surrounded him. Seeing everyone's fiery eyes, he didn't hesitate any longer and started distributing buns and soy milk. In the end, everyone got 2 buns and a bag of soy milk. Everyone couldn't wait to start eating the buns and drinking soy milk. Even though the corners of their mouths were twitching from the burns, they were still reluctant to let go of the food, closing their eyes and savoring the flavor of the food from before the end of the world. Gradually, everyone's eyes began to moisten. No one had expected that in less than a month, the world would have undergone such earth-shaking changes. Jiang Bei couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. If he wasn't lucky, he might not be much better than them. Then he shook his head and put aside this compassionate thought. In this situation, it is not advisable to be a saint. When I become stronger in the future, I can have compassion on the world. Okay, stop dawdling and finish your meal. I have something to arrange for you. If you do a good job, you will have plenty of buns and soy milk, and you will have an extra meal at noon. As soon as Jiang Bei said this, everyone who was originally in a low mood immediately came to their senses and quickly finished the buns and soy milk in their hands. But when Jiang Bei glanced at the crowd, he found that there was a middle-aged man with a thin figure but energetic eyes who did not eat, but put the buns and soy milk carefully into his arms. "Why don't you eat? I need you to have strength to do the work I'm going to arrange next," Jiang Bei said coldly. "I can still do the work you assign to me even if I don't eat." Jiang Bei was quite surprised that the middle-aged man did not behave humbly for taking Jiang Bei's food. After all, this group of people had seen his methods yesterday, and he didn't expect that this man was so courageous. "Since you are so strong, why do you want to participate in the action of robbing other owners?" Jiang Bei said sarcastically. "I wasn't involved in what you said," he said slowly. Then how did you get here today?" Jiang Bei was a little surprised and turned to look at the man with glasses. "Brother, he is my cousin. I called him here. He has some strength. Maybe he can help you, right?" the man with glasses explained hurriedly. After hearing this, Jiang Bei probably understood and didn't say anything more. As long as he had the strength, it would be fine. "Okay, next, let me tell you the purpose of calling everyone here today. I hope you listen carefully. If you don't understand, just ask." "Do you understand?" "I understand." Everyone nodded. "The task we are going to do today is simple, but also difficult. It is climbing stairs." "Climbing stairs?" Everyone who heard this looked at each other. "That's right, climbing stairs. Of course, climbing stairs is just the basics. The most important thing is that I need you to help me complete something." Hearing this, everyone straightened up, realizing the key point. When you walk to each floor, you must knock on every door and ask if they want food. As long as it is food, drink, or daily necessities, I can exchange it for anything you want. But the prerequisite is that it must be gold or pure gold jewelry. Apart from gold, I don't want anything else. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone started whispering to each other. "Boss, food is so scarce right now, why are you exchanging it for gold? Does this mean the disaster is about to end? Do you want to take this opportunity to make a fortune?" a young man asked excitedly. Chapter 30 Whip? Candle? End? Humph, you will know in 2 days whether it will end or not. As for why we exchange it for gold, that is not your concern. Jiang Bei sneered and said. "As long as you do this well, I will provide you with 3 meals a day, and you will be full." Hearing this, everyone cheered. "But if I find that you are not working hard, don't blame me for being rude. I don't give you my food for free." Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Bei snorted coldly. "Okay, you guys go back and gather here again at noon, at 12 o'clock. I will provide you with lunch and you can set off in the afternoon. Also remember, it's not just our building. People near us can also go. I will give each person who trades the most grams of gold every day a roast chicken as a reward." When everyone heard Jiang Bei's last words, they all exclaimed. Then everyone dispersed. Jiang Bei also returned to the top floor to prepare some tools for distribution in the afternoon. In order to facilitate communication and demonstrate strength, he decided to arrange 2 people into a group. Each group was equipped with a mobile phone so that they could supervise each other. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Jiang Bei packed up his tools and supplies and walked downstairs. On the way downstairs, he prepared meals for more than a dozen people from the store and carried them downstairs. As soon as he reached the door, he discovered that there were several more people in the room than in the morning. "Why do I feel like there are more people here than in the morning?" Jiang Bei looked at the man with glasses on the side. "Boss, these 3 people missed the trip in the morning and came back in the afternoon." The man with glasses explained. "Have you told them my request?" "As I said, they all know the content very well." "Very good, then divide the rice, 1 portion for each person." Jiang Bei put the food in his hand on the ground and said. Soon, everyone finished their meal. Jiang Bei looked at the people who had finished their meal. He counted the number of people and found that there were 12 of them in total, which could be divided into 6 groups. "Listen, there are 12 people in total. I will divide them into 6 groups, 2 people in each group. Each group will be equipped with a mobile phone with signal. I need you to send back information. If you have any questions, ask me in time. Do you understand?" "Clear." Everyone nodded. "Okay, next, Let's start dividing into groups. You're in one group. You two are a team. After a while, the 12 people were assigned by Jiang Bei, and each group was given a mobile phone with their friends on it and marked with a number. I will send the food exchange standards to your mobile phones, remember to check. Okay, you can set off now. Jiang Bei waved his hand after he finished speaking, and everyone walked out one after another. Anti-disconnection speed increased stomach core, TXW Con E. After everyone left, Jiang Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everything was arranged, it all depended on their feedback today. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Jiang Bei Nan said, then sat next to the fire, took out a few plates of lamb skewers from the store, and grilled them together. Ding dong. About an hour and a half later, Jiang Bei received the first message from the 6 groups of people who had gone out. Boss Jiang, we have already negotiated with a family. This owner wants 10 kilograms of pork, a bag of rice, and 5 kilograms of apples per set. Very good, if you can carry more supplies, you can contact another one. If you can't carry more, you can come back to pick up the goods. Jiang Bei. Okay, got it. Group 1. Soon, other groups also began to report the details of the replacement materials to Jiang Bei. 1 box of bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 5 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of oranges. 3 groups. 1 bag of rice, 30 caddies of pork, 3 roast chickens, 10 caddies of apples, 10 pairs of stockings. 5 sets. Jiang Bei was stunned when he saw that the material list sent by Group 5 included stockings. He thought it was really generous and he knew how to enjoy life. He must be a rich man. Group 5, tell this owner that he just wants more gold. Whatever he wants, I have it. Just let him tell me. Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei directly sent a message to Group 5. He wanted to shorten the collection time as much as possible. If he encountered such an owner who might be a wealthy person, he would go straight to the point and exchange all of them for him in one go. Received 5 groups. Not long after, Group 5 added new material details. Jiang Bei clicked on it and saw that he had really met a rich man. 2 Australian lobsters, 50 caddies of lamb, 50 steaks, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, 5 durians, 2 sets of maid outfits, 5 whips, 20 candles, 5 sets. When Jiang Bei saw the last few items clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. These are flowers that rich people play with. Even in this situation, they still have interest in them. Before I knew it, it was getting dark outside. It was not until the evening that these groups of people returned to the 22nd floor to gather. At this time, Jiang Bei had already arranged their dinner and placed it next to the fire. Looking at the 6 groups of people who all looked tired, Jiang Bei could tell that no one was slacking off. Brothers, you've worked hard today. This is your dinner. Eat it while it's hot. Jiang Bei pointed at the food beside the fire and said, "Thank you, Boss Jiang." Grateful. Everyone thanked Jiang Bei and started eating. Although they had eaten lunch, after climbing stairs back and forth today, they had almost consumed all the food they had eaten and were now starving. Jiang Bei looked at the people wolfing down their food and coughed lightly. Today is the first day, and I have seen everyone's performance. Although 3 groups did not exchange any supplies today, I believe everyone will have better gains tomorrow, so I decided to give each of you an extra box of instant noodles in addition to the supplies promised before. Everyone cheered when they heard this. Having 1 more box of instant noodles could allow their families to live many more days, and everyone paid more attention to tomorrow's work. Who are Group 5? Come out and claim your reward for today. Each of you will get a roast chicken. Everyone looked at the 2 roast chickens in Jiang Bei's hand and swallowed their saliva. The man with glasses and his cousin came out carrying their lunchboxes. It's you two, good job. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Jiang Bei looked at the middle-aged man who had impressed him this morning and said with a smile, "Thank you, Boss Jiang." The man with glasses thanked him with a smile on his face, and the middle-aged man nodded as a token of his gratitude. Okay, as for the details of the supplies you collected today, I will sort them all out tomorrow. You will come to a breakfast at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and then hand these supplies over to the owners. Remember to collect the gold and calibrate it with the electronic scale I gave you. Okay. Everyone nodded. Okay, you guys continue eating. I'll go back and prepare your supplies for tomorrow. You guys go back and get some rest. After saying that, Jiang Bei turned around and walked out of the room and went upstairs. After finishing their meal, everyone left the room one after another. Boss, Xiao Wang said that this afternoon, the bald guy who lives across from him ordered a batch of top-quality supplies from the building across from him, including mutton, fruit, etc. Are you sure? Sure. Okay, let the brothers gather at my place. Chapter 31 The turmoil caused by supplies. The master is back. The two girls who were watching a movie in the living room saw Jiang Bei, who had just walked into the room, and said gently, "Well, I'm back. Help me get a basin of hot water. I want to soak my feet." Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao immediately went to the bathroom and prepared hot water. After Jiang Bei took off his coat and sat on the sofa, he asked Huang Xiting to massage his shoulders. "Master, you must be exhausted." Huang Xiting said softly, "It's okay, I just stayed in the cold outdoor temperature for a long time, and my body is still not used to it." "Then close your eyes and I'll press your acupuncture points. You'll feel better." "You also know Chinese medicine?" Jiang Bei looked at Huang Xiting behind him with some surprise. "Well, learn something," she whispered. "Okay, then go ahead and press it. Let me feel your technique." At this time, Li Xiao also brought hot water and put it next to Jiang Bei's feet. After taking off his socks, he slowly put his feet into the hot water to massage the soles of his feet. Feeling the service of two top beauties at this moment, Jiang Bei felt instantly comfortable. This is the life a man should enjoy. He stretched comfortably and sighed. "But it's just a pity." He sighed again. "What a pity." The two women who were having massages and foot washings heard his words and asked in unison, "I still need a beautiful woman to feed me fruit." Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile. "Humph, having us two sisters to serve you is not enough." Huang Xiting, who was standing behind him, pinched Jiang Bei lightly with her fingers to express her dissatisfaction. "I'm telling the truth. What we're lacking right now is someone to feed us some fruit," he said casually. "Humph, if you want to recruit another beauty, her appearance and figure must be comparable to ours." Huang Xiting wanted to reduce his thoughts in this way. After all, it's not easy to find a beauty of the same level as himself and Li Xiao. "Ha, of course. I have such good taste, how could I want any girl?" Jiang Bei understood what she meant, but it didn't matter. Beautiful women are hard to come by, let alone those of Li Xiao and Huang Xiting's level. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Then he shook his head. The city was so big, it was impossible for him to run into him by chance. "Okay, that's it for today. Who of you two will sleep with me today?" Jiang Bei sat up and prepared to go back to sleep and get up early tomorrow to prepare supplies. "Let Sister Xiao accompany you today. I'm still a little sore." A blush appeared on Huang Xiting's face. Thinking of what happened last night, her body couldn't help but go limp. "Okay, then you come." Jiang Bei pointed at Li Xiao. "Yes, master." Li Xiao blushed a little when he heard this and followed Jiang Bei to the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, a new day has begun. Jiang Bei got up early today, got dressed and prepared to go out. Yesterday's supplies were neither too much nor too little, so they had to be distributed in advance. After reaching 101 on the 22nd floor, he began to look through the records on his mobile phone and, based on yesterday's inventory, he started to sort out the supplies from each household one by one. It took him about half an hour to organize the necessary supplies. I looked at the time. There was still half an hour left until 9 o'clock. I guess they would be here soon. After Jiang Bei lit the fire, he sat beside it and waited for them to arrive. During this time, he took out breakfast and placed it beside him. I took one portion for myself and started eating. Soon, people started to arrive. The first ones were the man with glasses and his cousin Lu Jun. After seeing so many supplies in the house, the man with glasses' eyes widened, but he didn't dare to think too much. After all, he knew that the man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." He said hello with a smile on his face. "You two are here early, come and have breakfast." Jiang Bei pointed to the breakfast beside him and said, "Okay, thank you, Boss Jiang." The man with glasses thanked him and invited his cousin Lu Jun to have breakfast. It was almost 9 o'clock when all 6 groups of people from yesterday arrived. Jiang Bei saw that everyone was already there, so he made some mobilization and began to ask them to pick up the supplies that the customers had ordered yesterday. In the end, because Group 5 ordered too many supplies, he had no choice but to arrange another group that had no orders yesterday to help Group 5 deliver the supplies. "Okay, let's go. Be sure to verify the weight of the gold and its authenticity." Everyone responded and walked outside carrying the supplies. After Jiang Bei watched everyone leave, he sat by the fire and began to calculate how much gold he could get in exchange for the batch of supplies. One set, about 50 grams. Group 3, should be 80 grams. 5 groups, can exchange about 1,000 grams? Resource Group WeChat, XW Cone. In half a day, 1,130 grams of gold were exchanged, but it was too slow. Jiang Bei murmured to himself. Just that top-of-the-line snowmobile requires 2,000 grams of gold, which is almost half of the total. There will definitely be other things that need to be purchased later. But we only have so much time and the number of staff is limited. It is definitely not enough to rely on just these 6 groups of people for such a large community. It seems that we need to find a way to add more staff. He looked out the window and thought about the feasibility of adding more personnel. Although adding more people increases the speed of collecting gold, the probability of danger also increases with the increase in people. Well, if we get halfway and there is no gold, it will probably be much more dangerous than it is now. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei decided to take a risk and try to collect as many supplies as possible in the shortest possible time. If someone really had bad intentions, then don't blame him for being cruel. Bite. A cell phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Jiang Bei opened his phone and saw a list of supplies. 2 bags of rice, 50 caddies of cabbage, 20 caddies of pork, 20 caddies of vermicelli, 5 caddies of grapes and oranges each. 4 groups. Bite. Another material detail. 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of bread, 30 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of green onions, 10 pounds of apples. 2 groups. Seeing that the 2 groups that did not open yesterday opened directly today, Jiang Bei was also happy. It seems that there will be a good harvest today. The opening of 2 groups in succession is a good sign. Bite. Boss Jiang, the supplies have been delivered successfully, the transaction is successful, gold weight, 49 grams per set. Bite. Boss Jiang, the supplies have been delivered. The transaction is successful. Gold weight, 81 grams 3 groups. Very good, keep the gold safe and give it to me when you come back at noon. You continue to collect the list of supplies. Jiang Bei. Soon, several more material details came out. 50 caddies of pork, 20 caddies of celery, 50 caddies of flour, 10 caddies of apples, 10 caddies of bananas. Group 2. Jiang Bei looked at the details of the supplies he had received and a smile appeared on his face. Today has been surprisingly smooth. In less than 2 hours, the details of the supplies we received are almost catching up with the amount of supplies we received in half a day yesterday. This is something to be happy about. Boss Jiang, no, our supplies have been stolen. Before the smile on Jiang Bei's face disappeared, a weak voice came from outside the door. Chapter 32, please follow me downstairs to meet the captain. Jiang Bei looked up and saw Lu Jun, who was covered in blood and the blood had turned into frost, staggering into the house. Lu Jun, what's going on? Why are you alone? Where are your cousins? Jiang Bei immediately ran over, supported him and asked, without asking about the supplies. My cousin and 2 other brothers were hacked to the ground by that group of people. Their lives are unknown. Li Jun replied weakly, already beginning to feel unable to stand. Seeing this, Jiang Bei quickly helped him to the fire, took out some medicine and asked him to take it first. Do you know who did it? Jiang Bei saw that his condition had improved for a while before continuing to ask. It should be the owner who lives in the building, but it seems that he has been targeted for a long time. Lu Jun took a breath and said weakly. Why do you think so? I used to be a scout. Based on my experience, they had ambushed us long ago. When we were trading, the door to the back house suddenly opened, and more than a dozen people rushed over with knives and sticks. My cousin and the other 2 brothers didn't react in time and were knocked to the ground. I took a few hits before I managed to escape. This group of people was waiting there for us to deliver supplies. Are you saying that the person who exchanged the supplies is in the same group as the person who robbed our supplies? Jiang Bei said in a deep voice. No, when I forced my way out, he had already been knocked to the ground. I didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Lu Jun shook his head. Humph, it's one thing to steal my supplies, but you dare to hurt my people. Which floor are they on? Hearing this, Jiang Bei's face gradually turned cold. Room 102, Building 8, Floor 13. There are too many of them. I'm afraid they have already targeted us. Lu Jun worriedly said. Humph, targeting us? That depends on whether they are tough enough. Jiang Bei snorted coldly, stood up and walked out. Boss Jiang, what are you going to do? There are too many people there. Don't go. Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei with a murderous look on his face, knew what he was going to do, and quickly spoke out to stop him. You rest here, I have my own way. Jiang Bei said this and walked out without looking back. It seems that if I don't make some noise, I won't be able to collect this gold. Well, if that's the case, then let's go completely crazy. His eyes gradually turned crazy. Half an hour later, Jiang Bei, fully prepared, stood on the snow and looked up at the numbers on the wall that was still more than 10 stories high. Without saying a word, Jiang Bei took out a grenade, removed his bracelet, and threw it into the corridor in front of him. With a loud boom. The sound of the grenade exploding was even more exaggerated in the corridor. All the glass near the corridor was shattered. Everyone who was still alive on the entire floor was frightened by the noise. The group of people who were celebrating in room 102 on the 13th floor were also shocked. Shit, is there a lightning strike on our building? It's so loud, it scared me. A dark-skinned, short, but extremely strong man cursed. Lao Lu, look at how timid you are. All your muscles are wasted. Ha ha ha. A fair-skinned but thin man in the crowd made a joke, causing everyone around him to burst into laughter. Wang Meng, I think your anus is itchy again. Hearing the laughter around him, the man called Lao Lu showed anger on his face and went straight to grab the thin man. The thin man, who had anticipated this, dodged the attack and ran out the door, with the dark-skinned man chasing after him. When the thin man saw him chasing him, he immediately opened the door and ran outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, the thin man immediately raised his hands and stood still. The dark-skinned man who caught up with him from behind looked at the thin man standing still at the door and chuckled. Run, why don't you run anymore, do you want it? Just as he ran behind the thin man and wanted to have a close contact with him, he suddenly saw a fully armed man standing in front of the thin man's left. When he saw clearly what the man was holding, he was stunned and felt a warm current coming from his crotch. I'm telling you to, if you feel like it, go to the bedroom, don't stand at the door, F. King. The middle-aged man who was grilling and drinking around the fire cursed at the two strange people. Looking at the two people who didn't reply, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Brothers, get your weapons. Bang. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 gunshots were heard at the door. The thin man and the dark-skinned man swayed and fell straight to the ground. Seeing the 2 people lying on the ground, the room suddenly became chaotic. Some people took knives, some looked for cover to hide, and some just stayed where they were. Only the middle-aged man who spoke at the beginning remained calm. Brother, since you are here, show yourself. The middle-aged man said to the door. Yes, it seems that he is a man who has seen the world. A cold voice came from outside the door. Then a fully armed man walked into the house. It was Jiang Bei. You are a soldier? Why are you killing innocent people? Who gave you the right? The middle-aged man saw the person at the door and thought he was a soldier, so he went up to him and put his hat on him. Yes, that's right. You want to commit treason? You just come up and massacre innocent citizens. Give us an explanation. Yes, give us an explanation. The people who reacted later also began to agree. Pa pa pa. Beautiful, you are indeed someone who has seen the world. You come here and accuse me of killing innocent people. When Jiang Bei heard what the middle-aged man said, he clapped his hands. I am just stating a fact. As a soldier, why do you want to kill innocent people? Have my 2 brothers offended you in any way? The middle-aged man felt that the man in front of him had bad intentions. Since he might be a soldier, he would have a great chance of survival, so at this time he could only put on his hat while investigating the man's target. Oh? The truth? If you want the truth, then first tell me where my supplies and my 4 brothers went this morning. Jiang Bei said calmly. When the middle-aged man heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He had run into a tough guy, but at this point, he had no choice but to deny it. What supplies? What brothers? Are you mistaken? We haven't seen any supplies or people. If you don't believe me, ask my brothers if they have seen any supplies or other outsiders. The middle-aged man turned around and everyone blinked wildly. Yes, we didn't see any supplies, let alone any people. You've come to the wrong place. We've been here all morning and there's no one here. The people behind them saw their boss's little move and responded one after another. Humph, what do you drink? What do you eat? Jiang Bei pointed coldly at the unfinished wine and uneaten meat beside the fire and said, This is the supplies we stored ourselves. The middle-aged man stuttered for a moment, but still answered with gritted teeth. Very good, in that case, please follow me to the square outside and explain to our captain. Jiang Bei said coldly. Chapter 33 Kill the chicken to respect the monkey. Your captain? Is his last name Wu? It's the surname Wu. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was delighted, for he knew he would not die. By the way, let me tell you in advance that anyone who carries a controlled knife on him will be shot on the spot. This is the order of our captain. Jiang Bei laughed softly. Okay, I'll go downstairs with you. Brothers, don't bring weapons. I know Captain Wu. We are all one of us. The middle-aged man turned around and shouted to everyone with a smile. Everyone relaxed instantly upon hearing this, and threw their weapons, table legs, etc. to the ground. Let's go. Jiang Bei shook his head. Brothers, let's go. The middle-aged man waved his hand, stepped over the bodies of the two people lying at the door, and walked out. Seeing this, everyone followed him out one after another. Jiang Bei stepped aside to make way, looking at the people walking out with a sneer on his face. Soon everyone walked out of the building and saw that everything outside was white, even a little dazzling. Since the heavy snow had stopped for a day and the temperature outside was very low, the snow outside had hardened and everyone was not afraid of falling into a snow pit. Seeing that there was no one outside, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Bei behind him with some doubts. Where's your captain? Oh, he said he would wait for us in the big square in front and he would be here soon. Jiang Bei picked up the phone and pretended to read the message. Let's go, we'll be there in a few minutes. Jiang Bei urged. Okay, let's go. Although the middle-aged man was a little suspicious, he thought that he had already come out and a few more minutes would not matter, so he followed Jiang Bei towards the square. Soon a group of people came to the place where the original square of the community was located. How long will it take for Captain Wu to arrive? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Bei anxiously again. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. As Jiang Bei spoke, he took out a loudspeaker from somewhere and began shouting to the surrounding floors. Dear owners and neighbors, please be aware that in every building around me, there are more or less survivors, whether you are an individual, a family, or a small group. Next, I hope everyone can remember what I said. At this time, all the survivors on the surrounding floors walked to the windows and looked towards the square. I believe everyone can see that given the current external situation, we can no longer return to civilized society. Currently, 95% of the supplies have been frozen under several meters of ice. It is almost unrealistic to get food, so the company behind me has decided to share the hardship with everyone. As long as you have gold at home, you can exchange it for the supplies you want. As long as you can provide the details, we can exchange. In the next few days, we will have special personnel to provide door-to-door pickup services. You only need to write down the details of the supplies you need according to the amount of gold in your home and hand it over to our door-to-door personnel. The next day, we will deliver all the supplies you need to your door. Do you understand? Finally, I want to warn those groups who want to gain something for nothing and attempt to rob supplies. If you dare to kill our door-to-door service personnel, then these people will be your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man sensed something was wrong, shouted, and immediately turned around and ran towards the nearest corridor. Seeing this, Jiang Bei just sneered, raised the submachine gun in his hand, and pointed it at the middle-aged man who was crawling towards the corridor. Day. After a burst of gunfire, the middle-aged man fell to the ground unwillingly, looking at the corridor less than a meter away. The others only reacted after hearing the gunshots and started running for their lives. But Jiang Bei had no intention of letting them go. He just wanted to kill a group of chickens as an example to the other monkeys. In order to collect gold smoothly and quickly, you must have enough deterrent power, otherwise there will always be people who refuse to give up. But when he was chasing these murder accomplices, he didn't see that at this moment, a drone dozens of meters above him was flashing a red, watching his every move. A few minutes later, after Jiang Bei killed the last accomplice, he seemed to have thought of something, and then picked up the loudspeaker and added a sentence to the surrounding floors. Supplies are limited, and will be exchanged while supplies last. First come first served. In addition, if the owner returns home without gold but wants to survive, he can go to the 22nd floor of Building 16 to apply for a service staff position, responsible for the transportation of goods and gold. Those with strong bodies will be given priority. 3 meals a day will be provided, and additional daily necessities will be given based on performance. The number of people is limited, and it will be on a first-come, first-served basis. After saying this, Jiang Bei threw away the loudspeaker, took out a bottle of water and drank a few big gulps. How do you feel like you own a company? Jiang Bei smiled bitterly. There was no other choice but to be so ostentatious today. He originally thought that he could collect as much gold as possible in a low-key manner, but the robbery by this group of people proved that it was impossible for him to collect gold in a low-key manner. So since I can't keep a low profile, I can only do something ruthless. As long as it can scare them for a few days, that will be enough. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei turned around and started walking towards Building 16. A few minutes after he left, a small drone quickly dropped from the sky, circled around the body that Jiang Bei had killed, and then flew away. Soon after, Jiang Bei returned to the 22nd floor 101. Boss Jiang, you're back. Several groups of people who had returned at this time started to greet each other. Thank you for avenging my cousin. Lu Jun, who was still a little weak, thanked Jiang Bei who had just come in. Jiang Bei didn't answer, but just walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Boom boom boom. Just when everyone was silent, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Bei gestured to open the door. When the door was opened, he saw dozens of people standing outside, and the corridor was no longer able to accommodate them. Who are you? Are you recruiting personnel to exchange materials? We are all here to apply. Jiang Bei was not expecting so many people outside the door. The initial estimate is that there are more than 30 people. After screening, Jiang Bei finally kept 24 people. As for the rest, he did not let them run in vain. He gave each of them some supplies and let them leave. No one dared to make trouble. This was the deterrent power of the show just now. You all wait here. I'll get you some food. After you're full, we'll start the action this afternoon. After saying that, Jiang Bei stood up and walked outside. Not long after, Jiang Bei came in carrying several large bags of lunchboxes. Everyone in the room, looking at so many steaming lunchboxes, kept swallowing their saliva, especially the 24 people who had just stayed. You guys, share the lunchboxes with them. Jiang Bei looked at the other people and said. Chapter 34 Glory cannot be desecrated. An hour later. Jiang Bei looked at the 16 reallocated teams and nodded with satisfaction. Are there any things you don't understand about all the precautions and procedures just now? No. Everyone answered. Very good, let's go. Jiang Bei waved his hand. The 16 teams began to walk out one after another. Soon, Jiang Bei and the injured Lu Jun were the only ones left in the room. I'm going back first. Lu Jun stood up with difficulty and said. How are you going to go back like this? Jiang Bei stopped Lu Jun who was about to leave and said. In my current state, I won't be able to help you with work for the next 2 days. There's no point in staying here. He said weakly. You were injured at work. Even if you don't work, I will still provide you with 3 meals a day. Rest assured, just rest here. Jiang Bei rode. Thank you, but I can't stay here. There are people at home who need my care. Lu Jun waved his hand. With your injury, it's better not to climb the stairs for the time being. Tell me your house number and I will personally deliver the food to your wife and children. It's not my wife or children, it's my mother. The same thing, I promise to hand it over to your mother. Jiang Bei said they are all the same. No, thank you. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jun swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Seeing that he had something to hide, Jiang Bei didn't ask any more questions. Okay, I'll help you down. Otherwise, in your current condition, you won't be able to get down by yourself. Then thank you for your help. Lu Jun knew that he was telling the truth and did not refuse. After more than half an hour, Jiang Bei finally helped him walk to the door of his house. Thank you, Boss Jiang. You can go back now. He said thank you to Jiang Bei who helped him. Okay, stop being so hypocritical, you're already at the door, I'll take you in and then I'll leave. Jiang Bei said impatiently. No need, I can go in by myself, you can go back. Whatever you want, this is the food you deserve, I'll put it here for you. Jiang Bei heard his firm tone and did not insist anymore. He put a bag of food in front of the door, turned around and walked upstairs. Looking at Jiang Bei who turned around and went upstairs, his face, which had been calm just now, was now full of sadness. After opening the door and bending down to get supplies, he felt dizzy and then fell to the ground. When Lu Jun opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the bed and his wounds had been treated. Turning his head to look at the bedside, he saw a stove roaring brightly, and the temperature in the room was obviously higher than usual. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly thought of something and stumbled towards the master bedroom. Bang! Lu Jun pushed open the door of the master bedroom regardless of the blood oozing from his arm. The moment he pushed open the door, he froze in place. In the empty bedroom, several stoves were burning, and a pipe connected the stoves and led directly to the window. The originally cold bedroom suddenly felt warm. By his mother's bedside, a woman wearing a mask and a white coat was performing various examinations on her mother. "Hey, I say, close the bedroom door quickly. The temperature that was finally raised has all gone away," Jiang Bei, who was sitting on a chair nearby, urged. It was not until he heard Jiang Bei's urging that he reacted and hurriedly turned around and closed the door. "Is my son here?" A weak but kind voice sounded. "Mom, it's me. I'm back." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun quickly ran to the bed and looked at his weak mother lying on the bed. When the old man lying on the bed heard that it was his son, he stretched out his hands and started grabbing something in the air. Seeing this, Lu Jun quickly reached out and held his mother's hand. Huang Xiting, who was standing by, completed the last inspection, looked at Jiang Bei behind her inside. Looking at the mother and son beside the bed, Jiang Bei gave Huang Xiting a look, and the two of them quietly left the bedroom. "How is the old man doing?" Jiang Bei walked out of the bedroom and looked at Huang Xiting, who was following him, and said, "The situation is not good. If society were still normal, there might still be a chance, but now..." She didn't continue the rest of the sentence. Jiang Bei naturally understood what it meant and could only sigh. How long can the old man hold on? If it's as stable as it is now, and the temperature is kept stable every day and more nutrients are provided, maybe it can hold out for a while longer. However, I'm afraid the elderly won't be able to survive the big earthquakes in the next few days. Huang Xiting couldn't bear it and said. Soon, Lu Jun came out of his mother's room. With red eyes, he walked up to Jiang Bei and Huang Xiting, and knelt down with a plop. The wound that had been bandaged was already soaked with blood. "What are you doing? A man's knees are made of gold. Don't do this." Jiang Bei hurriedly bent down and helped him up. "Thank you for what you have done. It will save him from suffering." He looked at Jiang Bei in front of him and thanked him with tears in his eyes. "Okay, it's not a big deal. Now that I've seen it, I should do what I can to make the old man live more comfortably. This is what the younger generation should do." Jiang Bei patted his shoulder. "By the way, these coals are all the best anthracite. Remember to add some regularly to keep the old man's bedroom warm." Jiang Bei pointed to a large bag of coal in the corner and said, "Also, I will have someone bring you some nutritious food every day. You should just stay at home and accompany the old man for the next few days." After saying that, Jiang Bei turned around and was about to leave with Huang Xiting. "Boss Jiang, wait a minute." Lu Jun looked at the coal piled in the corner and what Jiang Bei said, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision in his heart. He quickly ran back to the bedroom and took out a box wrapped in several layers. Lu Jun carefully opened the box and took out a golden medal. Then he took out a handkerchief and wiped it back and forth several times. Finally, he put it back into the box and closed the lid. Although his eyes were filled with reluctance, he handed it to Jiang Bei quickly and efficiently. Jiang Bei took the box and was stunned when he saw the glittering golden badge inside. "This is? I completed a secret mission in the military and received recognition," he replied with pride. "I can't accept something this valuable." Jiang Bei refused directly. "Boss Jiang, this is the only thing I can give you to compensate for these supplies. I hope you can accept it. This way, my mother and I can live in peace," Lu Jun said seriously. Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Bei couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. He was worthy of being carefully selected by the country. "Listen to me, this is your glory, and the glory of your entire family. I am not worthy of it. Boss Jiang." Lu Jun choked up a little. "Okay, that's enough." Jiang Bei interrupted him directly. "Also, there will be a major earthquake in the next few days. Stay with your mother more. I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left." Before leaving, Jiang Bei chose to tell him the truth. Boom boom. Just as Jiang Bei turned around to leave, a dull sound came from outside. Chapter 35 Crisis begins. What's that sound? Huang Si asked doubtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the whole floor suddenly shake. Could it be that the earthquake came early? Jiang Bei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Fortunately, after that vibration, there were no more subsequent vibrations. Hurry, let's go back. Jiang Bei greeted Lu Jun, then pulled Huang's sighting and ran upstairs. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong and that he had to arrange for evacuation as soon as possible. After returning upstairs, Jiang Bei asked the two women to pack up their personal belongings and to discard some large items if possible. Jiang Bei then returned to the 22nd floor and started to get busy looking at the various supplies sent by more than a dozen teams. By noon, all teams had returned in time and there were no more incidents of snatching resources. At lunch, Jiang Bei specially added a chicken leg to each lunchbox, and everyone cheered and expressed gratitude. Of course, the chicken legs were not added in vain, and everyone understood that, so the dozen or so teams did not talk about resting after the meal. After receiving the supplies according to the details, they started the delivery transaction. Jiang Bei was also on the 22nd floor, constantly adjusting the supplies for each family based on the details sent by each group, to ensure that they did not need to wait when they came back and could directly pick up the goods and leave. After a day of hard work, everyone finally walked through most of the floors today at around 8 o'clock in the evening. After Jiang Bei distributed today's supplies to everyone, he also gave them some extra fruit, which made everyone grateful and they happily went back to rest. After waiting for everyone to leave, Jiang Bei poured all the gold jewelry, gold bars, necklaces, rings, etc. he had collected onto the table. Looking at the mountain of gold jewelry in front of him, Jiang Bei finally showed a smile. There are about 4,000 households in the community where I live. Today, I should have visited about 200 households, which means there are probably 10 kilograms of gold, or 5,000 grams of gold. It's time to buy that top-of-the-line snowmobile. After Jiang Bei finished the estimate, he felt relieved. In the end, all the gold was absorbed into the system balance. He excitedly clicked on the balance and took a look. Current balance, 5,636 grams of gold. Sure enough, we collected about 5,000 grams of gold today. Jiang Bei was very satisfied with today's result. They are still not familiar with it today, but this progress is already good enough. Tomorrow everyone will be familiar with the process and the floors. I believe there will be much more tomorrow than today. When Jiang Bei thought of this, he estimated that he would be able to exchange almost all the houses in the community in about 3 or 4 days. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Jiang Bei came to the 22nd floor early again and arranged the detailed materials that had been listed yesterday according to the list. He then prepared their breakfast and ran to the floor where Lu Jun was and brought him a portion of breakfast and some fruit. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Bei repeated this process every day. Although it was boring, seeing the gold balance increase from 5,636 grams on the first day to 30,978 grams now, Jiang Bei felt that it was all worth it. The more gold you have, the safer you will be in the future. On the 4th day, just as Jiang Bei was wondering if he could break through 40,000 grams today, he slowly felt his body vibrating uncontrollably, and then the entire floor began to shake. Oh no, the first wave of earthquakes is coming. Jiang Bei's heart sank. Various supplies in the house began to shift along with the shaking. Apples, oranges and other round fruits rolled everywhere in an instant. Jiang Bei could only lean against the wall. The earthquake lasted for more than 10 seconds and finally stopped. At this time, all kinds of supplies in the house had been poured onto the ground, and various fruits, vegetables, and other supplies were all mixed together. Jiang Bei looked at everything in front of him and calmed down his heart. This was only a magnitude 5 earthquake, and there was such a strong shaking feeling. It was hard to imagine what kind of horrible scene it would be if he stayed in a building in a magnitude 7 earthquake zone, not to mention a magnitude 10 earthquake in about 10 days. There would be basically no way to survive. Experiencing the fear that earthquakes bring for the first time, Jiang Bei became even more determined to get away from here as soon as possible. Only then did he remember the dozen or so groups of people still outside, and he quickly walked to the window and looked outside. I saw that the ice layer outside was several meters thick and covered with many huge cracks. Perhaps because the surface snow was relatively thick, small cracks could not be seen. Fortunately, the ice is thick and the buoyancy is enough to support people walking on it. He saw that several groups were trying to go back. They walked very carefully, and each time they moved forward they would step on the ice with one foot to feel the condition of the ice. After slowly exploring and trying, they found that even if there were cracks, they still did not feel any danger when walking on them. Gradually everyone relaxed and walked much faster than before. Soon they came back one after another. Boss Jung, this is the gold that has been traded. Take a look. The several groups that returned to the 22nd floor began to hand over the gold they had traded within their groups to Jiang Bei. After Jiang Bei collected all the gold from several groups, he said thank you for your hard work to everyone. Looking at the mess of supplies in the house mixed together, they didn't say anything and started to clean them up according to their categories. In just a short while, all the materials that had been mixed together due to the earthquake were sorted out and became tidy. Jiang Bei, who saw the scene, also felt some emotion in his heart. After spending these few days together, I realized that even in this situation, as long as their survival needs are met, everyone is really good at their work. Perhaps this is the honest nature created by their cultural heritage. As long as they do not deprive everyone of the conditions for living and allow everyone to live in peace, their ability to act is still worthy of recognition. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei felt that he was thinking too far ahead. It was already the end of the world, and he was still sighing. Then he put away his random thoughts. The earthquake just now caused some of the supplies I had sorted to get messed up. Everyone should follow the details of their groups and take the easy to grab supplies first. I will replenish the rest of the difficult to grab or damaged supplies. Jiang Bei quickly arranged the next work. Upon hearing this, members of several teams began to take action, opened their phones, and began to organize the supplies on the list according to the details. After a while, several groups got the supplies they needed. Jiang Bei replaced some of the things that were damaged by the earthquake, waved his hand, and several teams picked up the supplies and started today's material trading work. Maybe because of the earthquake, they were busy until the evening, and today's trading volume was still a little less than in the previous few days. It didn't reach the expected number, but fortunately it wasn't much less. Wait until all groups come back. Today, Jiang Bei gave everyone an extra box of bread and instant noodles as an encouragement. It caused cheers from the crowd. Okay, everyone has worked hard today. Because of the sudden earthquake, the number of people has dropped today, but I can see that everyone is working hard. That's it for today. Everyone go back and rest early. After saying this, Jiang Bei waved his hand to signal everyone to go back. Seeing this, everyone picked up their own supplies and walked out of the room happily. Just when Jiang Bei finished packing the gold and was about to go back upstairs, he suddenly noticed a flashing red dot outside the window. When he looked up, the red dot instantly disappeared. Chapter 36 Drone reappears. What is that flashing red dot? Is it a drone? Looking at the red dot outside the window that was instantly disappearing into the distance, Jiang Bei felt something was wrong. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei had a bad feeling and he knew he was being targeted. It seems that there are still problems with my large-scale use of materials to trade for gold. It seems that I have to prepare for evacuation in the next 2 days and cannot delay it any longer. In the blink of an eye, the 5th day arrived. As usual, Jiang Bei prepared the necessary supplies for the previous day and breakfast for everyone, and waited for everyone to come and collect today's trading supplies. After a night of careful consideration, he decided that today would be the last day to trade supplies, and he would sneak away at night. Yesterday's drone gave him a bad feeling. If he continued to stay like this, something unexpected might happen. If the drone was private, he wouldn't care, but he was afraid it was a gang. Since they dared to use a drone to spy on him, it was most likely the latter. His blatant deterrence in the square a few days ago still failed to completely deter the owner of the drone. This is probably not good news. Good morning, Boss Jiang. Just as he was wondering who was behind the drone, a familiar voice came from the door. Jiang Bei looked up at the door and saw Lu Jun, who had been recuperating at home after not seeing him for a few days. Haha, it's actually Brother Lu. Seeing him standing at the door in high spirits, Jiang Bei felt happy. Ever since he knew that he had the Medal of Honor, Jiang Bei had been full of admiration for the middle-aged man in front of him. Why do you look so sad so early in the morning? Lu Jun looked at this younger brother who was a dozen years younger than him with a smile and joked. Ever since Jiang Bei discovered his mother's physical condition, he not only provided the best anthracite for free, but also had someone bring a bowl of nutritional supplements to his mother every day. He looked at the contents of the bowl and knew that these things were not something he could afford before the end of the world. Lu Jun knew that his mother didn't have much time left, but seeing that his mother no longer had to suffer from the cold and hunger in the last stage of her life, he felt very satisfied as a son. This also made him feel grateful to Jiang Bei in front of him. When encountering some troubles, it's better not to talk about them. Jiang Bei smiled bitterly and waved his hands. By the way, brother, Why don't you take good care of your injuries? What's the matter with you coming here so early in the morning? Jiang Bei then asked. That minor injury has almost healed. I can't keep eating and drinking from you for free, so I came here today to see if there's anything I can do for you. Lu Jun said embarrassedly. Excuse me, we'll talk about whether he's alive or not later. Come and have some breakfast first. Jiang Bei took a breakfast and handed it to him. Lu Jun didn't act pretentiously. He took the breakfast and sat next to Jiang Bei to eat. By the way, how have you been these past 2 days, old man? Jiang Bei asked casually while eating a bun. Much better. Thanks to the stove and coal you sent me, the temperature in my bedroom isn't too cold anymore. I feel much more energetic. When Lu Jun said this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Brother, I have always been curious. According to your conditions and status, your family should be doing well. How come? Jiang Bei finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After hearing his words, Lu Jun hesitated for a while before speaking slowly. Because of my excellent overall qualities, I was selected by the leaders to participate in a secret operation that lasted for more than 10 years. Anyone selected had to be completely isolated from the world during the operation and could not contact their family until the mission was completed. Lu Jun paused and continued. I was recently allowed to take a year off to visit my mother. When I received the order, I immediately rushed back home. When I got home, I was told that the local government allocated a house for my mother, which is the current community. But when I got home, I found out. Having said this, Lu Jun's eyes turned red and he didn't continue speaking. After hearing this, Jiang Bei did not ask any more questions. He silently took out a bottle of mutai from his pocket and poured half a glass for Lu Jun and himself. Lu Jun took the wineglass, raised his head and drank half of the glass of white wine. Seeing this, Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and poured half a cup of white wine directly into his mouth. Instantly, a burning sensation extended from Jiang Bei's throat to his stomach, and at the same time, a different taste rushed straight to the top of his head. Jiang Bei couldn't help but cough a few times. First time drinking liquor? Seeing this, Lu Jun asked. Yeah, didn't they say it tastes good? Why didn't I feel that? Jiang Bei said this with a grin, then he picked up the soy milk next to him and took a few big gulps. Only then did he feel a little better. People who like to drink baijiu really like to drink it, and those who don't like it really can't drink it. Lu Jun chuckled and said. His originally depressed mood was relieved a lot because of Jiang Bei's embarrassment. It seems that I am the type of person that you don't like. Jiang Bei breathed in the cold air and felt his throat feel much more comfortable. Just as the two were chatting, team members began to walk into the room one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Bei invited them to have breakfast. In less than half an hour, more than a dozen teams were present. After everyone finished breakfast, Jiang Bei stood up, walked to the people who were chatting with each other, clapped his hands, and signaled everyone to be quiet. Brothers, be quiet. After the hard work of everyone these days, my supplies have almost been used up, so today is the last day to exchange supplies. I hope everyone can pay attention to safety and do a good job on our last day of work. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. They also knew that their stable food source was coming to an end. Looking at everyone's reactions, Jiang Bei finally added another sentence. Also, based on your performance over the past few days, each of you can choose 3 supplies, 50 kilograms each. Just send me the details before 5 o'clock tonight. After work is finished tonight, you can pick up the supplies. The crowd, which had been silent, immediately applauded after hearing Jiang Bei's words. With so many supplies, plus the savings from the previous few days, they could survive for quite a long time. Okay, everyone, hurry up and act. Jiang Bei waved his hand and said, looking at the people who had regained their energy. Upon hearing this, everyone began to collect supplies and walked out one after another. At this moment, Lu Jun, who was a scout, keenly discovered that a few meters outside the window, a white drone was hanging in the air facing the window, and the small infrared dot was flashing to adjust the angle. He calmly moved to Jiang Bei's right side, stood in front of the window, blocked Jiang Bei's view, and asked him to pour him another glass of white wine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei walked to the coffee table next to the fire, poured a glass of white wine into Lu Jun's cup, and poured a little into his own cup. Come on, brother, I'll drink with you. I suddenly want to feel that taste again. Jiang Bei picked up his cup and smiled at Lu Jun, who was standing at the window. Haha, okay. Lu Jun turned and walked towards the fire. As he turned, he glanced out the window. Chapter 37 is broken, attacked from both sides. When he looked again, the drone had disappeared. Lu Jun quickly moved close to the window wall and secretly observed outside. Brother, you. Shoo. Jiang Bei was about to speak when he saw Lu Jun immediately turn his head to look at him and put his index finger on his mouth. Seeing this action, he immediately understood what it meant and swallowed back the words he was about to say. After observing for a while, Lu Jun found that there was nothing unusual, so he breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the fire and sat down. Brother, what happened? Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who was sitting down and holding a wine glass, and said, I just noticed a military drone outside the window, scanning and filming the house. After Lu Jun finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Military drone? Hearing this, Jiang Bei's heart skipped a beat and he immediately thought of the red dot outside the window last night. That's right, he replied. Although Lu Jun was sure that the drone outside the window was a military one, he still felt a little doubtful because that model had been retired and should not appear again. Why is the military drone spying on us? Is it because of supplies? Jiang Bei said uncertainly. No, if it's for supplies, the controller should have contacted you directly through the drone. From my observation, the owner of the drone doesn't want us to discover the existence of the drone. To put it bluntly, he is investigating something or monitoring you. Lu Jun was a scout and had a very keen sense. He vaguely grasped something, but he was not sure. Maybe we are overthinking it. Jiang Bei half-jokingly said. Maybe, but I feel like it will come back again. After Li Jun finished speaking, he drank the wine in the glass. Never mind. After all the supplies are traded today, I will flee. Jiang Bei also picked up the wine glass, poured all the little liquor into his mouth, and said with a grin. Brother Jiang, what you told me a few days ago that there will be a magnitude 10 earthquake in the next few days, is it true? Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei with some disbelief and asked. Brother, there are no outsiders here. I tell you the truth, it is 100% a major earthquake, and it is the largest earthquake that has never happened in history. Jiang Bei felt a little dizzy at this moment, probably because of the white wine he drank. Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? He said. I can't tell you where the information came from, but it's absolutely true. If you don't believe it, I'll verify what I say tomorrow. You mean something bad is going to happen tomorrow? Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be an earthquake tomorrow, and the earthquake level will be very high. I will say one more thing, brother, please don't be angry. As Jiang Bei spoke, he poured more wine into their glasses. It's okay, go ahead. Lu Jun said as he reached for the wine glass in front of him. Tomorrow's earthquake will be at least magnitude 7. I'm afraid the old man's body won't be able to survive it. Jiang Bei's tone was somewhat low. Hearing this, Lu Jun's hand holding the wine glass trembled violently, and then he poured all the wine in the glass into his mouth in one gulp. I see. His voice became a little hoarse at this time. Then he stood up and walked out the door. Jiang Bei looked at his back and wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Master, what's wrong with you? You don't seem very happy. Li Xiao and Huang Siding looked at Jiang Bei, who had been sitting on the sofa for more than an hour without saying a word since returning in the morning, and said with some concern. It's okay, I'm just a little irritated. Jiang Bei said perfunctorily. At this moment, he was thinking about the drone. Whenever he thought about what Lu Jun said about the drone in the morning, he felt more and more irritated for some reason, as if something bad was going to happen. As the two female employees who ate and drank for free every day, they looked at each other and walked to Jiang Bei respectively. One helped him massage his shoulders, and the other helped him relieve the fatigue in his thighs. After all, you can't eat and drink for free, you have to do something. Feeling the actions of the two employees, Jiang Bei felt a little more relaxed and began to enjoy it with his eyes closed. It was rare for him to enjoy this moment of tenderness. In order to collect enough gold as quickly as possible, he hadn't enjoyed such relaxation for several days. With the doctor's professional massage technique, his body also relaxed, and he slowly sank into the gentle land. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he felt that she was teasing him. Smelling the subtle fragrance coming from around him and feeling the gentle massage service, Jiang Bei's heart gradually began to feel hot and his breathing began to quicken. At this moment, as if sensing his change, a pair of warm lips with a hint of sweetness kissed his lips. Gradually he got deeply involved, his tongue easily pried open her pearly teeth. The following content has been reviewed, please forgive me. A strange feeling slid down from my chest. Soon, a few more pieces of clothing appeared on the floor next to the sofa, stacked on top of each other, making it look very messy. They followed their nature and entered the most primitive stage of exploring human nature. At this time, the wind outside the window was cold, but the house was very fragrant. After a long time, Jiang Bei looked at the two employees and suddenly realized what was going on. So you guys already had a plan. This is what you discussed, right? Jiang Bei looked at a doctor and a maid, who looked suspicious. You need evidence to speak. Show me the evidence. Huang Xiting playfully stuck out her pink tongue at Jiang Bei. How can you ask me to produce evidence? Jiang Bei looked depressed. That means there is no evidence. Huang Xiting looked at Jiang Bei, who was frustrated at this moment, and jumped up and down happily, which was completely different from the cold doctor on the outside. This huge contrast made Jiang Bei think of an old friend who wore glasses. Li Xiao, tell me, is this your idea? Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Huang Xiting, Jiang Bei immediately changed his target. Master, you are really wronging me. I can't think of such an idea. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei with resentment. You can't think of it. Who could have thought of it? Tingting had never been in a relationship before she met me. I don't believe she thought of it. Only an experienced young married woman like her could come up with this kind of two-person routine. It seems that she has watched a lot of videos to learn from it. Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao with a meaningful smile. Oh, master, it really wasn't me. Then he added. Although I have experience serving you before, it was only a few times, not as much as you think. Chapter 38 Preparing to evacuate. Looking at Li Xiao and Fan, he really doesn't seem to be lying. Jiang Bei turned to look at Huang Xiting again, waved at her, and motioned her to come over. Huang Xiting approached him slowly, feeling somewhat guilty. When Jiang Bei got close to him, he grabbed Huang Xiting, pulled her onto his lap, and began to educate her. I didn't use much force, but it still made her say she wouldn't dare to drive again. Jiang Bei felt the touch, and although he showed no expression on the surface, he was actually filled with admiration in his heart. You come too. Jiang Bei suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and said something to Li Xiao. Master, don't do it. She begged for mercy. Looking at Jiang Bei's unquestionable expression, she could only obey and do as he said. Half an hour later, forgive me for being so rude. Jiang Bei got up and arranged the next things. Have you packed all your things? Jiang Bei looked at the two people with red faces and asked. It's already healed. They nodded and said. Okay, we'll set off tonight. Get ready. In order to prevent the heavens from punishing me in the future, you should announce to the public that Tingting, you are my girlfriend, and you are my maid. Do you understand? No. The two of them nodded again. After saying this, Jiang Bei looked up at the sky, thinking that this should not violate public order and conscience. After checking the time and the details of various supplies in his mobile phone, Jiang Bei didn't say much, put on his polar suit, and walked outside. After arriving at room 101 on the 22nd floor, Jiang Bei immediately began to organize all the supplies in detail, and prepared meals for each group. Today, Jiang Bei added a large duck leg to all the meals, which could be considered a welfare benefit. In this way, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Bei waited until the last group came back, and then began to distribute the various agreed supplies. After half an hour of noise, more than a dozen groups received their supplies and left happily. Jiang Bei watched the last person leave and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. Then he took out a bottle of Coke and took a few sips. In such extremely cold weather, drinking an iced Coke was really refreshing. The last step is to exchange all the collected gold into the system. After a simple operation, all the gold today was successfully absorbed into the system. Jiang Bei couldn't wait to see the results of his hard work for so many days. With excitement, he slowly opened the balance page. Current available balance 63,478 grams. When he saw the final balance, his heart skipped a beat. It exceeded 60,000, which was really beyond his expectations. Jiang Bei was so happy at this moment. He wanted to buy whatever he wanted. If it weren't for the ice outside, he would have thought of buying a tank to play with. After a period of fantasy, Jiang Bei returned to reality and decided to buy the car first. Speaking of cars, forget it. Jiang Bei opened the familiar shopping mall page, found the Polar Outdoor Snowmobile category, scrolled down to the bottom, and found the top-of-the-line snowmobile he had been dreaming of. Looking at the familiar vehicle introduction, Jiang Bei drooled with happiness. Top version Snow RV. Style, RV. Standard capacity, 10 people. Price, 2,000 grams of gold. Details, this RV can meet all your fantasies about snowmobiles and RVs. Disadvantages, no other disadvantages except expensive. As inhumane as ever, except for being expensive, there are no other disadvantages. Whether to buy. Yes. Purchase successful. Current consumption is 2,000 grams, and the available balance is 61,478 grams. The item has been placed in your warehouse. This item is a special large item. Please observe the surrounding environment before using it. Note, this item is a special large item. Once it is released for use, it cannot be recycled. Please operate with caution. Jiang Bei didn't care when he saw the system's prompt. Recycling? Recycling? It didn't exist. He could just drive along. Why would he think about putting it in? Jiang Bei then carefully looked at the detailed introduction of the car. Top version Snow RV. Detailed data, this vehicle has all the functions of a motorhome and has a certain bulletproof effect. In order to better display the performance of this vehicle, please use number 98 gasoline. At the same time, this vehicle has amphibious functions, but fuel consumption will increase, so please use it with caution. Hiss, it can be used on land and water? Oh my goodness, this is too good to be true. After seeing the introduction, Jiang Bei was so envious of this function that he burst into tears. He was originally worried that if the earthquake occurred earlier than expected, he would have to find a new solution, but this function that can be used on both land and water was tailor-made for him. In this way, he put the last bit of worry aside. Jiang Bei calmed down his joy, took out his cell phone to check the time, and it was only 2 or 3 hours until 12 o'clock. Although the performance of the vehicle exceeded his expectations, he still had to leave early and avoid some risks if possible. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei tightened his clothes and walked downstairs. He planned to find a secret corner to park the car first. Then prepare some necessary supplies and put them in the car to prevent being inconvenient to operate some large supplies after his girlfriend and maid get in the car. When Jiang Bei reached the floor where Lu Jun was, he remembered that he had forgotten to leave some supplies for him. Although they had only known each other for a few days, his actions indeed earned Jiang Bei's admiration and respect. If it weren't for his mother's health condition, Jiang Bei would have wanted him to be his driver. As a scout, one could tell how strong his overall qualities were. Thinking of this, he sighed, such a good talent, what a pity, and then he began to take out various supplies from the store, such as coal, nutritional supplements, etc. Looking at the things all over the floor, Jiang Bei started knocking on the door. Boom boom boom. Lu Jun, who was chatting with his mother in the house, suddenly heard a knock on the door. He looked down at the time, then walked towards the door quietly with a vigilant look in his eyes. Who is it at this late hour? He asked out loud, and chose not to look out through the peephole. Brother, it's me, Jiang Bei. Lu Jun listened to the familiar voice and name outside the door, and his serious expression instantly relaxed, and he quickly opened the door. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Jun just opened the door and was stunned when he saw Jiang Bei outside and the pile of supplies on the ground. Brother, I have decided to leave tonight. I am afraid that you may not have enough supplies, so before I leave, I will send you some supplies. This is a little gift from me. Please don't refuse it. I don't know if we will have the chance to see each other again in the future. Jiang Bei smiled and said. Hearing this, Lu Jun did not refuse again. After inviting Jiang Bei into the house, he turned around and brought all the supplies outside the door into the house. Half an hour later, Jiang Bei walked out of the house, waved to Lu Jun, and turned to walk downstairs. When I send my mother away and survive the earthquake, I will definitely repay this favor. Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei's figure, his eyes moistened. Chapter 39 I give 99 points. Jiang Bei, who had already climbed out of the building, began to walk around the floors to see if there was a suitable place to take the car out. After all, it would be very scary if someone saw him transforming a car with his bare hands. Even though it was the end of the world, he still didn't want anyone to see it. After half an hour of research and observation, Jiang Bei finally chose the balcony in the southeast corner where no one lived as a stopping point. He looked around and found that the entire neighborhood was as quiet as ever. What he didn't know was that at this moment, a pitch-black drone was flying towards him from high in the sky. Jiang Bei then opened the system warehouse and operated the process of taking out the snowmobile. Bite. Last confirmation, this product is a special large item. Please observe the surrounding environment before confirming use. Note, this item is a special large item. Once released for use, it cannot be recycled. Please operate with caution. Whether to use. Yes. Jiang Bei confirmed directly. Released. Release success. A brand new and luxurious 3-story RV suddenly appeared in front of me. Jiang Bei looked at this luxury snow RV with a height of 3.5 meters, a length of 12 meters, a width of 3 meters, and a light gray and orange exterior. He was so satisfied. What surprised him most was that its tire height was about 1,500 centimeters, but the tire width was a terrifying 430 centimeters. He couldn't believe how stable this car was to drive. Then he opened the door and walked into the RV. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the luxury inside. It was simply a mobile palace. The interior decoration was luxurious, with a living room, a lounge, and private rooms. It really had everything. In comparison, the place where he lived now was simply a doghouse. It's so generous, it's simply inhumane. Jiang Bei can only use this sentence to express his inner feelings at this moment. Just when Jiang Bei was admiring the luxury of the car, he had no idea how big of a storm the scene had caused. In an unknown area, a large screen was playing the scene he had just seen. At this moment, several people in front of the screen were staring at it blankly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is he a magician? Didn't you see how the car appeared? A young man stammered. No. Go and call the captain. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying this, the other man turned and walked out of the room. Jiang Bei on this side checked the entire internal structure of the RV, and stored all the necessary basic supplies in the special storage room in the car. Then he got out of the car with satisfaction and walked upstairs. Half an hour later, 3 people came down carrying some boxes and backpacks. When Huang Xiting and Li Xiao walked in front of the RV, they were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. They thought that Jiang Bei had prepared just an ordinary car, and no one expected that it would be such a big RV. Jiang Bei looked at the 2 people who were in a daze. He was very satisfied with their performance. He was even more looking forward to their expressions when they saw the interior decoration of the room. Shut your mouths, this is nothing, get in the car. Jiang Bei teased the 2 of them softly, opened the car door, and walked in first. Upon hearing this, both of them blushed at the same time, and quickly took their luggage and walked towards the car. When the 2 entered the car one after the other, they were stunned again. Their 2 cherry mouths opened even wider than before, enough to fit 2 hams in. Jiang Bei knew their expressions without looking back. After all, he was stunned when he just walked in. He could only say that the interior was too luxurious. I'm not dreaming, am I? This is a car? Li Xiao was the first to come to his senses. He stretched out his fair little hand, stroked the armrest covered with a layer of fluff, and sighed. Oh my god, this is too luxurious. Li Xiao threw down the luggage in his hand and sat down on the luxurious sofa, feeling the shock brought by this extravagant living room. Li Xiao glanced around and looked at the innermost bar corridor and the small kitchen area. His eyes lit up and he walked quickly inside. How about this car? What do you 2 think? Jiang Bei showed a smug smile on his face. This was the charm of having a strong wallet. Wow, master, you are so handsome. This car is like a palace. Huang Ting, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and rushed towards Jiang Bei. She put her arms around his neck and wrapped her long legs around his waist. She looked at him with admiration, her eyes full of stars. How handsome is he? Jiang Bei held her hips with both hands and chuckled. Super handsome, so handsome. After Huang Xiting finished speaking, she excitedly gave him a kiss on the face. This is not escaping, it's clearly traveling. Li Xiao, who was walking in the corridor of the bar, ran his fingers over bottles of high-end red wine, picked up the exquisite kitchen utensils beside him and sighed. Looking at the 2 excited people, Jiang Bei also asked them to quickly take their luggage to the bedroom upstairs. Hearing this, Huang Xiting slid off his body, picked up the backpack she had thrown on the ground, and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. Li Xiao also obediently picked up his luggage and walked upstairs. A moment later, 2 more charming exclamations were heard from the second floor of the RV. Every part of the car made the 2 of them marvel at it. Jiang Bei listened to the exclamations of the 2 people upstairs, chuckled, and walked towards the driver's seat. Coming to the driver's seat of Jiang Bei, looking at the equally luxurious electronic equipment, automatic driving, full car imaging, and function introductions of each area, I couldn't help but sigh that it is worthy of being a top-of-the-line car. Attention, passengers upstairs. This train is about to depart. Please hold on to the handrails and fasten your seatbelts. Jiang Bei picked up the small microphone next to him, reminded Huang Xiting and Li Xiao on the second floor in a joking manner, and then started the RV. I thought there would be a loud noise after starting, but there was no sound. Jiang Bei thought there was something wrong with the vehicle. After a closer look, he found that it was a hybrid car. It automatically activated electricity when starting, which is equivalent to an electric car. Thoughtful, really thoughtful. I give this service and configuration 99 points. Jiang Bei couldn't help but admire sincerely. He spent a few minutes familiarizing himself with the various operations and precautions of the vehicle. After turning on the automatic anti-skid chain device, he prepared to turn on the car lights and start off. After thinking about it, he gave up and took out the latest night vision glasses from his pocket and put them on. Now the power was basically cut off. It would be too conspicuous for him to drive forward with the car lights on in the middle of the night. Jiang Bei, wearing night vision goggles, looked at the road conditions outside and found that they were no different from daytime. If there was any difference, it was that the picture was in black and white, without color, that's all. Set off. Jiang Bei waved his hand, stepped on the accelerator, and the RV started, slowly driving out of the community. Unknown area. He wants to run away. What should I do, boss? The man in front of the monitor asked. Humph, you want to run? That's not that easy. Go get Team 2 to capture him back to me. Remember, you have to bring him back alive. A cold voice came from the shadows behind him. Chapter 40 The Great Earthquake begins. At this time, an RV was driving slowly in the community, slowly driving out of the community like a ghost car. Only the wide anti-skid chain squeezed against the thick ice, making a slight crunching sound, and soon it slowly disappeared into the night. Different from the silence outside the car was full of laughter. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao were sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, holding the microphone and singing Jay Chou's 7 Miles of Fragrance. Both of them sang with great devotion and full of emotion. Jiang Bei, who has set up automatic driving, no longer needs to keep an eye on the road. He is immersed in the ocean of music, nodding his head. After the song, the two beauties' faces turned red. Then they ran to Jiang Bei's driver's seat with the microphone in great interest, wanting to ask them whether they sang well or not. When the two ran to his side, they found that he had earphones in his ears, and his little mouth pouted immediately. Why are you wearing headphones and not listening to us singing? Do you think our singing is bad? Huang Xiting put her hands on her waist and pouted. I'm listening. The navigation voice is in my headphones. Jiang Bei reacted at this time, turned off the music in the headphones with his right hand without leaving any trace, and then said, Oh, then who do you think sings better between us? Huang Xiting looked at Jiang Beidao with her big watery eyes. You both sang beautifully, without any technique, full of emotion, you almost made me cry. Jiang Bei made a gesture of wiping his tears. Really? Does it really sound so good? Certainly. Jiang Bei's face was full of affirmation. Hee, I told you I'm talented too. My dream before was to be a singer. Huang Xiting's face was full of smiles at this moment. I'll sing you one of my best songs, A Small Town Story. After saying that, he pulled Li Xiao back to the sofa in the living room and started singing. Watching the two leave, Jiang Bei immediately plugged his loose earphones, quickly turned on the song play button with his right hand, and increased the volume a little. Only when all the actions were completed did he breathe a sigh of relief. God is indeed fair. Now he finally knows which window God has closed for these two women who are perfect in both figure and appearance. After driving for more than 10 minutes, when the car was about to leave the city, there was a sudden bang and the tire was blown out. The steering wheel suddenly turned and hit the window beside it. Fortunately, Jiang Bei was wearing a seatbelt and reacted quickly. He pulled the car back from the route that was originally heading towards the building and stopped it with an emergency brake. However, due to the sudden loss of control and emergency braking, Huang Xiting and Li Xiao, who were not fixed, were not so lucky and were thrown directly off the sofa. Fortunately, they were protected by the thick carpet and were not injured. Master, what's going on? Li Xiao got up and asked. Don't talk. Someone outside has shot our tires with a gun. Hurry and find a place to hide. After saying this, Zhang Bei stopped looking at them, quickly took out a submachine gun, put on all the bulletproof helmets and bulletproof vests he could wear, and began to observe the direction of the person who attacked him. Zhang Bei slowly moved from the driver's seat to the back of the co-pilot seat, and began to observe outside through the gap on the side. At this time, he was not in a hurry to get out. Since the opponent had punctured the tire first, as long as he did not get out, the person who attacked him would definitely come out by himself. At this time, the night vision goggles played their greatest role. As long as someone showed up, he could discover them immediately. At this time, in a house not far ahead, two men in gray uniforms were holding guns and observing the movements of a luxury RV not far from them. Could the person in the car have been knocked unconscious? Why is there no movement at all? The man holding the telescope asked with some doubt. No hurry, let's wait a little longer. An ordinary person would definitely come out to check the situation if he waits a little longer. The other man with the gun replied. Okay, let's wait a little longer. The man with the telescope nodded. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Bei in the car began to get a little impatient. Could it be that I heard it wrong? That wasn't the sound of gunfire? Zhang Bei looked around and saw no movement, and couldn't help but doubt himself. Then I thought that the probability of a new tire accidentally bursting seemed a bit low, so I decided to wait and see the situation. After waiting for another 10 minutes, just when Zhang Bei wanted to go out, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him, pressed against the wall, and slowly approached him. If it weren't for my night vision goggles, it would have been difficult to find any trace of the two. As the distance was still a bit far, he couldn't see the two's attire and appearance clearly, but based on the principle of first come, first served, and last come, first served, Zhang Bei slowly moved to the car door, quietly opened the window beside him, and pointed the gun at the two. Seeing the two people getting closer and closer, Zhang Bei opened fire directly. The submachine gun in his hand made a did sound, and the figure who walked to the front was knocked to the ground instantly. However, since the two men moved forward in a front and back order, Zhang Bei's first volley was almost all blocked by the people in front. The figure behind also reacted quickly and immediately began to counterattack using the fallen corpse as a cover. The bullet from the opposite side flew directly towards the car door. A series of ping-pong sounds hit the place where Zhang Bei's window was just now. The firepower is not inferior to Zhang Bei's submachine gun. What's more important is that the opponent's shooting skills are more accurate than his. Every time he wants to counterattack, the opponent will attack in advance, leaving Zhang Bei unable to counterattack. There were two of us, you fired a burst of bullets at me and I fired a burst of bullets at you, but we were both on the opposite side and there was nothing we could do. But as time passed, the figure outside seemed unable to withstand the temperature outside, because he found that the person opposite him, in the car, must be much hotter than himself outside. If he continued to confront her like this, he would definitely be the first to die. Thinking of this, the person hiding behind the teammate's body took out a smoke bomb from his waist and threw it between the two of them. Slowly, a thick smoke appeared between the two people. When the smoke reached its highest point, the person hiding behind the body of his teammate immediately stood up and jumped into the nearest house. Zhang Bei watched the smoke in front of him slowly dissipate. The figure who had been hiding behind the corpse just now had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. For safety reasons, Zhang Bei was cautious and did not go out to check the situation immediately. It was not until the originally dark night sky gradually became brighter that Zhang Bei was sure that the person who attacked him might have left. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he was safe, there was suddenly a muffled bang. Zhang Bei, who was sitting in the car, felt the whole car vibrate. Then cracks began to appear on the originally intact ice layer, accompanied by crackling sounds. After a while, the entire ice surface began to rise and fall from side to side. I saw the ice outside begin to rise and fall, and the surrounding buildings began to shake. Oh no, a magnitude 7 earthquake has begun. Zhang Bei's face suddenly changed, and he quickly rushed to the driver's seat. Chapter 41 The destructive power of a magnitude 7 earthquake. Master, I feel the car body is shaking. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao, who were hiding in the bedroom, felt the car body shaking and quickly ran downstairs. A magnitude 7 earthquake is about to start. Find a place to sit and hold on to the handrails beside you. Zhang Bei started the RV and gave instructions to the two of them. At this time, the crackling sounds outside the car became more and more frequent and louder. Zhang Bei looked at the ice surface and found that the cracks on the ice were becoming more and more frequent, and it was about to collapse. After starting the vehicle, he immediately turned on the amphibious mode switch. As the switch was turned on, huge airbags began to pop out one after another from under the chassis of the RV, completely propping up the entire body of the vehicle. Propellers also popped out from the inside of the wheels, and finally a larger propeller slowly appeared under the trunk. When Jiang Bei saw the dashboard display indicating that the mode switch was complete, he immediately stepped on the accelerator, wanting to get away from the construction area, but a warning message suddenly popped up on the dashboard. The vehicle was not detected to be in water, and the engine could not start. Jiang Bei slammed the steering wheel and cursed. At this moment, there was a loud bang, which made Jiang Bei's ears ring. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao were also frightened by the sudden loud noise. They screamed and huddled in the corner, not daring to look up. Jiang Bei looked back and saw that the roof above the living room was hit by something, leaving a bulge. Seeing the bulge at this moment, Jiang Bei's face became more and more ugly. If this car did not have some bulletproof function, the body of the car would probably have been directly smashed through by something falling from a high altitude. Bang! There was another loud bang, accompanied by the screams of Huang Xiting and Li Xiao. He knew that something had fallen on the roof of the car again. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the roof would be smashed through sooner or later. If his luck was even worse, the floor next to the main driver's seat would collapse directly, and the three of them would be smashed into pieces. At this time, the ice layer had begun to rise and fall constantly, like waves on the sea, but looking at the densely packed ice layer, it seemed to become particularly solid at this time. Jiang Bei was so angry that he cursed loudly, but he could do nothing. At this time, the roof of the car was bulging more and more due to the falling objects. What's more serious is that Jiang Bei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, found that as the shaking of the building next to him, which was less than half a meter away, intensified, cracks began to appear quickly in the wall, and the cracks opened faster and faster, and the car body shook more and more violently. Bang! A louder crashing sound was heard, and the middle of the car body was deformed by a huge object, and the roof was smashed into a V shape. Looking at the deformed roof, Jiang Bei began to feel desperate. At this moment, the ice that had been rising and falling suddenly broke, and the entire RV fell into the water with a bang. At this time, all the ice layers began to break completely around the RV like dominoes. Coupled with the shaking of the entire ground, a river channel miraculously appeared, and all the ice layers were squeezed to the surroundings. Seeing this, Jiang Bei, who was originally in despair, immediately stepped on the accelerator, and all the propellers of the RV made a buzzing sound and started running at full speed. The originally bulky RV no longer looked bulky on the water and it rushed forward. Boom! Just as Jiang Bei drove the RV away, the original location of the RV was completely buried by the collapsed building next to it. Jiang Bei's heart was pounding when he saw the scene in the rearview mirror. It was just a few seconds and he would have been buried alive. Just as he was stunned, an office building several dozen meters high in front of him on the left began to collapse, and the direction was right in front of him. Jiang Bei, who had just turned his head and saw this scene, instinctively stepped on the brakes to avoid it, but when he saw the piled-up ice on both sides and the river channel behind him was slowly covered by drifting ice, he stared at the only river ahead that was slowly shrinking, made up his mind, and shouted to Huang Xiting and Li Xiao behind him, urging them to hold on tight. After that, he gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and directly used full power of water and oil to reach the highest gear. Buzz! The RV, which had been slowing down, suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the collapsed building in front. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao were so scared when they saw this scene that they covered their eyes. Faster, faster, baby! Looking at the tilted building which was already above his head, Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and his eyes were staring at the collapsed building. Bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Listening to the increasingly dense falling objects hitting the roof, Jiang Bei's heartbeat became faster and faster, his breathing became slower and slower, and time seemed to stand still. At this moment, Jiang Bei could even hear the bang 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 sound of his own heart beating. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound like nails scratching on a blackboard. Jiang Bei felt that the entire front of the car was moving away from the water, as if something was pressing on the rear of the car. After a moment, the suspended front of the car fell onto the water with a bang. Jiang Bei knew that he had won the bet, and at the last moment, they barely rushed out. Looking ahead at the no longer densely populated suburbs, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Although the earthquake was still continuing, there were no tall buildings around them and there was no longer any danger to their lives. After parking the RV, Jiang Bei looked at Huang Xiting and Li Xiao, who were huddled together in the back and were already frightened. He held the shaking car body, walked over to the two of them, and patted their backs gently. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao felt someone patting them, and they looked up at Jiang Bei in front of them at the same time. They both cried out wow at the same time, threw themselves into his arms, and started crying. They were indeed frightened by the previous scene, especially the last one, when the entire rear half of the car was flattened, leaving less than half of the original space. Feeling their fear at the moment, Jiang Bei hugged them and comforted them softly. Jiang Bei looked at the city behind him, where high-rise buildings kept collapsing, accompanied by dull sounds of building collisions. He was also a little scared. This earthquake was more terrible than he had imagined. In just less than a minute, about half of the high-rise buildings in the city had collapsed. Jiang Bei looked at this disaster from nature and felt deeply moved. This earthquake was only about magnitude 7, but it caused such a horrific scene. In a few days, there will be an earthquake several times more horrific than this one. By then, I'm afraid all the buildings will be flattened. Gradually, Jiang Bei found that the shaking car body began to stabilize, and the ice on the side stopped colliding with each other and began to ease. The earthquake finally stopped. Jiang Bei patted the two beauties in his arms, signaling them that the earthquake had stopped. Only then did they let go of Jiang Bei, wiped their tears and stood up. When the earthquake stopped, Jiang Bei suddenly found that the river began to freeze rapidly. The river, which was several meters wide just now, was now less than 2 meters wide. Chapter 42 Horrible Speculations. I was so busy escaping from the earthquake that I almost forgot that the temperature outside was ridiculously low. Now the earthquake is over. The water surface began to freeze quickly due to the low temperature. Now the car can no longer be used for a long time, and a temporary shelter must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise they would be trapped in the ice and would be in great danger. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei quickly ran back to the driver's seat and turned around to give the two of them some instructions. While the water is still not completely frozen, head towards the nearest building. However, Jiang Bei underestimated the speed of ice formation under low temperatures. He had not gone far when he could clearly feel the sound of the front of the car hitting the ice, and the driving speed began to slow down. Looking at the increasingly narrow water ahead, Jiang Bei stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but the car speed became slower and slower. At the same time, the sound of the car body hitting the ice became louder and louder, and gradually the speed of the whole car was slower than that of a person walking. They persisted like this for a while, until they were less than 100 meters away from the nearest building, and the front was completely turned into ice. The car was stuck in the ice and couldn't move. Jiang Bei had no choice but to stop here temporarily and take a rest. They waited for the ice to freeze thicker before setting off again. After all, no one knew whether the ice in front of them could withstand the three of them walking on it. If the ice is not solid, if the three people fall into it, they will be washed away by the undercurrent under the ice. He didn't want to gamble his life on the solidity of the ice. Fortunately, the car was not turned off and most of its functions were still usable. Although the body of the car was severely deformed, there was not much damage, just some gaps. However, the heating function in the car was still very powerful and the temperature did not drop that much. Jiang Bei checked all the safety facilities in the car, then walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He called Li Xiao and Huang Xiu to make some breakfast to replenish their energy. The two of them agreed after hearing what was said. Li Xiao walked towards the deformed processing area and asked Huang Xiu to go to the storage room to get some food. Jiang Bei looked at the two busy figures and stopped paying attention to them. Instead, he took out his satellite phone and edited a message. Jiang Bei originally wanted to call directly, but was afraid that no one would answer, so he finally chose to send a text message to confirm whether Lu Jun was still alive. "Brother, are you still alive? This earthquake is more serious than I thought. I hope you and your mother are safe." After typing the last word, he read it again before clicking send. Message sent successfully. Jiang Bei stared at the words on the screen in a daze. He then remembered what he had told him last night. His mother's health condition meant she would not be able to survive the earthquake, so she hoped he could escape with her. But in the end he chose to stay and accompany his mother through the last journey of her life. Jiang Bei was not at all surprised by his decision. If he really fled with him and left his mother there to die, he might have chosen to give up and let Lu Jun follow him. Jiang Bei, who was looking at his phone but had no message yet, closed his eyes silently, but there was a little moisture in the corners of his eyes. "Master, have breakfast." Soon Li Xiao and Huang Xiu brought 3 breakfasts and placed them on the table in front of Jiang Bei. Hearing this, Jiang Bei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then he picked up the breakfast in front of him and started eating. "Master, what's wrong with you? You look like you are thinking about something." Li Xiao noticed that his face looked bad and asked worriedly. It's okay, just a friend and his mother, probably. Jiang Bei didn't continue talking. Could it be the mother and son you took me to see that day? Huang Sighting on the other side asked softly. Jiang Bei nodded. Looking at Jiang Bei's expression, the two of them didn't say anything else. They didn't know what to say about this kind of thing, so they could only eat their breakfast in silence. Bite. Just when the three of them were silent, the sound of a cell phone message alert broke the silence. Jiang Bei's face lit up with joy. Could it be? He quickly took out his phone and opened an unread message. Is that you, Brother Jiang? I'm still alive. I was lucky. The building we lived in was right in front of the building opposite, so I was lucky enough to survive. But my mother didn't make it after all. Looking at the content of this message, Jiang Bei felt sad about the death of Lu Jun's mother, but it was also within his expectations. After all, her physical condition was too poor and it was impossible for her to survive this earthquake. Instead, Lu Jun survived, which brought him a surprise. Because he felt that Lu Jun was a person worth making friends with, and most importantly, he had been a soldier before. If he could have a bodyguard like this by his side, then if he encountered special situations in the future, his chances of survival would be greater. Thinking of the attack he encountered last night, he wanted Lu Jun to follow him more and more. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He would have no problem dealing with ordinary people, but if he met a master, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei immediately picked up the phone and called. After a while, the call was connected and a somewhat sad voice came from the other end. Is that Brother Jiang? Brother, it's me. How are you now? I'll pick you up later. Didn't you leave last night? By now, you should have walked hundreds of miles. Don't come back. No, I was attacked with a gun yesterday. My tires were blown out. We were at war until dawn, until the earthquake happened. What? Someone attacked you. When Lu Jun heard this, his tone suddenly changed, and he instantly thought of the drone outside the window that day. Yeah, if I hadn't been lucky and taken down one of them while they were careless, I would probably be dead now. Jiang Bei smiled bitterly. Where are you now? When I finish dealing with my mother's affairs, I will come to find you. I think I know who did it. Lu Jun said in a cold voice. No, just walk to an open area as soon as possible. I'll wait until the ice gets a little firmer and then I'll come pick you up. Okay then. I'll wait for you. Lu Jun no longer insisted and hung up the phone. Jiang Bei held the hung up phone and kept thinking about what Lu Jun had just said. He probably knows who did it. It seemed that he knew this person, but from what he had learned during the days he had known Lu Jun had only been back for a short time. Who could he know? Besides, his mother moved to this neighborhood later. Suddenly Jiang Bei remembered his profession. Since he said he roughly knew who did it, it must be someone he knew, plus Lu Jun had not been at home and only came back recently. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei took a deep breath. Could it be that? Chapter 43. Have we met somewhere before? 2 chapters combined into one. At this time, Jiang Bei no longer dared to guess further. Because he couldn't understand, if it was really as he thought, then why were they staring at him? Could it really be because of supplies? Jiang Bei just felt his mind suddenly become confused. Li Xiao and Huang Sighting, who were standing by, looked normal when they were looking at Jiang Bei on the phone, but now their expressions turned gloomy and they didn't dare to ask. After a long time, Jiang Bei raised his head, looked at the ice outside, and thought about something. Can I trust you too? Jiang Bei turned around and looked at Huang Sighting and Li Xiao. Certainly. The two people who heard this nodded at the same time. I am Qin Huang, do you believe me? Jiang Bei looked at the two of them and said slowly. When the two heard his words, they were obviously stunned for a moment and didn't react, but then they expressed their belief. However, Jiang Bei was obviously dissatisfied with the two's first reactions. It seems that you don't believe what I said, which means that our fate ends here. Jiang Bei looked at the two of them indifferently and his tone turned cold. Master, we are wrong. We believe it. Please don't chase us away. Hearing Jiang Bei's cold tone, the two of them knelt on the ground, looking at him with red eyes. Don't worry, I will prepare enough supplies and vehicles for you so that you can survive safely. Jiang Bei still said in a cold tone. I don't want it. I want to follow you. Please don't force us to leave. I will do anything you ask us to do. The two of them shed tears and begged continuously. Are you sure you can do anything? I am sure. I'm sure of that, too. The two of them nodded in agreement. I told you to die, would you go too? A slight smile appeared on Zhang Bei's face. As long as you tell me to die, I will go right away. Huang Xiting replied immediately. Li Xiao also nodded. Very good, in that case, I will see whether you are real or fake. After saying that, Zhang Bei took out 2 pills from his pocket and handed them to the two of them. After they took it, they looked up at him again. These are 2 high-purity sleeping pills. Once you take them, you will fall asleep in less than a minute, and then nothing will happen. Dr. Huang, as a doctor, you should know the effects. Take them. Zhang Bei looked at the two and explained. Of course, if you regret it, you don't have to eat it. What I said just now still counts. He then added. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Xiting put the pill in her hand into her mouth, tilted her head back and swallowed it. Li Xiao, who was standing by, looked at her quick and decisive movements with some hesitation in his eyes, but he finally put it in his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. After eating, the two began to feel dizzy in just a dozen seconds. Their eyelids became heavier and heavier. They tried hard to keep their eyelids open, but the harder they tried, the faster their eyelids sank. Stinky, husband, see you in the next life. After Huang Xiting said this, she fell to the ground. Li Xiao on the side smiled at Zhang Bei, and then fell to the ground. The little girl is still a love-brained person. Zhang Bei looked at Huang Xiting lying on the ground, his eyes full of doting. He picked her up and placed her on the sofa beside him. Then she looked at Li Xiao. Although her eyes hesitated for a moment when she took the medicine, she was still qualified to be a maid. After Zhang Bei finished his evaluation, he put Li Xiao on another sofa. Seeing the two of them falling into deep sleep, Zhang Bei showed a smile. Then he opened the car door and felt the thickness of the ice. After feeling that there should be no problem, he walked out of the car with confidence. Not long after, a brand new RV appeared on the side. Looking at the same model of RV, Zhang Bei smiled, started the vehicle, and turned on the heating system first. Then they started to move the supplies from the old vehicle, and at the same time connected a basic single-person snowmobile at the end. Finally, Huang Xiting and Li Xiao were carried to the bedroom on the second floor. After doing all this, Zhang Bei sat directly in the driver's seat, ready to pick up Lu Jun. But then I thought of something. I opened the store and spent a long time choosing, and finally took out a drone signal jammer with 2 antennas. Damn it, you like to use drones, right? I installed a top-level jammer on my car. It has a range of 200 meters. Don't even think about seeing me. Looking at the drone jammer on the co-pilot, Zhang Bei said proudly. Then he started the RV and drove towards the community. In a dilapidated room in a deserted city. You said that the two of you didn't catch a single ordinary citizen? A cold voice sounded. Boss, he had a gun in his hand, which disrupted our plan. You got a gun? Yes, it's a submachine gun. A young man, as if grasping a glimmer of hope, said hurriedly. Bang. The man who was trying to explain opened his eyes wide in disbelief, looked down at his chest, and then fell back unwillingly. Is that a fire stick in your hand? Throw it away. A cold voice spoke to the outside. Yes. Then 2 men walked in, dragged the body that had fallen to the ground, and walked out of the house. Interesting, a little ant actually bit me. I hope I won't be disappointed. Zhang Bei on this side was driving in turns to avoid some collapsed houses. The further you go inside, the more houses collapse. There are many buildings that collapse and intersect with each other. There are actually quite a few survivors in some of the rooms. Some survivors waved excitedly at the RV when they saw it, but Zhang Bei simply ignored them. However, there were some survivors who refused to give up and chased after it, trying to get in. Eventually, some of them fell on the ice due to exhaustion, and what awaited them was slowly losing their breath. After a period of difficult driving, we finally arrived at the community where he lived. We saw that the high-rise building that was still neat and tidy last night now had only less than half of the floors intact, and the rest had collapsed. The floors with cracks accounted for more than half of the remaining intact buildings. Zhang Bei looked at the building where his house was located. It had now tilted to one side, forming an inverted V with another building, which prevented it from falling down. However, looking at the building materials that kept falling, he estimated that the 2 buildings might not be able to hold on for long and would collapse completely. Thinking of this, Zhang Bei quickly took out his phone and dialed. A moment later, Lu Jun's voice came from the phone. Backup number, TXWK, on E. Brother Jiang, are you here yet? Yeah, brother, I'm here, come down quickly, I'm watching from below, I'm afraid these two buildings won't last long before they collapse. Jiang Bei reminded. Don't worry, we are all down, in a building at the back. After saying that, Lu Jun hung up the phone. Jiang Bei glanced around and found that Li Jun was jumping out of a house in a building behind him. When Jiang Bei saw it, he ran over quickly. Brother, are you okay? Jiang Bei looked at the bruises on Lu Jun's face and said. It's okay, just 2 hits. Lu Jun said indifferently. Then let's go quickly. It will be difficult for us to move if there are too many people. Jiang Bei looked at the crowds of people running towards this side and urged. But what should we do with them? I see your car is so big, it should be able to carry a lot of people. We have to save some people anyway. Lu Jun's responsibilities before the end of the world made him say this subconsciously. Brother, this is the end of the world. You should understand that we can't save so many people, and I have no obligation to do so. Jiang Bei said coldly. Although he really hopes that Lu Jun can save him, if he still has a heart of a saint in this situation, then he will give up directly. Listening to the change in Jiang Bei's tone, Lu Jun also knew that his thoughts were a little saintly now, not to mention that what he said was not wrong. There are so many people in a community. Even if we really rescue them, how many people can be saved? The supplies themselves are limited. If we really take a group of people with us, I believe they will not survive for long. Let's go. Jiang Bei said this and turned to walk towards the RV without looking at him, because Jiang Bei believed that he would figure it out. Seeing this, Lu Jun could only lower his head, sigh, and follow his footsteps. It's just that Jiang Bei underestimated the desire to survive of the people around him. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen people gathered in front of the RV. Some even started banging on the door. Jiang Bei, who had just returned, was furious when he saw this. He walked over and kicked the young man to the ground. Just when Jiang Bei was about to kick the man who was smashing the door, a man next to the man suddenly stretched out his fist and hit Jiang Bei's thigh. Jiang Bei was also frightened by this sudden change. He believed that if this punch hit his leg, it would at least cause a fracture. But he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jun behind Jiang Bei kicked away the fist that was about to hit Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei kicked the young man who was smashing the door and knocked him to the ground. Ouch, fuck, Lao Lu, who the hell kicked me? Why didn't you protect me? The man lying on the ground stood up angrily and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. Master, there is a martial artist, I am blocked. The middle-aged man who was called Lao Lu by the young man said with guilt. Oh? The young man was surprised when he heard this. He turned around and saw a young man about 180 centimeters tall, with a clean face and wearing a top-grade snowsuit, looking at him. There was also a very strong man standing next to him. Why did you kick me, boy? The young man said angrily. Heh, if I don't kick you if you're banging on my car door like that, who should I kick? Jiang Bei smiled with a crooked corner of his mouth. Is this car yours? What else? Can you let me go up? No. Why? I'm not happy with you. Damn it, boy, you are so arrogant. The young man's face became even angrier. Everyone says that to me. Jiang Bei smiled lightly. Tell me what conditions you want me to get in the car. The young man looked at Jiang Bei in front of him and said. I just told you that you can't go up, don't you understand? Jiang Bei was completely speechless. He already knew who the man in front of him was. Just now he felt that the middle-aged man who made the move looked familiar, but he couldn't remember him for a moment, and now he suddenly had an impression of him. The middle-aged man who attacked him was the same middle-aged man who came to pick up supplies when he and Wang Songsong exchanged supplies. I paid special attention to this person at that time. So Jiang Bei could probably be sure at this time that the young man in front of him was Wang Songsong, who had exchanged a large amount of top-quality materials with him, and was also the only son of a famous real estate tycoon in this city. Therefore, it was impossible for Jiang Bei to let this rich second generation who was extremely prosperous before the end of the world get into his car under such circumstances. Since he has enjoyed the glory and wealth in the first half of his life, he must also feel the pain in the second half. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei no longer paid attention to him and said directly to Lu Jun. Brother, please don't let anyone get on the bus. Get benefits WeChat. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun nodded and immediately stopped in front of the car door. Jiang Bei then walked to the car door and opened it. When the people around saw the car door open, they all wanted to rush forward, but when they saw Lu Jun blocking the door, they did not dare to move forward. At this moment, a young woman with glasses and freckles on her face shouted to Jiang Bei. "Handsome guy, wait a minute." Jiang Bei, who was about to get in the car, turned around and looked at her in confusion. "Handsome guy, as long as you can let me get in the car, I will agree to anything you want, okay?" As she spoke, she made a shy expression on her face, but her eyes were always flirting with Jiang Bei. Looking at her expression, Jiang Bei almost vomited out the breakfast he had eaten. Then Jiang Bei couldn't help but took out an apple from his pocket and threw it at the freckled woman. With a bang, the apple hit her face and knocked her unconscious. "Bah, you want to get on my car, you won't get a share in my next life." The apple that hit the target rolled onto the ice not far away and was immediately scrambled for by the people nearby. "Brothers and sisters, you will die if you stay here anyway. There are only 2 of them, and there is no way they can stop us. There are so many of us. Everyone follow me and charge together." Wang Songsong, who was standing by, saw that no one dared to step forward, so he started to mobilize them directly. The people who were originally hesitant felt that it made sense after listening. They would die sooner or later, so they might as well give it a try. Moreover, they had a good chance of success. After all, there were only 2 of them. Wang Songsong, who was standing by, saw that everyone was excited and shouted at everyone again. "Let's all rush together." As he said this, he was about to take the lead and charge forward. Day. Suddenly, the sound of submachine gun fire was heard, accompanied by Wang Songsong's screams, which frightened the people who were about to rush forward and made them take several steps back, no longer daring to rush forward. "Humph, if you don't accept my toast, then you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. If you're not afraid of death, try taking one more step forward." Jiang Bei held up his submachine gun with a cold face and said to everyone, "I'm counting down to 3 now. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being blind. 3, 2, 1. When everyone heard Jiang Bei's words, they immediately began to retreat. The middle-aged man next to Wang Songsong also immediately picked up the screaming Wang Songsong and retreated. But there was only a masked girl left in front, who was trembling and didn't retreat. Have we met somewhere before? Chapter 44 Fate is so magical. Jiang Bei saw that there were indeed people who were not afraid of death. He was about to shoot, but when he heard what she said, he stopped. The woman in front of him slowly took off her mask, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Jiang Bei's heart was moved by the sight, but he quickly returned to normal. Otherwise it would be too cheap. Even beautiful women should remain rational. After all, everyone around her is pale and thin, and it is obvious that they are short of supplies, but she, a woman, has actually survived until now. The key point is that his face is still rosy, and except for being a little disheveled, the rest of his condition is the same as before the end of the world. Perhaps only Jiang Bei and Wang Songsong, who had collected a large amount of supplies, could look like this at the scene. It seems that this woman is not simple. Jiang Bei became alert at this time. "I say, beautiful lady, even if you are pretty, your pickup lines are too vulgar, aren't they? Did you work as a wine hostess in the past?" Jiang Bei said with some annoyance. What he hated most in his life was wine-selling scammers, and he didn't know why. I remember when he had just graduated from college and went shopping alone, suddenly a beautiful and innocent girl came up to him and called him senior. It was the first time in Jiang Bei's 21 years of life that a junior girl called him senior, let alone such a pure junior girl. At that moment, he thought his happiness had come. After chatting for a few sentences, he found out that she was really in the same school as him. She said that she often saw him strolling alone in the playground at school. She also often strolled there. She didn't expect that it was such a coincidence today that she could meet him on the street, so she plucked up the courage to come up and get to know him. At that moment, Jiang Bei felt like the happiest man in the world. Later, she said she was thirsty and wanted to go to the bar in front to have a drink. At that time, Jiang Bei had just received his first month's salary, so he treated his schoolmate to a drink without thinking, but he didn't expect. Jiang Bei, who was immersed in his memories, was brought back to reality by the answer of the woman in front of him. "A wine shill? What wine shill? I've never done anything like what you call a wine shill." The woman in front of him explained cautiously. "Oh, that's about the same. Aren't you also flirting now?" Jiang Bei did not comment. Wait. Why should I say that? Jiang Bei shook his head angrily. I'm not trying to flirt. I just want to ask, before the disaster, did you send a message to a girl asking her to stock up on supplies? The beautiful woman asked hesitantly. Send a message? Stock up on supplies? When Jiang Bei heard this, his first reaction was that he had no recollection of having sent a message. After a moment, Jiang Bei suddenly remembered that he had sent a similar message to someone. As for whether she bought it later, he didn't care anymore. I think it was posted. As for what happened next, I really don't know. Jiang Bei told the truth. It's really you. The woman became excited. What is me? I'm the one you messaged asking me to stock up on supplies. The woman patted her chest excitedly. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. It seems you believed me and bought some supplies, right? Jiang Bei suddenly realized. He didn't expect that the person he casually sent a message to turned out to be a beautiful woman. Wow, his luck was damn good. Yes. The day after I bought the supplies, I couldn't go out. I have been relying on the supplies I bought to survive until now. The woman became more and more excited as she spoke. Stop. Jiang Bei looked at the beauty in front of him who was getting more and more excited as she spoke, and it reminded him of his bad experience again, so he interrupted her directly. Even if I sent you a message, so what? I've already helped you once, do you want me to help you again? Jiang Bei said calmly. The woman was stunned when she heard this. Yes, he had already helped her once, why should he help her again? At this moment, her expression became like a frostbitten eggplant, and she lowered her head. Prepared to retreat back into the crowd. Wait, you look familiar to me. What did you do before? Jiang Bei suddenly felt as if he had seen her somewhere before, and immediately asked. I'm a stewardess. She replied somewhat dejectedly. Stewardess. Jiang Bei kept repeating these two words while a movie was playing quickly in his mind. Suddenly, a picture grew larger and larger and appeared directly in his mind. Is it her? Jiang Bei's expression froze. Did you help a delivery man on the roadside the afternoon before the disaster? Jiang Bei said with some uncertainty. After hearing this, the woman thought for a moment and remembered the scene that day when she was going home from get off work and saw a delivery man fainted under a big tree on the side of the road. That's true. A delivery man fainted under a tree on the roadside. It was raining so hard. I was worried that he might be injured. The woman was also stunned when she said this. She found that the appearance of the man in front of her was slowly overlapping with the delivery man she had helped in her mind. You are the delivery man who fainted? The woman pointed at him in disbelief and said. It's me. Jiang Bei looked at the beautiful woman who had saved him with a smile on his face and nodded. Oh my God, this is incredible. How could such a coincidence happen? She immediately covered her mouth and said in disbelief. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Jiang Bei also deeply agreed with her words. Come on, beautiful lady, welcome aboard. Jiang Bei moved aside to make room for the car door and made a pleased gesture to the woman. She didn't hesitate when she heard that and just walked up. Some fairies around her were actually invited to get on the car when they saw her use this method. They also began to speak out. Handsome guy, you look familiar to me. Did you save me by Daming Lake? A thin girl wearing glasses started shouting at Jiang Bei. Fuck you, don't disgust me. Jiang Bei took out an apple and threw it at the face. Brother, have you forgotten that I invited you to drink at the bar before? The woman with freckles all over her face who had just been knocked unconscious squeezed to the front and started flirting with Jiang Bei. Seeing this, Jiang Bei took out another apple and threw it at the freckled face. With a bang. The freckled girl was knocked unconscious again and lay on the ice. As luck would have it, the apple got stuck between the freckled girl's teeth. When the people around saw the fruit, they all rushed over. After a moment, Jiang Bei couldn't help but twitch his lips as he watched the red liquid slowly flowing out from under the crowd. Then he invited Lu Jun to get in the car. Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei who was standing beside the car with a submachine gun in his hand. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. After he got in the car, he did not sit down in the living room, but sat in the driver's seat very consciously. Jiang Bei slowly retreated with the gun in hand. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly started the car and drove away from the community. Chapter 45 Crisis reappears. The beautiful woman standing in the carriage at this moment looked at the crowd outside the car, whose faces were full of despair, and a look of pity appeared on her face. Although she sympathized with the group of people outside the car, she knew that her best choice was to keep her mouth shut, otherwise she might be kicked off the car immediately. Thinking of this, she could only force herself not to look at the people outside the car. Jiang Bei, who was standing by, saw this scene and showed a very satisfied smile on his face. This woman was very nice and kind-hearted, but she was not a brainless saint. In this respect, she was better than Lu Jun. "Beautiful lady, please sit down. You are welcome." He chuckled and pointed to the sofa beside him. Thank you. I won't sit down for now. I don't want to dirty the sofa in your car with my dirty body." She looked down at herself and waved her hand. Then go to the second floor and take a shower first. We'll talk after you're done. There's a closet next to the bathroom with some women's clothes. Go and see if there's any clothes that suit you. Jiang Bei pointed to the second floor and said, "Can I take a shower here?" Her eyes opened wide, with a startling look in them. Looking back, I haven't taken a shower for many days. For a beauty, it's simply unbearable. Of course, you go upstairs and take a shower first, I just happen to have something to do. Jiang Bei nodded and said. She hummed softly and walked upstairs. After watching her go upstairs, Jiang Bei immediately sat in the co-pilot seat and began to ask if he had any clues about the attack on him. After all, I have never offended anyone. If it is simply for supplies, then there is no need. Brother, do you know anything about the people who attacked me? Jiang Bei stared at Lu Jun, who was driving, and asked. I have a rough idea, but I still need some evidence, or proof, before I can explain this matter to you clearly. Lu Jun looked around while talking and found a collapsed single-family building in front of him. He began to control the speed of the car and slowly parked it in a place facing away from the building complex. After the car stopped, Lu Jun calmed down and began to think about how to explain the matter. Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who was in deep thought. He did not urge him, but was waiting for him to speak. After a few minutes, Lu Jun raised his head, looked into the distance and slowly told a story from the past. That was more than a decade ago. When I was still in my original unit, I had a bunk bed buddy named Wang Su. We trained together and went through many challenging missions together. Every time, either I came first or he came first. We were like brothers at that time. When Lu Jun said this, a smile appeared on his lips. Jiang Bei didn't say anything, but continued to wait quietly for him to continue. I thought we would always be best brothers, until one day, when we were ordered to conduct a joint exercise with another unit, we met her, a woman as beautiful as a rose and cold, and we both fell in love with her at the same time. Having said that, Lu Jun slowly took out two things wrapped tightly in handkerchiefs from his underwear. Jiang Bei had seen one of them before, which was the medal, and when he opened the other one, he found it was a photo. Jiang Bei looked at the photo in his hand, and when he saw the content of the photo, he couldn't help but be stunned. The woman in the photo is not shown from the front, only from the back. Even so, one can still feel the competence and pride of the woman in the photo. This is? Jiang Bei was a little dazed. Yes, this is the only photo of her. Lu Jun's eyes turned a little red at this time. Then what? Jiang Bei seemed to have thought of something vaguely. Wang Su and I continued to pursue her. A year later, she finally chose to be with me, and he chose to retire from the army, and I didn't hear from him anymore. He slowed down and continued. Just when I thought life would go on like this, she suddenly came to my workplace one day and asked me to break up. She didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. I stopped her and asked her why, but she just shook her head and handed me a handkerchief wrapped in something. Then she ran out without looking back. I opened it and saw only this one photo without a front view. At this point, Lu Jun grabbed his hair in pain. Half a year later, I received a letter from her. When I read it, I finally understood why she broke up with me. At that time, there was a huge transnational drug gang on the border. In order to wipe out this cancer that endangers the national border security in one fell swoop, the leader decided to let her find a way to infiltrate the drug gang and serve as an insider. She knew that this mission was extremely dangerous, so she chose to break up with me. In the end, was it successful? Jiang Bei asked subconsciously. It succeeded. All the 9-story drug trafficking gang was caught. Unfortunately, one of the leaders escaped. No one expected that when she was executing another case, she happened to run into the escaped leader, and then Lu Jun didn't say anything else. His eyes turned red and tears flowed uncontrollably. Jiang Bei looked at him, said nothing, and just patted his shoulder gently. After a while he continued. Later, Wang Su found out about this. When I was on vacation, he suddenly found me and asked me to go abroad with him to avenge her. At that time, I had just been selected to participate in a top-secret project and had no time to do this. We ended up arguing over this matter and became enemies. Before he left, he said he would make me regret my decision today. Later, I participated in a top-secret mission and didn't return home until a while ago. But when I returned home, I found that my mother's legs had been disabled for a long time. After learning more about it, I learned that it was after I had just participated in the top-secret mission that my mother went out to buy groceries one morning and was knocked to the ground by a car with a fake license plate. Both of her legs were directly shattered and paralyzed for life. In order to let me complete the mission well, the leader did not tell me about the situation at home. Surveillance cameras were not yet common at the time, so the driver responsible was not found. I guessed at the time that it was probably what he did. You mean, the person who attacked me this time is most likely this person called Wang Su? Jiang Bei looked at him and asked. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he is most likely coming for me. Of course, he may also be interested in your supplies, otherwise he would not attack you. After all, we have only just met for a short time. Lu Jun said uncertainly. Just when Jiang Bei was about to speak, Lu Jun suddenly signaled him to shut up. At this time, Jiang Bei heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Lu Jun's face changed. Oh no, they are coming. Chapter 46 I didn't mean it, don't scream yet. Jiang Bei was shocked when he heard this, and immediately threw the submachine gun and the belt with bullets in it to Lu Jun. You stay alert first, I'll get some things from upstairs. Jiang Bei didn't wait for Lu Jun to reply after he finished speaking. He immediately jumped out of the passenger seat and ran to the second floor. Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei, who threw the gun to him and ran to the second floor without any hesitation, and he felt a little touched. As a comprehensive scout, he knew that this action without any hesitation was a subconscious action that showed absolute confidence in himself. Then, listening to the sound of cars gradually becoming clearer in the distance, his eyes instantly became calm, and he quickly got out of the car and began to observe. Jiang Bei ran up to the second floor with a few more bulletproof vests in his hands. Hearing the beautiful woman still taking a bath in the bathroom, he subconsciously pushed open the bathroom door. In the narrow space, a flawless white jade body was completely exposed in his sight, with slender legs, smooth belly as white as jade, and thighs. Ah! A shrill scream made Jiang Bei react immediately. He covered her mouth with his hand and threw the bulletproof vest in his hand to her. Shoo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Stop shouting. We're in trouble. Put on your bulletproof vests and hide in the room. Don't go out. After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, he turned and ran into the bedroom. Seeing Huang Xiting and Li Xiao still sleeping, he immediately took out a few bulletproof vests and covered them directly on them. Then he opened the shopping system and started buying weapons. In less than a minute, there were a lot of guns and ammunition on the ground, as well as grenades, smoke bombs, flash bombs, etc. Jiang Bei looked at the pile of equipment on the ground and started to hang them on his body. After a while, he was covered with various weapons. Lu Jun, who was observing at the time, saw two black jeeps parked more than 100 meters away. About 6 people got out, all fully armed, but all dressed in black. 2 of them took out 2 drones and tried to take off, but it seemed to fail, and then they began to search a nearby building. At this time, Jiang Bei also got out of the car and threw a bulletproof vest to Lu Jun, who was observing. Lu Jun was about to speak, but when he turned around and looked at the equipment on Jiang Bei, he was startled. Fuck, Jiang, brother Jiang, where did you get all these equipment? Did you steal the other side's weapons storage, so they attacked you? Looking at his equipment, Lu Jun even began to suspect that this group of people were coming for Jiang Bei and had nothing to do with him. Brother, these are not important. What's important now is that the enemy is coming for us. We must teach them a lesson. All my equipment came from legitimate sources, don't worry. Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who looked suspicious, and said helplessly. Okay, I believe you. Lu Jun grinned and put on the bulletproof vest, then took 2 grenades and a flash bomb from Jiang Bei. Hey, I said, I gave you a bulletproof vest, I didn't tell you to take my grenade. Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who had taken his grenade and flash bomb, and gritted his teeth. Hey, you don't know how to use it, and if you keep it I'm afraid you'll blow me up. Cut. Jiang Bei rolled his eyes at him, and while he wasn't paying attention, he secretly took out another one from his pocket and hung it on his waist. Did you see them? How many of them are there? He looked at Lu Jun, who was changing his observation address, and said, It is estimated that there are more than a dozen drones, but it seems that their drones can't fly anymore, which is a good thing for us, otherwise we would just be sitting ducks. Li Jun was somewhat relieved and said, Nonsense, of course it can't fly. With that look in your eyes, you said you were a scout? When you were driving, didn't you notice the box with an antenna on the passenger seat? Jiang Bei taunted. Box? What box? Aren't you sitting in the passenger seat? How can I see any box? Lu Jun also counterattacked directly with a look of ease on his face. The two looked at each other directly and laughed. Although they were both joking at the moment, they knew that this was just a way to relieve tension and prevent their muscles from becoming too tense and stiff. After laughing, Lu Jun spoke first. Stay here for a while. Don't shoot if you can. They are driving faster than us. I will lead them away first, and then you can find a chance to drive away. Don't worry, as long as you can lead them away, I can find a chance to run away. Jiang Bei nodded directly. Lu Jun turned his head, looked at him, said take care, and then ran towards a collapsed building in the distance without looking back. Jiang Bei looked at his disappearing back, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. He then took out a telescope and started observing. When Jiang Bei discovered that there was not even a single person in the group's car, he instantly thought of a way. Putting away the binoculars, he immediately ran towards the building area on the other side to avoid the group's search of the building. Not long after, Jiang Bei had circled to a distance of less than 30 meters from the group of people. He then took out a white probe, slowly extended it out of the wall, and checked the movements of the group of people on the opposite side through the display screen at the other end. As soon as I stretched out my probe, the display screen showed several fully armed men in black, who had just walked out of a building and were complaining. In such cold weather, they still have to come out to search for those two people. I think that Wang is also mentally ill. Shut up, he provides food and supplies, and we just have to follow his orders. Have you forgotten that he didn't even let his own men go? Hearing the strange accents of these people, Jiang Bei realized that they were foreigners. From the tone of their voices, it seemed that a man named Wang asked them to search. Could it be Wang Su? Jiang Bei thought secretly. Just then, several cars started up and prepared to move forward. Seeing them driving directly towards the parked car, Jiang Bei was ready to open fire. Day. Suddenly, a burst of submachine gun fire was heard from not far away. The tire of the first car was blown out, and a man in black sitting in the passenger seat was shot dead. Jiang Bei knew that it was Lu Jun who fired the shot. At this time, the rest of the foreigners in black got out of the car and fought back, counterattacking in the direction of the shooting. In just a few seconds, the glass in the room where Lu Jun was shattered by bullets. The glass fragments and cement dust instantly filled the room. Feeling the firepower, he was also shocked. He covered his mouth and nose and began to move directly. Several men in black began to approach the house quickly. As soon as Lu Jun went downstairs, he saw two men in black already downstairs. Lu Jun had no choice but to retreat back to the second floor. Just as he was thinking about what to do, suddenly a round object was thrown in from the window. After Lu Jun saw it clearly, his face changed drastically and he cried out inwardly, "Not good." Chapter 47 Lang Feng also vomited. He exerted force with his legs and rushed towards the door. Boom! As soon as he flew out of the door, there was an explosion in the house, and at the same time, there was a sharp pain in his leg. Dust and the pungent smell of gunpowder rushed towards him. Lu Jun had no time to observe the injury on his leg, so he directly covered his face with clothes to avoid the impact on his face. At the same time, seeing the two people on the first floor breaking in through the window, he did not have time to get up, so he just took out the flash bomb, unplugged the fuse, and threw it toward the first floor, while closing his eyes tightly. He counted down silently to 2 seconds in his mind, and his hands kept switching between gun holding modes quickly. The two people downstairs were careless and took a lot of damage. The flash stimulated their eyes and tears came out all at once. After waiting for 2 seconds, Lu Jun opened his eyes instantly and started shooting at the two people who had just rushed in from downstairs. After knocking down the two people downstairs, he turned around and looked at his leg, only to see that it was scratched by glass. He breathed a sigh of relief and stood up immediately. Moved to another corner. At this time, the 4 foreigners who had surrounded the scene did not dare to rush in directly after seeing the 2 bodies on the first floor. Hey, Kevin, the person in the room doesn't look like the ordinary person that Wang said. Could he be a soldier? A slightly younger man said to the bearded man beside him. It's very tricky. Everyone, take out the grenades. I'll count to 3, and everyone throws them in according to the order they came in. The bearded man ordered the other 3 people. Upon hearing this, the other 3 took out grenades and held them in their hands. 3, 2, 1. Throw. Following the bearded man's orders, the 3 people threw grenades in one order. Boom. 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 At this time, Lu Jun, who was in the house, looked at the 3 grenades flying in and had no time to react. 3 grenades exploded in the air, and fragments flew in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Jun was hiding in the corner at this time, and the grenade fragments did not hurt him. However, the successive explosions of 3 grenades still made his chest feel stuffy, and then his throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed from his ears, nose, and even the corners of his eyes. Lu Jun's ears had been temporarily deafened by the shock and he could not hear the footsteps outside. He could only pick up the submachine gun in his hand and shoot at the first floor, hoping to intimidate the enemy and buy Jiang Bei as much time as possible. Good. Very good, that's it. The people inside are firing at a disorderly rate. Keep going. The bearded man laughed as he heard the gunshots coming from inside the house. Upon hearing this, the other 3 men showed cruel smiles on their faces, and each of them took out a grenade, ready to continue. 3, 2. Brother Jiang, I, old Lu, will repay you for helping my mother today. After saying this, Lu Jun stood up staggeringly, ready to rush out and fight to the death. 1. At this time, the bearded man outside the house was about to shout, "Throw it away." He heard a round object sliding down his feet. He subconsciously looked down and saw a grenade with the iron ring removed, right under his feet. Then came the second grenade, and the third. Oh no! The bearded man's pupils instantly dilated. Boom! 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 He was answered by 3 explosions, followed by 3 more. Jiang Bei, who was not far away, looked at the heroic scene of 6 grenades dividing 4 people and couldn't help but started vomiting. Although he had killed many people and was basically immune to vomiting, the scene in front of him was really tragic. He vomited until only acid was left, then he slowly got up, took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed his mouth. He walked into the house with a pale face. At this time, Lu Jun, whose body was shaking and covered in blood, was holding a machine gun in his hand and pointing it towards the door. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing no enemy rushing in, he began to wonder what the enemy outside was doing. You haven't dared to come in for such a long time. You are too timid. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Lu Jun picked up the submachine gun without thinking and was about to open fire. When he saw the face of the person outside the door clearly, he was shocked and pointed the gun directly at the ceiling. Da-day-day. The sound of a submachine gun scared Jiang Bei at the door. He trembled all over and subconsciously began to feel the places on his body where he was shot. It took him a moment to react and he shouted to Lu Jun in the room. Brother, you scared me to death. I didn't get killed by the enemy, but I almost died under your gun. Lu Jun, who was in the house, looked at Jiang Bei who was talking outside in shock, and his eyes began to turn red. He didn't expect that this little brother whom he had just met not long ago did not leave, but saved his life instead. Hey, brother, I'm talking to you, why are you ignoring me? Jiang Bei walked into the house with an unhappy look on his face. When he saw Lu Jun with blood all over his face at the stairs, looking at him and smiling, he immediately ran over. Brother, are you okay? Jiang Bei helped him sit on the stairs and began to check if he had been shot. Fortunately, after a check, no gunshot wounds were found, which made Jiang Bei breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, bro. Jiang Bei looked at the silent Lu Jun and waved in front of him. Lu Jun finally reacted, pointed at his ears and said loudly to him. Brother, I can't hear anything now. I was just hit by a grenade. Jiang Bei heard this and immediately understood what was going on. He made a gesture to Lu Jun to change the location, then helped him up and walked out of the house. When the two of them walked out of the house, Lu Jun looked at the broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground with an incredible look in his eyes. He turned to look at Jiang Bei beside him and pointed at the scene. Jiang Bei grinned and shrugged, but his face was a little pale. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Long Feng vomited violently when he watched the execution of a death row prisoner. It was not shameful for him, after all, Zhang Lang had vomited too. Thinking of this, Zhang Bei straightened his back instantly, and his face regained a lot of color. Zhang Bei helped him to the room next door and asked him to wait there for a while. He then ran to drive the car and observed the surrounding environment. When he found nothing unusual, he ran towards the RV. Not long after, Zhang Bei drove over. Huang Xiting, who was in the car, had been awakened by Zhang Bei through a special method. She was sitting on the sofa on the first floor with a medicine box, waiting for the wounded to get in the car. After parking the car, Zhang Bei immediately jumped out and ran towards the house where Lu Jun was. He originally planned to let Huang Xiting get out of the car to bandage and treat Lu Jun, but then he thought that the temperature outside was too low, so it would be better to bandage and treat him in the car. Just as Zhang Bei was supporting the weak Lu Jun towards the RV, a cold voice suddenly came from above their heads. "Since you are so badly injured, don't leave." Chapter 48. You can't control it, let me do it 2 chapters in 1. Zhang Bei was startled and looked up, only to see a drone hovering above their heads. The sound came from the drone. Without saying a word, Zhang Bei pulled out a Desert Eagle from his waist and fired 3 shots at the drone above. Lu Jun, who was standing by, was suddenly startled by a gunshot in his ear, and his hearing actually recovered. Only then did Lu Jun discover that there was a drone above him. The rotor of the drone was smashed by Zhang Bei. After losing power, it crashed directly into the wall beside it, and then fell on the ice, without any movement. "It's broken. The jammer won't lose power, will it?" Zhang Bei felt a headache. When Zhang Bei discovered the drone, he knew there must be something wrong with the jammer. "Brother Jiang, hurry up, he's not far from here," Lu Jun said anxiously to Zhang Bei. "Brother, have you recovered your hearing? Let's go, get in the car and bandage the wound first." Zhang Bei's face lit up with joy, and he helped him walk towards the car. "Brother Jiang, listen to me. I am now very sure that it was him. This is a personal grudge between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. I believe he will not pursue you. Go quickly and don't waste any more time. Leave the gun to me and go." Lu Jun pushed Zhang Bei away and shouted. "Ah, brother, how can you be sure that he will let me go? Have you forgotten that the drone secretly photographed my supplies?" he said calmly. Zhang Bei had a vague feeling that Wang Su might be coming for him. If he drove out of the construction area at this time, he would probably be dead. Lu Jun was speechless after hearing this. In fact, he knew that the opponent's target was not just him, and he was betting that Wang Su came only for him. "Okay, brother, you know that in this situation, if we drive out of this building, we will die faster. If we stay here, we can prepare a little bit and maybe we can still have a chance of survival." After Zhang Bei finished speaking, he helped Lu Jun into the car and asked Huang Xiting to start bandaging his wounds. During this time, Zhang Bei took out a pill and asked Lu Jun to take it quickly. "What is this?" "I'm fine, I don't need to eat." Lu Jun waved his hand. "This is not for healing, this is a pill for strengthening your body. You are so weak now, how are you going to fight against the opponent later? Take it quickly, this is an exclusive secret recipe, it will work immediately after you take it." Zhang Bei smiled mysteriously and said, Okay." Lu Jun did not refuse anymore. He took the pill and put it in his mouth to swallow it. However, before he could swallow it, the pill turned into liquid medicine and saliva, which he swallowed together. "How come this pill melted as soon as I invested in it?" Lu Jun said in a somewhat mysterious tone. "Okay, that's not the point. I'll show you something good later," Zhang Bei said perfunctorily and then put on a mysterious smile. The wound was bandaged soon. Zhang Bei took out a new set of extremely cold-resistant clothing and asked Lu Jun to put it on. This was the most important set of equipment for the next fight against the enemy. Of course, bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets were also necessary. Lu Jun watched him take out military equipment piece by piece from upstairs, and his brain was a little confused. Could this guy be an arms dealer? Don't just stand there, put it on quickly. After Zhang Bei finished speaking, he put on a complete set of the latest equipment. With his slender and strong body, he looked really heroic, which could be judged by the strange look in the eyes of the 3 women beside him. "Okay, you 3 remember to put on full sets of bulletproof gear, and don't get out of the car under any circumstances, unless the 2 of us are dead." After Zhang Bei finished speaking to the 3 beauties, without waiting for them to speak, he pointed upstairs and motioned for them to go up. "Owner, If you have anything to say, wait until I come back and hurry up now. Huang Xiting was about to speak when she was interrupted by Jiang Bei. Seeing this, the three of them could only walk upstairs silently, and Huang Xiting had tears in her eyes, looking back every few steps at Jiang Bei below. After seeing the three people go upstairs, Jiang Bei ran to the storage room, took out a black box and put it on the table. Guess what's in there, bro? Jiang Bei smiled mysteriously. Brother, don't tell me there is a sniper rifle in here, right? Lu Jun was somewhat suspicious. Fuck. As expected of a scout, your intuition is terrifying. Jiang Bei opened the black box and saw a complete but unassembled sniper rifle component quietly placed in the middle of the box. Lu Jun looked at the box he took out and found a sniper rifle that had not been assembled yet. The corners of his mouth twitched, but his eyes flashed with astonishing surprise. It was as if I saw a peerless beauty coming out of the bath. Hey, bro, please wipe your saliva, it's all over the table. Jiang Bei looked at him and reminded him with a smile. Lu Jun chuckled when he heard that, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then reached out to stroke every component in the box. Just looking at his expression, I would have thought he was caressing a beautiful woman. Okay, stop touching it. I'll give it to you. Hurry up and assemble it. Time is running out. Jiang Bei urged. Okay, it will be over in a moment. Since we have this magical weapon, we can at least kill a few of them before they get close to us. After saying that, Lu Jun started to pick up the accessories and assemble them. Jiang Bei on the side took out the signal jammer from the co-pilot's seat, connected it to an ultra-low temperature resistant battery, and turned on the switch. Then he took out a small drone and tested it, and sure enough, the drone could not take off. Jiang Bei turned off the signal jammer, walked out of the car, and operated the drone to check the surrounding environment. After final observation and thinking, Jiang Bei identified a flat-roofed building in the northeast corner. Then he walked back to the room. At this time, Lu Jun had already assembled the sniper rifle and was adjusting the sight. How's it going, bro? It's almost done, right? Jiang Bei put the drone aside, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write and draw, while glancing at Lu Jun. All right. After saying that, he pulled the bolt and there was a crisp click sound. Lu Jun also closed his eyes and listened to this wonderful sound. He hadn't touched a sniper rifle for a long time and thought he would never be able to touch it again in his lifetime, but he didn't expect Jiang Bei to give him an unexpected surprise. Brother, take a look. I just checked the layout of the nearby buildings through a drone. After careful analysis, I think we can go here. Jiang Bei picked up the simple layout he had drawn and pointed to the location in the northeast corner. Lu Jun just took a glance and expressed his agreement. Don't you have any suggestions, bro? Jiang Bei was a little surprised when he saw Lu Jun's quick and decisive answer. No need. The place you choose is the location I have planned for the battle. Lu Jun said casually. Jiang Bei. See, this is the vision of wise people. Great minds think alike. Jiang Bei grinned. But what Jiang Bei didn't know was that Lu Jun was indeed very surprised. That position was the best combat position I had judged based on my years of experience. I didn't expect that my younger brother could analyze that position best suited for fighting with a few against a larger force in such a short period of time. It seemed that he had a talent for this. Okay, let's go over there quickly. After saying that, Jiang Bei casually turned on the shield to prevent the other side from using drones to attack him, and drove towards the northeast corner of the entire building complex. Soon, the car stopped at a location that both of them had their eyes on. After getting off the car, the two men smiled with satisfaction as they looked at the building, which was only 3 or 4 stories high. As the surrounding buildings collapsed, this building became the highest point. Then the two of them immediately started climbing the stairs with their weapons and equipment. After a while, he climbed to the top floor. The two of them were in a high vantage point with an unobstructed view of the surroundings. It was a perfect spot to use a small force to defeat a large one. In this kind of location, as long as the opposite side does not have a sniper rifle, then we are not afraid of how many people come from the opposite side. If there are few people, we can use sniper rifles, and if there are many people, we can just throw grenades. Jiang Bei nodded with satisfaction. They are coming. Just when Jiang Bei was about to speak, Lu Jun on the side said in a cold tone. Jiang Bei heard this and looked not far away, only to see several jeeps in the distance, driving towards where they had just parked. Seeing this, Jiang Bei was very curious about where the car on the opposite side came from. His car was bought through the system, so where did the car on the opposite side come from? At this time, in a car in the distance, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face looked at the broken limbs not far away, frowned slightly, and then pointed to the room outside. Seeing this, a fully armed man in the passenger seat immediately got out of the car and rushed into the house with a few people to check the situation. Soon he ran to the car window and said to the middle-aged man, "Boss, there are 2 bodies on the floor inside the house. They were killed directly by a submachine gun." After talking about inside the house, the man continued to add about the situation outside the house. The bodies of the other few people were all broken into pieces. Judging from the traces, they were blown to pieces by several consecutive grenades. After saying this, the fully armed man looked at the middle-aged man in the car and stopped talking. "Shama, what do you think? It seems that the other party has a lot of weapons and equipment, but I don't know where they got these weapons. Although the military district's organization is not complete, it is not a place they can rob. This is what I have been unable to figure out." The man called Shama asked in confusion. The middle-aged man in the car recalled the footage captured by the drone. In just a short period of time, a lot of supplies appeared in the house. At that time, there was no one else in the house except the 2 of them. How did it happen? He still hadn't figured it out at this point, so he could only wait until he caught them and asked them clearly. "Find their hiding place as soon as possible." The man in the car ordered indifferently. "Yes." Xiaoma responded after hearing this and began to observe some traces around him. Soon he found several traces of vehicles driving on the ice. Then he began to chase in the direction of Jiang Bei and the others along the traces of the vehicle. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun, who were upstairs here, were not surprised at all when they saw that the opposite side determined their position in just a short while. After all, the boss on the opposite side is not an ordinary person. At this time, Lu Jun and Jiang Bei looked at the enemy approaching rapidly in the distance, and began to concentrate to deal with the situation that was about to follow. Lu Jun, holding a sniper rifle, held a grass root from nowhere in his mouth. He watched the swaying of the grass root and silently calculated the distance between the enemy and the enemy. Soon 3 cars came into Lu Jun's shooting range. He did not rush to shoot, but looked for his former friend among the 3 cars through the scope. Unfortunately, he could only see the driver's seat and the front passenger seat, but not the back seat. He knew that based on his understanding of his old friend, he would not sit in the front passenger seat. Lu Jun had no choice but to watch as he was about to enter the 1,000-meter range, so he finally set his target on the driver of the second car. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the driver of the second vehicle was hit directly and fatally. The vehicle instantly lost control, crashed into a building nearby, and stopped. "There's a sniper. Everyone, be careful. Be careful now." Xiaoma in the third car and the man in the back seat immediately ordered everyone to abandon the car and hide. Bang! Another driver was shot dead on the spot. Jiang Bei, who was standing by, picked up the telescope and looked at Lu Jun's accuracy and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Awesome. I haven't touched it for a long time, it feels unfamiliar." Although Lu Jun said he was unfamiliar, the pride in his eyes betrayed him. "Okay, if nothing unexpected happens, they won't dare to show their heads for a while. Let's take a break." Lu Jun naturally sat down on the ground and stroked the sniper rifle in his hand, his eyes full of love. Seeing how confident he was, Jiang Bei didn't hesitate and sat down on the ground waiting for them to get closer. There was nothing he could do now. The range of the rifle was only 300 or 400 meters, so it was completely useless. He could only wait for the other party to come forward. As he was thinking about it, Jiang Bei turned his head to look at the sniper rifle in Lu Jun's hand. He felt an urge to try it out. Thinking about how handsome Lu Jun was when he took the enemy's head from 1,000 meters away, he also wanted to try it at this moment. "Lao Lu, come on, give me the sniper rifle, I want to try it too," Jiang Bei said as he was about to take the sniper rifle from his hand. Lu Jun stopped him and said, "Being a sniper requires talent, you know. It's different from an ordinary gun. You can't just pick it up and use it. Don't talk nonsense, give it to me quickly, this is my gun." Jiang Bei blocked Lu Jun's next words with just one sentence. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Lu Jun simply started talking to Jiang Bei about the techniques and methods of using a sniper rifle. You need to judge the wind speed, the arc of the bullet, the enemy's movement speed, etc. to shoot in advance. It takes several years of practice to master it. Just wait patiently, and you will have the chance to shoot. "Okay, got it." Jiang Bei made an okay gesture. Jiang Bei then began to look for the hiding enemies, while Lu Jun on the side picked up a telescope and acted as an observer. Coming, 3 o'clock. Lu Jun on the side immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bei immediately looked towards the 3 o'clock direction and saw several people on the opposite side running towards a building in front at the same time. He immediately held his breath and observed the route they were running. At this moment, he felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat. At this moment, the only thing he could see were the few people running. Seeing that several people were about to enter the building in front, he finally pulled the trigger. Bang! With a dull sound, a man in black was hit by a bullet, which went straight through his forehead and he fell to the ground. The man in black who was running at the back stumbled, then sped up and ran forward. He was about to step into the building in front of him, and a smile even appeared on his face. Zhang Bei didn't know where his hand speed came from at this time. In less than 2 seconds, he immediately changed a bullet, aimed, and fired in one go. With a bang, the bullet flew out instantly. Chapter 49 Send them some local specialties. His smile suddenly stopped. Hiss. Lu Jun on the side looked at the man in disbelief as he was only one step away from safety, but eventually fell down half a step away from the safety zone. Turning to look at Zhang Bei, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He had trained hard for more than 2 years to be able to fire 2 shots in 5 seconds. This was already considered a talent. This kid almost caught up with him as soon as he came up, which made Lu Jun not know how to react for a moment. He could only say that he was really a genius. After Zhang Bei fired the shot, he found that there was no suitable location or point to shoot again, so he moved away from the sniper rifle's scope. Brother, this isn't that difficult. After Zhang Bei finished speaking, he returned the gun to him. Lu Jun looked at Zhang Bei, who had a calm face. He really wanted to take out his size 43 shoes and slap them on his face. He didn't know if he was pretending or really didn't feel anything. Of course, it's not difficult. This is the most basic. If you can't hit a target this big, you might as well just jump down from here. Lu Jun's mouth twitched and he said. Then you should beat me. I prefer simple and rough tactics. As he said this, he picked up his submachine gun. Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not asked to demonstrate anything difficult. Next, the sniper rifle will lose its advantage. We have to be careful. Lu Jun said to Zhang Bei, who was standing beside him. Zhang Bei nodded but didn't say anything. The 11 people who had escaped the sniper range several hundred meters away now all gathered in the corner of a collapsed room, all looking at one of the middle-aged men. At this moment, he was no longer as calm as before. He looked a little embarrassed, but his face was frighteningly gloomy. Very good, there are sniper rifles. I really underestimated them. The middle-aged man said coldly. Boss, what should we do? With these 2 empty lots, we will lose 4 brothers. Xiaoma next to the middle-aged man asked. It's okay. We are now out of the most critical distance for snipers. There are obstacles hundreds of meters ahead. The effect of their sniping will be greatly weakened. When you move forward, be careful not to show your heads to avoid being sniped. Do you understand? The middle-aged man arranged. Clear. The rest of the people nodded. Next, everyone will be divided into 3 groups. One group will have 4 people. The boss and I will be in the middle. The other 2 groups will be on my far left and far right. The 3 groups will move forward at the same time. Set off. Xiaoma and the other middle-aged men immediately arranged the groups after they finished speaking, and then directed everyone to move forward quickly. At this time, Lu Jun on the roof was still looking for opportunities. He found some opportunities, but unfortunately he failed to make a fatal blow. He only delayed the opponent's advance speed and that was all. In the early stage, Zhang Bei had the advantage of sniper rifle range. The shooting distance of the rifle was too short, so the opponent could only passively take the beating. But slowly, as the distance between the 2 sides got closer, the sound of gunfire became more frequent. Gradually, the pressure on Lu Jun and Zhang Bei increased. As the distance gets closer, the accuracy of the opponent's shooting becomes higher and higher. Lu Jun could no longer accurately snipe the opponent at will, or he might be shot to death. Soon the distance between the 2 sides was less than 200 meters. Fortunately, the building between the flat-roofed building in Zhang Bei and the building area opposite collapsed completely, forming an unobstructed blank area that can block the impact speed of the opposite side. In this way, the 2 sides adhered to the principle of friendship and non-harm to each other, and fired at each other at this distance for up to 5 minutes using various shooting techniques. In the end, both sides stopped shooting tacitly. Jiang Bei sat down on the ground exhausted, drinking mineral water in big gulps. It wasn't that he was tired, but his arms were sore. Damn it, I finally understand how the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the final loss was 0:0. He drank and complained. Lu Jun on the side didn't feel much, he simply relaxed his arms. Right now, the other side hasn't made up their mind to fight us to the death, so they haven't fought hard yet. In a while, they may fight hard. Lu Jun said. Yeah, so I decided to give them a few surprises. A sly smile appeared on Jiang Bei's lips. What a surprise. Lu Jun looked confused. You'll know in a minute. Jiang Bei waved and asked Lu Jun to continue shooting on the rooftop, while he quickly ran downstairs. I originally thought of just using a mortar to bombard him, but then I thought it would be better to keep a low profile. Finally, several drones with mechanical claws underneath were taken out. After Jiang Bei turned off the signal jammer on the car, he briefly learned how to operate the drones. After getting familiar with it, he took out several small, long grenades with tail fins, with the fuse at the front end. This way, when dropped from a high altitude, they could directly and accurately hit the target. Jiang Bei then carefully fixed the 2 bombs on the 2 mechanical claws of the drone. After making sure there was no problem, Jiang Bei carefully opened the safety buckle to ensure that the bomb would explode stably after it landed. After all the processes were completed, Jiang Bei began to control the drone to take off, slowly rising to a distance of about 150 meters. At this time, he could not see the shadow of the drone at all, so he controlled the drone to fly to the opposite side. In less than 10 seconds, he flew above the opposite side. Jiang Bei looked at the ruins in the picture and began to slowly descend in altitude, looking for the target. Just when the drone descended to about 50 meters, Jiang Bei saw 2 dark shadows on the screen secretly crawling forward. You two are really lucky, so I'll give it to you. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He controlled the drone to fly quickly over the 2 people's heads, opened the drone's mechanical claws, and 2 bombs quickly smashed towards the 2 people. At this time, the 2 people who had just climbed onto the roof were about to climb forward when they suddenly heard a sound above their heads. When they looked up, they saw 2 objects falling from the drone. FK, it's a bomb. The 2 men exclaimed at the same time and were about to get up and run away, but unfortunately the shell fell too fast, and before they finished speaking, the shell had already landed at their feet. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions were heard in succession, and the 2 men were killed directly. 2 puffs of green smoke rose from the roof. Lu Jun on the rooftop looked at the green smoke rising from the rooftop not far away, and then he realized what the surprised Jiang Bei was talking about. It turned out that they were delivering goods by drone. He increasingly suspected that this guy was an arms dealer, otherwise where did these things come from? At the same time, he was also curious about how he had managed not to be caught before the end of the world. Jiang Bei looked at the success of the first airstrike and excitedly continued to control the second drone to start delivering goods. It was the same height again, and this time 2 dark shadows were seen in the outermost corner shooting at the faith on the roof. Okay, it's you too. Chapter 50 Boy, you've watched long enough. As he spoke, he released the mechanical claws, and 2 bombs quickly fell downwards. Boom! Boom! There were 2 more explosions, but these 2 people were in a worse situation than the previous 2. There were walls on both sides, which made the explosion more powerful. Looking at the miserable state of the 2 people, Jiang Bei secretly thought that they deserved it. The middle-aged man here was watching the successive explosions, feeling very aggrieved. First, the drone couldn't be used, then he was used as a target while driving, then he abandoned the car and walked, and 2 of them were sniped. 4 people died before he could see them. This guy finally advanced less than 100 meters, and there was an unobstructed area ahead. If he rushed forward directly, several people would surely die. He was thinking about how to get through the time. As a result, 4 more were killed by the opponent's drone. If I had known earlier, I would have just charged forward directly. Only 3 or 4 people would have died. Damn, 2 bastards. The middle-aged man angrily picked up the gun and fired a burst of shots at the roof of the opposite building, cursing at the same time. It wasn't until the whole magazine of bullets was used up that things stabilized. Go and call them all over here, don't let them stay outside. After venting his frustration, the middle-aged man said to Xiaoma beside him. Yes. The pony answered and turned to run out of the house. After a while, all the people were gathered in the house. Seeing that there were only 8 people left in the house, including himself, the middle-aged man's face became frighteningly gloomy. Listen, we can't keep wasting time like this. There are only 2 people on the other side, and we have 8. We have an 8:2 advantage. As he spoke, he drew 2 circles on the ground and said, "Everyone listen to my command. As soon as I say charge, everyone spread out immediately and rush directly towards the house in front. If you want to survive, you must run as fast as you can. Xiao Ma and I will provide you with cover fire from the rear. If anyone gets scared, my bullets will knock you down faster than the enemies. Do you understand?" "Clear." Everyone nodded. "Boss, do you still want to capture them alive? This may increase the casualties," Xiao Ma said with some worry. The middle-aged man looked at their expressions and understood what they meant. In this situation, if he asked them to capture them alive, it might backfire. Catch them alive if there's a chance, and kill them if there's no chance. Finally, he added the order to kill. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt relieved. What they wanted was to be able to kill him. As for the chance to capture him alive, they simply chose to ignore it. "Everyone, rest here for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will attack directly." "Yes." After everyone heard this and responded, they all found a place to sit down. The middle-aged man walked to a corner and looked through the crack at the 3-story building only a few dozen meters away from him, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. "It's time for us to end this today," he murmured to himself. Lu Jun on the roof seemed to sense something. He picked up the telescope and looked towards a crack in front of him. He saw a pair of eyes that were both familiar and unfamiliar staring at him in the crack. "Wang Su, this moment will come eventually." At this moment, Lu Jun suddenly stood up and made a gesture in the direction of the crack. Seeing this, Xiao Ma in the house was about to shoot immediately. But the middle-aged man stopped him with his hand, and then he walked out of the house and stared at the familiar figure on the roof. The two were now several dozen meters apart, staring at each other. After a moment, the two of them walked back to their original positions in tacit understanding. The middle-aged man here began to prepare for the final charge. Lu Jun over there also promptly told Jiang Bei downstairs that the opposite side was about to launch a general attack. "Brothers, success or failure depends on this one time, charge." The middle-aged man shouted, and everyone dispersed and rushed forward. At this time, Wang Bin and Xiao Ma began to shoot frantically at the roof to suppress the fire. "Brother Jiang, they are coming," Lu Jun shouted to Jiang Bei downstairs. In fact, when Jiang Bei opened fire on the opposite side, he knew that the other side was prepared to exchange his life for distance. He was hiding at an angle where he couldn't be hit, and started shooting at several people running in the distance. He knocked one down instantly, followed by the second one. Just when he wanted to continue shooting, bullets from the opposite side flew towards him, and the wall was instantly covered in flying dust. Jiang Bei was forced to retreat. Lu Jun on the upper floor took advantage of the moment when the firepower shifted and stood up and knocked down 2 enemies directly. At this time, there were still 2 last enemies rushing towards him. He was about to continue, but the firepower from the opposite side came up again, and he was forced to put away his gun and dodge. Lu Jun knew that the 2 people opposite could not stop them, so he picked up his gun and ran downstairs. It was too dangerous for Jiang Bei to stay downstairs alone. Jiang Bei on this side also guessed that someone might have successfully rushed over. When he was about to remind Lu Jun, he felt a chill on his back. He rolled on the ground in an instant. The gunshot hit the place where he was just now. The man in black who fired the shot was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that it was dodged. In the moment of distraction, Jiang Bei fired a volley of bullets at the man in black. The man who had just been congratulating himself for successfully rushing over was killed by Jiang Bei. Until his death, he understood how the other party had dodged the shot by turning his back to him. Jiang Bei, who was lying on the ground at this time, was still holding the submachine gun tightly. He could feel that his back was covered with cold sweat, and the wet warm clothes were even sticking to his back. In the previous moment, he really felt the threat of death. If it weren't for the sudden sense of crisis, he would have almost instinctively controlled his body, rolled to the side and avoided the attack. Otherwise, at such a close distance, even if he was wearing a bulletproof vest, it would be of little use. At this time, there was a fierce sound of gunfire in the building, and the gunfire stopped after more than 10 seconds. Jiang Bei began to walk into the building, while listening carefully for any footsteps around him. Not long after, Jiang Bei saw Lu Jun, covered in blood, being stepped on by a middle-aged man in the house and saying something angrily. It's been more than 10 years. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? The middle-aged man angrily said to Lu Jun on the ground. Wang Su, I admit that the other things were my fault, but I only want to ask you one thing. You have to tell me the truth. Did you do what happened to my mother? Lu Jun raised his head with great effort and looked at Wang Bin in front of him and said. Yes, I did it, so what? I wanted to take revenge on you, but you didn't give me the chance, so I had to do this, but unfortunately I only broke my legs. Wang Su smiled grimly. You're just a beast. Lu Jun gritted his teeth and said angrily, his lips were bleeding. So what? You have to take responsibility for the choice you made. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am now. Wang Su's tone began to turn cold. Jiang Bei's blood boiled when he heard this, and he was about to shoot. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Boy, you've watched long enough. Chapter 51 Earth-shaking changes. Jiang Bei was shocked when he heard this, and just as he was about to turn around, something hit the back of his head. Put down the gun in your hand. He felt the muzzle of the gun on the back of his head and had no choice but to drop the gun. Boss, another guy got caught. Xiaoma said as he pushed Jiang Bei into the house. Wang Su in the room heard this and turned to look at Jiang Bei. Very good, come here. He said and waved at Xiaoma. Let's go over there. Upon hearing this, Xiaoma immediately escorted Jiang Bei over. Wang Su, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. The grudge between us has nothing to do with him. Let him go. Lu Jun raised his head with difficulty and looked at him. Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, and immediately stepped forward to help him up. Brother, don't waste your energy. He won't let me go. Do you think I'm right? Jiang Bei looked at Wang Su in front of him with a sneer on his face. Ha, of course, I'm very interested in you, and I really don't intend to let you go at the moment. Wang Su replied with a wry smile. Of course, if you can answer my questions, maybe we can become partners or even good brothers. Who knows? He then added another sentence. Forget about it, my good brother. My parents died before the end of the world. Jiang Bei said this seriously. When the pony at the side heard this, the corners of his mouth opened up subconsciously, but then he came to his senses and bit his back teeth tightly. His face turned red and his whole body began to tremble. Jiang Bei looked at Xiaoma, who was trying his best to hold back his laughter, and asked a soul-searching question. Brother, how about you come? Xiaoma, who was already unable to hold back his laughter, couldn't hold it back anymore after Jiang Bei asked this question and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Sun looked at Xiaoma, who was laughing so hard that his body was shaking. Then he reacted and kicked Xiaoma aside. Backup number, TXW Koi. Boy, do you want to die? Wang Su stared at Jiang Bei angrily and said. Of course not. My good days are still ahead of me. Why would I want to die? Then answer my question honestly. Wang Su's tone was slightly relieved at this time. Jiang Bei looked at the young man who had been kicked aside. On the surface, he was chatting with Wang Sun, but in his heart he was secretly thinking about under what circumstances he could kill them both instantly. If he took out his submachine gun right now, could he kill them both? The answer is definitely no. He would have no problem killing one instantly when he caught the other person off guard, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed by the second one. If you want to kill two people at the same time without getting hurt, it is best to let one of them put down his gun. This way, you can catch the one with the gun by surprise and kill the other one first, and then kill him. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei came up with an idea and continued with Wang Su's words. Okay, then you ask. Jiang Bei lowered his tone, as if he had figured it out. Where did you get the supplies from the past few days? You were the only one in the room, how come there were so many supplies in such a short time? Wang Su was very satisfied with his performance at this time, and then asked the questions that he was concerned about. Jiang Bei felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard this. Sure enough, it was because of the problem of supplies. It seemed that some scenes were captured by the drone when the gold supplies were exchanged before, but the key scenes should not have been captured, otherwise they would not ask me. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of a method and replied. You mean supplies? This is actually very simple. I was a magician before the end of the world, and I happened to be researching large stage props during that time. Ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wang Su interrupted Jiang Bei directly. You don't believe me? Then let me show you how to turn a hand into an apple? Jiang Bei started rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. Seeing this, the young man Xiaoma next to him immediately pointed a gun at him. Don't be nervous, it's just a magic trick, can I still make a gun? Jiang Bei signaled him not to be nervous. As he said this, he snapped his fingers on both hands. In an instant, there was a fresh apple in each hand, even with green leaves. Wang Su narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Xiaoma next to him thought that the apple was fake and asked Jiang Bei to throw the apple to him so that he could judge whether it was real or not. Jiang Bei smiled inwardly when he heard this, as it was exactly what he wanted. Then he took the apples in both hands, handed one to him and the other to Wang Su. The young man, Xiaoma, took the apple and looked at it. He found that it was real and couldn't help but exclaimed. Then he took a bite. The sweet and juicy taste went straight to his taste buds, which made the pony, who hadn't eaten the hardeye fruit for many days, feel very satisfied. Wang Su on the side was looking at the apple in his hand, feeling a little confused at the moment. Seeing this, Jiang Bei snapped his fingers again, and instantly a few more bunches of fresh grapes appeared in his hand. Here, fresh grapes, catch. Jiang Bei threw the grapes at them before the two of them could react. Wang Su and the young man subconsciously reached out to catch the grapes thrown in the air. At this time, Jiang Bei saw that the two people's attention was successfully drawn to the grapes. He instantly took out a submachine gun and fired a burst of shots at the young man closest to him, knocking him to the ground on the spot. Then he turned the gun and shot directly at Wang Su. When Wang Su heard the gunshots, he realized he was lured and wanted to raise his gun immediately. However, his reaction was not as quick as when he was young. Jiang Bei, who got there first, knocked him to the ground and he lost his fighting ability. Seeing that he had successfully knocked down the two men, Jiang Bei breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his whole body. Then he turned to look at Lu Jun, but he didn't know when Lu Jun had fainted. Jiang Bei immediately ran over, helped him up and checked his condition. After confirming that he was not seriously injured, he felt relieved. When he was about to carry Lu Jun on his back and leave, a weak voice was heard. Etc. Jiang Bei was startled and immediately looked at Wang Su, who was lying on the ground with vigilance. Wang Su, with blood all over his mouth, took out an envelope and handed it to him. Jiang Bei took the envelope and took a look. There was nothing written on the outside of the envelope, it was bare. Is this for him? Jiang Bei said calmly. Wang Su blinked and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He tilted his head and closed his eyes. Jiang Bei looked at the dead Wang Su and couldn't help but sigh. Carrying the unconscious Lu Jun, he walked towards the RV outside. Jiang Bei walked out of the room and suddenly found that the originally gray sky began to become bright. After a while, the sun came out in the sky. He could even feel the warmth of the sunlight on his skin. Feeling the increasingly strong reflection of sunlight around me, Jiang Bei seemed like a different world. Boom! A dull roar came from underground, and the whole city trembled. The sun, which had just risen, disappeared silently at this moment. The originally bright sky on earth became even darker than before. Jiang Bei felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart at this moment. Chapter 52 The chicken country was destroyed. He quickly carried the unconscious Lu Jun onto the RV. Then Huang's sighting was called down to examine the unconscious Lu Jun. At this moment, he immediately ran to the driver's seat, started the RV, and began to accelerate slowly towards the distance. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and it felt like the whole earth was shaking. Jiang Bei listened to the dull sound, and his premonition became worse and worse. He could only step on the accelerator to the bottom and get away from here as soon as possible. Master, are you okay? Li Xiao also walked upstairs at this time, sat in the co-pilot seat, and looked at Jiang Bei worriedly. I'm fine, is she still honest? Jiang Bei glanced back and saw the stewardess who was observing Huang's sighting doing the checkup. Yeah, she's a very nice and honest person with a good personality and is very gentle. She doesn't have a boyfriend either. There was a hint of something different in Li Xiao's tone. What's her name, did you ask? Jiang Bei was not in the mood to pay attention to Li Xiao's implication at this time. My name is Wang Min. I'm 23 years old and I just graduated a little over a year ago. Li Xiao replied. Oh, let her stay in the same room with me first, and then I'll observe her later. Although she helped me before, in this environment, I don't need someone with a strong self-esteem in my car, otherwise something will happen sooner or later. You know what I mean, right? Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao in the passenger seat and said softly. Yes, I understand, master. Li Xiao nodded obediently. Boom. Another dull sound. Master, why is the sky getting darker and darker? Was that a noise just now, an explosion? Li Xiao looked at the increasingly gloomy sky outside and couldn't help but ask Xiang Jiangbei. If nothing unexpected happens, the magnitude 10 earthquake I told you about earlier might happen ahead of schedule. What? There are still several days left. This is too scary. After hearing this, Li Xiao's face turned pale. Yes, so what I am worried about now is whether we can get as far away from this city as possible before the big earthquake happens, otherwise I am afraid we will be in great danger. Jiang Bei's face didn't look very good either. Since it was unavoidable, all he could do now was to step on the accelerator, hoping to run faster and farther. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Bei had been driving for several hours. The sky outside had already turned completely dark, and Li Xiao and the others had already gone upstairs. He and the unconscious Lu Jun were the only ones left downstairs. A dull sound would be heard every once in a while, and the earth would shake along with it. Jiang Bei looked at the dark environment outside and the dull noise that was getting more and more frequent, wondering what he was thinking. What are you thinking about? I don't know how long it took, but a slightly weak voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Jiang Bei's face lit up with joy. Brother, you're awake. How are you feeling? He then turned his head and looked back, only to see Lu Jun slowly walking to the passenger seat and sitting down. Much better. I feel my body recovers faster than when I was young. Lu Jun was somewhat surprised at how quickly his body recovered. Ah, that's good. Jiang Bei smiled slightly when he heard this, but did not explain. You don't look well. Have you been driving for too long? How about I do it? Lu Jun stood up and was about to signal Jiang Bei to stand up and let him take over. No need, bro, just sit there. I'm driving an assisted driving car, so it doesn't matter whether I change the driver or not. He waved his hand to signal Lu Jun to continue sitting down and said, Brother, I think the big earthquake will come early. Jiang Bei said to Lu Jun worriedly. What? You mean the magnitude 10 earthquake? Lu Jun was surprised and said. Right. As if to verify Jiang Bei's words, there was another loud noise between heaven and earth. The difference was that this time the sound was no longer dull, but like the roar of a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years finally breaking out of its cage. The loud noise made the car windows make noises. A huge invisible pressure made everyone in the car feel chest tightness. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared between heaven and earth and instantly illuminated the earth. Then there was another loud bang, even louder than the previous one, and cracks appeared on the car windows. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Bei and Lu Jun saw in the rearview mirror a horrifying scene that they would never forget. Suddenly, a fiery red column shot up into the sky from behind, and its height was unknown. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, they were still shocked by the scene before them. Then the ice outside the window began to crack with a crackling sound. The decoration hanging on the rearview mirror began to shake slowly. Oh no, the earthquake really came early. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun's faces darkened at the same time when they saw this. In just a few seconds, the cracking sounds outside became louder and louder, and at the same time, the ice surface began to undulate like waves on the sea. Jiang Bei experienced this scene a few days ago. But at that time, I was at the center of the earthquake. But this time, he was hundreds of miles away, and the scene was still like this. He could hardly imagine what kind of horrible scene was in the city center now. At this time, in the corner of a collapsed building in the city center, a young man was looking at the fiery red lava rising into the sky in front of him in horror. Then he found that the ground began to tremble violently. In just a few seconds, a huge crack suddenly appeared not far away and began to extend in all directions. All the ice layers turned into empty shells, and the water several meters below the ice layer seemed to evaporate in an instant and poured into the cracks. At this time, the ground was shaking even more violently, like a small boat being constantly hit by waves in the deep sea. The young man could only close his eyes and hold on tightly to the concrete pillar beside him. Suddenly, the young man felt that the shaking disappeared, and he felt as if he was weightless. He slowly opened his eyes and saw waterfalls stretching all around him. He seemed to be touring the mountains and rivers, and then everything went black. If you look at the city center from above, you will find that the entire city center has completely disappeared, replaced by a bottomless black hole that is still spreading in all directions at a slow speed. Similar horrific earthquakes and volcanic eruptions are occurring in many parts of the world. Among them, the disaster of Jaya Benji was the most horrific, and the earthquake even increased from magnitude 10 to 12. The entire country sank into the sea and became the first country to be destroyed. Later, due to the impact of the 12-magnitude earthquake, the terrifying Fuji volcano was even activated, and the soaring magma began to spread in all directions, and soon formed an island larger than before. Jiang Bei was driving the RV, which had been transformed into a houseboat, and continued to drive towards the distance. After less than 2 hours, Jiang Bei noticed that black powder began to fall from the glass in front. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun looked at this scene and knew it was volcanic ash. At this moment, Jiang Bei suddenly felt that the RV was moving slower. He thought the battery was out of power, so he switched to fuel mode, but found that the speed was only slightly better. Just as he was wondering, Lu Jun, who was leaning against the window and observing something outside, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Oh no, speed up." Chapter 53 The Consequences of the Earthquake. Hearing Lu Jun's tone, Jiang Bei's heart sank, knowing that something was wrong. I immediately stepped on the accelerator and changed the driving mode from assisted driving to manual driving. Even though the power is at full throttle, the gear is also pushed to the highest gear. However, the speed at this time did not increase too fast, and there was even a tendency to retreat. Jiang Bei turned his head and looked outside at this time, only to see the floating ice on the water drifting away with the current. There was also a crackling sound of ice breaking in front of the car. "Brother Jiang, that won't work. The water is flowing too fast. The car can't keep up with it." Lu Jun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the speed of the water flow, which was like the receding tide of the sea, and shouted to Jiang Bei anxiously, "Yeah, brother, I think it's okay to keep driving at full power for a short time, but if it goes on for a long time and the engine is damaged, it will be a big problem." Jiang Bei also replied with a worried look on his face. "Yes, that's what I'm worried about. The speed at which the water is receding is a bit too terrifying. It must be related to the earthquake. If it is pulled back by the water flow, it may not be a good thing." Lu Jun leaned against the window and watched the water flow faster and faster, but he was helpless. After listening to Lu Jun's words, Jiang Bei also thought so. He turned his head and looked outside again at the water that was accelerating backwards. Even though the entire car was running at full speed at this moment, it still couldn't stop drifting backwards. Suddenly he remembered that since the vehicle was amphibious, it should be equipped with an anchor. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei began to check the entire main driver's operating panel and various buttons one by one. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Lu Jun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Jiang Bei, who was looking back and forth, and couldn't help but ask, "I'm looking for the anchor button." Jiang Bei replied casually and continued searching. "Does this car have a boat sight?" Lu Jun on the side was a little stunned, and suddenly he realized that this car was amphibious. What if it really existed? "Haha, got it." Suddenly Jiang Bei shouted and then pressed a red button with a fishhook printed on it. Less than 3 seconds after he pressed the button, there were several splash sounds outside the car, as if something fell into the water, followed by the clattering sound of the chain rubbing against the steel plate. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun listened to the noise coming from outside, and both of them showed joy on their faces. In less than 5 seconds, the sound of the chain sliding stopped, and both of them knew that the anchor had hit the bottom. Immediately afterwards there was a creaking sound of the tightened chain, and then the whole car body shook violently. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun looked at each other and looked out the window. "I saw that there were chains as thick as calves around the car, especially the chains extending in front of the driver and co-driver seats, which were now taut and straight. The 2 chains at the back were taut and extended to the bottom of the water. The entire car was now like a stone on a slingshot, firmly fixed in place by 4 chains. Feeling that the vehicle had stopped moving backwards, Jiang Bei and Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Bei adjusted the horsepower of the vehicle, but he didn't dare to turn off the engine. He was afraid that the chain might break or the anchor might fail, leading to an unexpected situation. "Brother Jiang, you are really quick-witted. Why didn't I think of using an anchor to fix the car body?" Lu Jun praised Jiang Bei with emotion. "Ha, I was also quick-witted. I thought about how to prevent the car from moving backwards with the water flow. With the speed of the water flow outside, as long as it does not move backwards, it will be considered a success. Then I remembered to check if the car has the function of anchoring. I didn't expect it to really have it," Jiang Bei said with a smile. He was also glad in his heart that he had spent a lot of money to buy the car, and it was really worth the money. "I just don't know why all the water is flowing backwards. Is a magnitude 10 earthquake really that scary?" Lu Jun looked at the rushing water outside the window and wondered. Jiang Bei was also confused when he heard this. If it was really caused by an earthquake, that would be too terrifying. What Jiang Bei didn't know was that a huge, bottomless pit had already formed at the epicenter of the earthquake, which was hundreds of miles away from them. This bottomless black pit was swallowing up the water flowing in from all directions, and its range was also expanding bit by bit. As the water flow was too fast at this time, there was no way to move forward, so Jiang Bei could only temporarily postpone the idea of moving forward. "Brother, we can't leave for a while, let's go back to sleep." Jiang Bei immediately stood up and left the main driving seat, pointing to the guest room on the first floor, and said to Lu Jun, "Brother, go to sleep first. You must be very tired after driving all day. I have slept for the whole afternoon and I am not sleepy yet. I will stay here to prevent any unexpected situations." Lu Jun smiled at Jiang Bei and said, "Well, if you're sleepy, just go and take a rest." Jiang Bei didn't say anything else. He just greeted Lu Jun and walked upstairs. Walking upstairs, Jiang Bei opened the door of the master bedroom. At this time, he saw Huang Xiting on the bed. She was wearing a lace top, which was bulged by a pair of breasts, black lace shorts, and a pair of black Balenciaga stockings on her slender legs. She was lying lazily on the bed, reading a book. Hearing the door open, she looked up at Jiang Bei, who came in. Her face turned red, and she quickly covered her face with a book. Jiang Bei looked at the alluring beauty in front of him, and all the fatigue in his body disappeared. He walked to the bed and sat down, stretched out his hand to block the book in front of her face, took it away and looked at her with a smirk in his eyes. Huang Xiting looked at Jiang Bei, who was looking at her with a smirk on his face, and her pretty face turned even redder. "What do you mean by lying on my bed dressed like this?" Jiang Bei reached out and gently stroked the pair of slender and smooth legs, looking at the beauty in front of him, and said, "No. Nothing interesting, just getting ready for bed." Huang Xiting lowered her head shyly when she heard that, but her eyes were secretly glancing at Jiang Bei. "Oh? You're going to sleep in my bed? Then where should I sleep?" Jiang Bei looked at Huang Xiting in front of him with a sly smile on his face and said, Master can sleep here." Huang Xiting blushed, pointed to the empty space beside her, and whispered. As Jiang Bei looked at her, the heat in his heart slowly rose. He reached out and stroked the smooth, white legs, slowly moving his hand upwards. She felt the warm big hands by the river and the scrubby feeling as they stroked her skin. A desire deep in my heart was slowly aroused by his big hands. Her hands slowly wrapped around Jiang Bei's neck, and her delicate cherry lips directly kissed the man in front of her. Jiang Bei felt the sweetness coming from his lips, and he was no longer polite with his hands. He directly picked up Huang Xiting and put her on his legs. After a while, there were a few more pieces of clothing on the floor. Chapter 54 Wang Su's letter before his death. The next day, Jiang Bei had just opened his eyes when he was stung by the sunlight outside the window. He closed his eyes instantly and tears flowed out uncontrollably. After a long while, Jiang Bei's tears stopped flowing out and he gradually adapted to the sunlight shining in from outside. Receive benefits WeChat, TXW Connie. Huang Xiting, who was lying next to Jiang Bei, vaguely felt that something was wrong with Jiang Bei. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and was about to open her eyes. "Don't open your eyes." Jiang Bei looked at Huang Xiting, who was sitting up and rubbing her eyes with both hands, and shouted. Huang Xiting didn't dare open her eyes when she heard Jiang Bei's commanding tone. Jiang Bei quickly pulled up the sunshade curtains in the car, and the sunlight in the bedroom was relieved a lot. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Jiang Bei patted her lightly and said. Huang Xiting opened her eyes upon hearing this and looked at Jiang Bei beside her with questioning eyes. "Master, why didn't you let me open my eyes just now?" she asked with some doubt. "Didn't you notice that the bedroom is much brighter?" Jiang Bei asked Huang Xiting with a chuckle. Huang Xiting looked around after hearing this. It was indeed much brighter than before. She looked out of the car window again and found that the sun had appeared outside. "The sun is out!" Huang Xiting shouted in surprise. "Ha, look at what you have accomplished." A smile appeared on Jiang Bei's lips. She wiped the mist off the car window with her hand and looked out. From Jiang Bei's perspective, it was a beautiful view of a beautiful woman. Jiang Bei looked at the nosebleed enough scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that if you were so beautiful, even just looking out the window can be a beautiful sight. He couldn't help but let out a smirk as he slowly moved forward. 500 words omitted here. I failed after 6 attempts, I tried my best, brothers. Soon he began to beg for mercy. After a long time, Jiang Bei put on his clothes and showed a smug expression to Huang Xiting, who was lying on the bed at this time. Just watch, then walked out of the bedroom door and went to the first floor. After Jiang Bei walked to the first floor of the RV, he saw that the curtains on the windows around him were drawn. He then glanced at Lu Jun, who was sleeping on the steering wheel, and shook his head. "Brother, wake up, go back to your room and sleep. Can you sleep comfortably here?" Jiang Bei walked to the driver's side and gently shook Lu Jun and said, "Oh, why did I fall asleep?" After being woken up by Jiang Bei, Lu Jun scratched his head embarrassedly. Brother, don't hold on any longer, go back to sleep," Jiang Bei said to Lu Jun with a smile. "It's okay. I'm not sleepy now. By the way, brother, the sun is out." Lu Jun opened the curtain beside him and said, "I discovered it when I got up. Look, my eyes were irritated and I shed a lot of tears." Jiang Bei pointed at his red eyes and said to Lu Jun helplessly, "I was also dodged, but luckily I adapted to it in advance." Lu Jun replied with a smile, then his expression tightened and he said, "Brother Jiang, not only is the sun out, but the water level outside has also dropped by at least half." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei walked to the passenger seat and opened the car curtain, only to find that the water level had indeed dropped a lot, and the angle of the chain was completely different from last night. "It has indeed dropped a lot, but I think the current is not as turbulent as yesterday. We should be able to move on now." Jiang Bei looked at the water flowing outside and said. After listening to Jiang Bei's words, Lu Jun also agreed, and then the two began to prepare to retrieve the anchor. Lu Jun adjusted the gear, then stepped on the accelerator and started driving forward. At the same time, he turned on the switch for the recovery chain. The sound of the chain sliding across the chassis began to be heard outside the car. A few minutes later, all 4 anchors were successfully recovered. Seeing this, Lu Jun began to shift up a gear and stepped on the accelerator, and the RV sped up and headed forward. Although we are still sailing against the current speed is completely different from the situation last night. Although it is not too fast, we can still advance dozens of miles per hour. Jiang Bei suggested that Lu Jun go back to rest and he would drive, but Lu refused. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly and walked upstairs. Just at this time, Li Xiao and the stewardess named Wang Min came down arm in arm. "Good morning, master." Li Xiao looked at Jiang Bei, who was coming towards him, and greeted him gently. Wang Min, who was standing beside him, nodded at him with a red face. "By the way, you two should prepare breakfast for everyone." Jiang Bei nodded to the two of them, gave another instruction, and then walked upstairs. "Yes, good master." Li Xiao replied and was about to pull Wang Min towards the catering preparation area. Wang Min looked at the man who passed by her and did not pay attention to her, and she couldn't help feeling a little lost. She was absolutely confident in her figure and appearance. From elementary school until graduation from college, she was recognized as the school belle by the whole school. Even during college, many scouts offered her olive branches, and she was very tempted. However, because her family was not short of money, her parents directly rejected her idea of entering the entertainment industry, so she eventually gave up the idea. Finally, she chose to join an airline as a flight attendant to fulfill her childhood dream. Although there is no shortage of beauties in the airline, Wang Min, with her figure, appearance and temperament, directly crushes all the stewardesses and is rated as the most beautiful stewardess in the company by all male captains. Therefore, she was never short of handsome guys and rich second generations pursuing her, but due to her strict family education, she had never had a boyfriend. It was only before the disaster that her parents agreed to let her try to date someone she liked if she had one. Wang Min curled her lips. She thought Jiang Bei was deliberately pretending to be cool to attract her attention. After all, many boys tried their best to get her attention in school, and this trick was just the most common one. She felt a little better when she thought of this. "What's on your mind?" Li Xiao, who was standing aside, looked at Wang Min, who was somewhat dazed, and said, "Nothing, come on, let's make breakfast." Wang Min said perfunctorily and urged Li Xiao to go downstairs. Jiang Bei walked into the bedroom on the second floor at this time. Looking at Huang Xiting, who was still lying in bed, he walked to the bed and slapped her on the buttocks and said, "It's already so late, why aren't you up yet? Hurry up and go downstairs to help your sister Li Xiao prepare breakfast." "I know." Huang Xiting, who was spanked, blushed, quickly put on her clothes and walked downstairs. Jiang Bei walked to the door and watched Huang Xiting walking down the stairs. He then closed the door and sat down at a small desk nearby. He took out the letter that Wang Su had handed to him before he died from the drawer. Chapter 55 Warning. Host, please pay attention. Jiang Bei looked at the light yellow craft paper envelope in his hand. There was still some blood stains on it, but it had begun to turn black. He placed the letter on the table, placed his right hand on it, and tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. He kept thinking in his mind whether he should open the letter. After all, it was addressed to Lu Jun, and he didn't believe that the letter Wang Su had written in advance was specifically for him. After thinking for a long time, he decided to take a look at what was written in the letter Wang Su left before his death. Based on Wang Su's previous reaction, he might have guessed something about himself. In order to prevent any unexpected situations from happening to you, it is better to understand the content in advance. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei picked up the light yellow envelope on the table, turned it over so that the stuck opening was facing upwards, and at the same time took out a hairdryer, turned on the high heat setting, and began to blow towards the opening of the envelope. A few minutes later, Jiang Bei successfully opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper full of words, a map with marked points, and several photos. Jiang Bei picked up the map and took a look. It was a map with several locations marked on it, and there was nothing else unusual. Then he picked up a few photos and started looking at them. When he saw two of them, his originally relaxed expression began to become serious. One of the photos was of himself killing the group of people who robbed goods in the square, and the other was of himself sorting supplies in the house. The remaining photos are landscape photos and a photo of a beautiful girl. Jiang Bei put the photo behind and started to read the paper covered with words. When he saw one of the passages, Jiang Bei's face lit up with joy, but the good times didn't last long. When he saw the rest of the content, his expression changed from joy at the beginning to gloomy, and then became uglier and uglier. After reading the contents of the letter, Jiang Bei's face became frighteningly gloomy. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Master, it's time for breakfast." Jiang Bei, who was thinking, was interrupted by a gentle voice outside the door. "No." Jiang Bei agreed, stood up, put away all the photos and letters on the table, put them in the drawer, locked it, and then walked outside. After opening the door, Jiang Bei looked at Li Xiao standing outside, waiting for him. A smile appeared on his face, and he took her hand and walked downstairs. Li Xiao turned around and looked at Jiang Bei, who was holding her hand. Her heart felt sweet and a happy smile appeared on her face. She followed Jiang Bei downstairs. Huang Xiting and Wang Min, who were on the first floor at the time, saw Jiang Bei coming down holding Li Xiao's hand. The former didn't react much, but the latter felt a little jealous for some reason. Jiang Bei walked to the sofa and sat down next to Huang Xiting, while Li Xiao sat next to Wang Min. Huang Xiting put the breakfast in front of him, then held her chin with both hands and looked at him lovingly. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Jiang Bei looked at Huang Xiting and said. "Hee, guess what?" Huang Xiting giggled and picked up the breakfast in front of her and started eating. Li Xiao looked at the two people opposite him with a smile on his face and flirted with them. Wang Min didn't say anything and just lowered his head to eat his breakfast. "Brother, hold on for a while. I'll take your place after breakfast." Jiang Bei shouted to Lu Jun, who was driving the RV. "It's okay, Brother Jiang, you guys just eat first." Lu Jun laughed and replied. Mr. Jiang, I can drive, so I'll go there later." Wang Min listened to the conversation between Jiang Bei and Lu Jun. She hesitated for a moment and then said something to Jiang Bei. "I almost forgot, you can drive, okay, I agree." Jiang Bei replied calmly. Novel Collection Micro, TXWKONE. Wang Min felt a little dissatisfied when she heard him speak to her in a flat tone and be so gentle to Huang Xiting and Li Xiao. But she said nothing and quickly finished her breakfast. He ran to the driver's seat to replace Lu Jun. Lu Jun looked back at Jiang Bei with some embarrassment. Brother, it's okay, just let her drive." Jiang Bei shouted to Lu Jun, who was driving the car. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun no longer insisted and briefly explained the driving skills to her. Although the operation was no different from a car, it was on water after all, which was different from the road. After finishing the explanation, Lu Jun stood at the back and observed for a while. Seeing that there was no problem, he turned around and walked to the dining table at the back and sat down. "Brother Lu, this is your breakfast. If it's not enough, tell me again." Li Xiao pushed a breakfast in front of Lu Jun and said with a smile. Thank you." Lu Jun said thank you and picked up a bun and started eating. "Hee, brother, how about the buns? Are they delicious?" Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who was eating enthusiastically, and said with a smile. It's delicious and smells really good, just like it was made before the end of the world. As Lu Jun spoke, he picked up the second bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Aren't you curious about where I got these buns? Jiang Bei chuckled again. Lu Jun was startled when he heard this, and then said, "In the army, my old squad leader often told me that if I should know something, I would know it, but if I shouldn't know something, I shouldn't ask about it." Then he started eating again. Jiang Bei felt relieved when he heard that. He was indeed a smart man. Looking at Lu Jun, who was eating buns in big mouthfuls, the smile on his face became even more intense. After waiting for everyone to finish breakfast, Lu Jun was about to clear the table, but was stopped by Jiang Bei. "Brother, let them clean up. Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Bei pulled Lu Jun, who was about to clean the table, to the car window. "Brother, what's the matter?" Lu Jun looked at Jiang Bei puzzledly. "Brother, do you think the apocalypse will end?" While asking, Jiang Bei took out 2 packs of TNI from his pocket, opened one pack for himself, and handed one pack to Lu Jun. "I think so." Lu Jun looked at the unopened cigarette in his hand, pondered for a moment and then replied. "How long do you think it will take before this ends?" Jiang Bei asked again. Lu Jun did not answer when he heard this. Instead, he opened the cigarette in his hand, took out one, put it in his mouth, lit it and took a deep puff. After a long time, he just smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Do you think it's hot in the car?" Jiang Bei was about to speak when he was interrupted by Wang Min, who was driving. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun heard this and realized that the temperature inside the car was indeed higher than before, because the heater inside the car changes according to the temperature outside the car. Since the temperature inside the car has risen, could it be that? Jiang Bei and Lu Jun looked at each other, walked quickly to the cab, and looked at some floating ice on the water, which had already shown signs of melting. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Host, please take note. Chapter 56 Entering the city. The temperature will fluctuate greatly in the next few days and there will be high-risk events. Please seek shelter in time and store clean water." At this moment, an alarm sounded in Jiang Bei's mind. High-risk event? Reserve water? Jiang Bei fell into deep thought as he felt the warning message coming from the system. "Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you?" Lu Jun turned to look at Jiang Bei, who was lost in thought, and asked. "Oh, it's okay. I remembered something. It looks like the temperature may change significantly in the next few days." Jiang Bei came to his senses and answered casually. "Yes, judging from the situation, the temperature will rise quickly." As Lu Jun spoke, he pulled the zipper of his shirt down slightly. "How about this? Looking at the map, we are less than 50 kilometers away from the nearest city. Let's find a place to rest and replenish supplies." Jiang Bei took out a map, marked it on it, and handed it to Lu Jun. Lu Jun took the map from Jiang Bei and looked at it. After thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. Wang Min changed the satellite navigation location to City C. Seeing that Lu Jun also said that it was okay, he turned to Wang Min, who was driving, and said, "No." After hearing Jiang Bei's words, Wang Min, who was driving, responded and started to change the navigation location. Then she turned the steering wheel and slowly drove to the right front. "Brother Jiang, I'm going to take a rest first. When we get to the city, there will definitely be a lot of things to do." Lu Jun said to Jiang Bei beside him. "Okay, go and rest now." Jiang Bei punched Lu Jun's chest and said with a smile. Lu Jun nodded, smiled, turned around and walked towards the guest room next to the living room to rest. Jiang Bei looked at his back and shook his head with a smile, then walked to the wine cabinet area to take out a bottle of red wine, and then sat back on the sofa in the living room. After cleaning up, Li Xiao and Huang Xiting greeted him, then ran to the co-pilot seat and sat down to chat with Wang Min about some things between them as women. Jiang Bei looked at the 3 people who were chatting and laughing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he opened the red wine, poured himself a glass, took a sip leisurely, and then began to think about the problems he might encounter next. With high-risk events, you need to find a clean shelter and store clean water. Jiang Bei kept thinking about the key connection between these 3 points. What is the high risk? Is it the high temperature? It should be impossible in a short period of time. There is such a thick layer of ice and snow outside. It is a bit far-fetched. Jiang Bei subconsciously shook his head to deny this reason. The car itself is a shelter and it is clean, but since the system reminds me, it seems that living in a car may not be able to prevent this unknown high risk. Jiang Bei picked up the glass, took a sip of red wine and continued his analysis. The next thing is to reserve clean water sources. The focus of this sentence should not be the water source, but the reserve in cleanliness. Could it be that the next high-risk incident will pollute the water source? And is it a danger that cannot be resolved in a short period of time? He seemed to have caught a glimpse of inspiration, but couldn't remember what it was for a moment. What kind of danger could it be? Jiang Bei put down the wineglass in his hand, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, pressed his slender fingers on his temples, massaging 3 circles clockwise and 3 circles counterclockwise, muttering to himself. Low temperature, heavy snow, earthquakes, floods, the sun. Could it be? Jiang Bei suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and his face turned ugly. This is the only possibility. It seems that we have to act alone and prepare in advance. Jiang Bei murmured with an unpleasant expression. Thinking of this, he stood up from the sofa, glanced at the 3 people who were still chatting, did not greet them, turned around and walked upstairs. Jiang Bei came to the 2nd floor and went straight to the innermost room. After opening the door and walking into the room, he then closed the door. The wooden doorplate with the words utility room embossed on it hanging on the door made a slight sound and then became quiet. Soon Jiang Bei came out of the utility room with a single-person kayak, an engine with a propeller, and a small barrel of gasoline in his hands, and walked towards the 1st floor. After reaching the 1st floor, Jiang Bei put everything in his hand at the door and walked towards the driver's seat. How long until we get to the city center? Jiang Bei asked Wang Min, who was driving. Huang Xiting and Li Xiao, who were originally talking and laughing, heard Jiang Bei's words. They both turned back to look at Jiang Bei with slightly blushing faces and stopped chatting. Well, it's less than 20 kilometers away. It will probably take another half an hour to get there. Wang Min looked at the remaining mileage and estimated time on the navigation map and replied. Okay, stop at the house ahead. After listening to Wang Min's answer, Jiang Bei looked around again, and finally pointed to a 2-story building not far ahead, where most of the wall had been exposed, and said. Why do we have to stop? We'll be there in a little while. I don't think there's any need to stop. Wang Min asked in confusion. I said stop at the front, do you understand? Jiang Bei's tone became a little cold at this time. Sister, listen to the master. Li Xiao, who was standing by, sensed the change in his tone and quickly reminded Wang Min. Oh, okay, I get it. Wang Min also felt the change in Jiang Bei's tone at this time. Although she was somewhat resistant to Jiang Bei's dominance in her heart, she finally nodded and said no more. I have something to do and need to go out for a while. You guys wait here until I notify you. As Jiang Bei spoke, he took out a dark green walkie-talkie from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiao. I have already created a channel for this intercom. If you have any questions, you can just press this button and speak directly. I will be able to hear you. Do you understand? Jiang Bei pointed at the buttons on the side of the walkie-talkie and explained to Li Xiao how to use the walkie-talkie. Yes, I understand, master. Li Xiao held the intercom and smiled gently at Jiang Bei. Master, I want to go with you, okay? Huang Xiting blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Jiang Bei coquettishly. No, I have something to go out for, and it's inconvenient to take you with me, so just stay in the car. Jiang Bei scratched Huang Xiting's nose lovingly and said. Well, I won't go then. Be careful. Huang Xiting pouted and replied. By the way, if there is any emergency, go to the guest room and wake up Lao Lu. If there is no emergency, don't wake him up. He didn't sleep much last night. Jiang Bei smiled and nodded at Huang Xiting, then gave Li Xiao some instructions. I understand, master, please be safe. Li Xiao nodded obediently and said something caring. Jiang Bei nodded and waited for Wang Min to park the car. He opened the car door and pushed a single-person kayak out. At the same time, he installed an engine with a propeller on one end of the kayak. Then Jiang Bei jumped on it carefully. After standing firm, Jiang Bei picked up the gasoline and poured it into the engine tank, then started the engine. After a simple operation, he waved to the 3 people in the car and drove towards the building complex in the distance. Chapter 57 The Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Jiang Bei was driving the boat on the water. Looking at the houses slowly increasing in number around him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Most of these houses are ordinary rural residences, and few are more than 3 stories high. This disaster is so horrific that it is probably almost impossible for people living in low-rise buildings to survive. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei suddenly shook his head, threw these strange thoughts out of his mind, and accelerated towards the city buildings in front. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Bei looked at the tall buildings not far ahead of him and sighed inwardly. After all, he had experienced a horrible earthquake in the past few days, and the city where he had previously lived had been basically completely collapsed by the earthquake, turning it into ruins. Jiang Bei did not choose to go directly into the city. Looking at the slight corrosion marks on the buildings several meters high in front of him, the water level has now completely dropped to only about a quarter of its original height. The scene of the prosperous urban area before the disaster has already begun to emerge, and it is worthy of being a top first-tier city before the disaster. Jiang Bei couldn't help but sigh. Then he walked around the area a few times and suddenly found a 3-story villa in the southeast corner of the city. As the water level continues to drop, the walls surrounding the villa have become faintly visible. Judging from the current rate of descent, it is estimated that within 2 days, it may descend to the point where the ground can be seen. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei thought about the crisis that would happen next and no longer hesitated. He first drove the boat around the villa, and after making sure there was no one there, he drove to the window of the villa. At this time, most of the glass on the villa's windows had been broken, probably caused by the impact of floating objects in the water. Jiang Bei looked inside and found that there was a corridor window, and the stairs inside were exposed. He first tied the boat to the window frame, then put on gloves and simply cleaned up the remaining debris on the window. Then he grabbed the window frame with both hands, stepped on the window with his right foot first, then his left foot, then lowered his head and jumped gently into the corridor. After jumping into the house, Jiang Bei frowned. He smelled a rotten smell caused by dampness, but it was not the smell of rotting animals, but more like the smell of rotting plants. Jiang Bei then walked towards the second floor and into the living room. He saw that the second floor was completely out of water, but there were still many puddles on the floor. When he stepped on the floor, it made a sizzling sound and squeezed out a lot of water, soaking his shoes. The sunlight was shining on the second floor at this time. Although the temperature outside was still very low, the temperature inside the house was much higher than outside. Jiang Bei touched the floor with his hand and felt a hint of warmth, which surprised him a little. This might be the main reason why there was no ice on the floor. Jiang Bei took a quick look around and found that there were 4 rooms on the second floor, 2 master bedrooms, 2 secondary bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. But most of the things inside have been soaked in water and can no longer be used. Jiang Bei then went to the third floor. The layout of this floor was basically the same as that of the second floor, except that apart from the 2 master bedrooms and the bathroom, the rest of the third floor was storage room, and there was no bed. After touring Jiang Bei, I felt that this place was pretty good, so I walked to the window on the third floor and looked around. This should be a private villa area. There are no other buildings within a few dozen meters, and it is not far from the city center. It seems that the owner of this villa is not an ordinary person. Jiang Bei looked out the window and muttered. Then he saw that the wall, which he could only vaguely see when he first arrived, was now completely visible. Jiang Bei looked at the speed at which the water level was dropping and estimated that it might completely leak out of the ground tomorrow. Then he took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and started calling Li Xiao and the others. "Master, are you okay?" Li Xiao's gentle and caring words came from the intercom. "I'm fine. Are you with Wang Min?" Jiang Bei asked. "Yes, I am here." Li Xiao replied softly. "Tell her to drive towards the city now, but don't go into the city. There is a 3-story villa in the southeast of the city. It's easy to find. I'm here, come over." Jiang Bei stopped talking after he finished speaking, put the intercom in his pocket, and thought about the next question. Now that the temporary shelter has been found, the next step is to prepare a clean water source. Looking at the water sources everywhere outside, Jiang Bei did not plan to store these water sources. If he really did as he thought, storing these water sources would only bring trouble to himself. After much thought, he decided to buy 2 extra large reserve tanks directly from the system mall. Adhering to the principle of rather wasting than not having enough, he opened the mall and began to search. It didn't take long to find the options, one of which was a simple 50-ton reserve tank that wasn't too expensive at 500 grams of gold. One is a 50-ton storage tank filled with water, which can be stored outdoors for 2 months and costs 1,000 grams of gold. After final consideration, Jiang Bei decided to purchase 2 50-ton storage tanks. Just now on the third floor, he estimated that the space inside the courtyard wall was enough to store these 2 storage tanks. After the purchase was successful, Jiang Bei walked to the corridor, jumped on the boat, rowed to the location where the water tank had been placed, adjusted the direction of the water tank, and then took out the 2 water tanks. Boom! Boom! Two dull sounds were heard, and two fully enclosed water tanks containing 50 tons of pure water sank into the water. The highest point of the water tank was just about 20 centimeters away from the bottom of the wall. Jiang Bei nodded with satisfaction, then drove the boat back to the previous fork in the road to wait for Li Xiao and the others to come. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Bei looked at the RV coming over. He gestured to the people in the car, indicating them to follow him, and then turned right and drove towards the villa. Wang Min also turned right upon seeing this, and followed Jiang Bei closely, heading to the right front. After arriving at the villa, Jiang Bei got on the RV, readjusted the position of the RV, and drove the car to the gate of the villa. In this way, if the water level drops and the ground is exposed, the RV can be driven into the villa yard as soon as possible. At this time, Li Xiao, Huang Xiting and Wang Min were looking at the 3-story villa from the window. They didn't feel anything. In their opinion, no matter how good the villa was, it was not as good as the current RV. As soon as Jiang Bei parked the car, Lu Jun walked out of the guest room. "Brother Jiang, have you decided to live in this villa?" He looked at the villa outside and asked Jiang Bei. "Yes, I observed it and felt that this place was more suitable." Jiang Bei nodded without explaining too much. "I'm going upstairs to get some cleaning tools. We just need to clean up some of the clutter in the room first." Jiang Bei said something to a few people and walked upstairs. What Jiang Bei didn't know was that at this moment, in a high-rise building in the city far away, a middle-aged man was looking in this direction with a telescope. Chapter 58 Conspiracy. Jiang Bei brought a few people and the tools prepared in the car into the villa and began to clean up some debris. He and Lu Jun first estimated the damage to some furniture on the second and third floors that had been soaked in water. Finally, the two of them unanimously decided to throw it out through the window. At this time, the speed of the water flow outside was definitely enough to wash these things away. Then the two of them started to act, and in less than half an hour, they had thrown away all the unusable items. At this time, Li Xiao, Huang Xiting, Wang Min and other 3 girls, according to Jiang Bei's arrangement, threw all the small unusable things out of the window. After most of the things were cleared away, the overall space became much larger. Although it was empty, it was also much cleaner. Jiang Bei was still very satisfied. After all, they would not stay here for too long, so it was necessary to keep the temporary shelter clean. Then Jiang Bei asked a few people to stay in the building, and he was about to go downstairs to get something from the car, but was stopped by Lu Jun. "Brother Jiang, take a rest. If you need anything, I can get it from the car." Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who stopped him, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The thing he went to get was not in the car. If he was asked to get it, he would get nothing. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei showed a thankful expression on his face, and then said that there was more important work for him to do, which was to clean up all the broken window fragments to prevent injuries. After listening to Jiang Bei's words, Lu Jun said he understood, then turned around and began to inspect the windows on the second and third floors. Jiang Bei looked at Lu Jun, who turned and left. Although there were many things that happened before that could no longer be explained, he felt that it would be better not to let Lu Jun know directly. Then Jiang Bei drove the boat to the door of the RV parked at the gate of the yard and got into the car. After getting in the car, Jiang Bei sat down on the sofa, took out a bottle of iced cola, and drank a big gulp. "It's really cool." Jiang Bei couldn't help but let out a satisfied groan, then threw the Coke away, not planning to drink it again. He felt that the first sip of Coke was the best. After resting for a while, Jiang Bei started to open the system to buy the things he would need next. Soon, there were a lot of things on the table in front of him. After thinking it over, Jiang Bei finally bought a fuel generator and some oil and put it aside, waiting to pull it up after the house was completely cleaned. After completing the purchase, Jiang Bei began to place some disinfection tools and other things on the boat one by one. Then he closed the door and drove the boat towards the window in the corridor of the villa. "Master, what are you doing?" Huang Xiting, who had just walked into the corridor, looked at some disinfection tools, alcohol, lime powder, etc. that Jiang Bei was throwing into the house. She subconsciously asked, "You are so smart, and considering your profession, you can't guess it." Jiang Bei said with a smile, "Oh, I'm so stupid, I almost forgot what I do." Huang Xiting seemed to remember something, and slapped her forehead fiercely. She looked at Jiang Bei with a blushing face and said, "Ha, alright, quickly help me mix these things and send them to your sister Xiaoxiao and Wang Min. You guys go and clean up everything in the bedroom first." Jiang Bei pointed to the spray bottle, bottled disinfectant, alcohol, etc., and instructed Huang Xiting. "I know." Huang Xiting smiled sweetly at Jiang Bei, bent down and began to check the types and concentrations. As a doctor, she herself did not react, but this man had already prepared so many things in advance. Wanting to go back here, Huang Xiting turned to look at Zhang Bei, who was sorting things, and the admiration in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you fascinated by me? At this time, Zhang Bei just picked up a sprayer commonly used in farmland and wanted to put it on his back to try out the size. He found that Huang Xiting beside him was looking at him with a strange look. He couldn't help but tapped Huang Xiting's little head and laughed. Ah, it's okay, I'll go up first. Huang Xiting's pretty face suddenly turned even redder. She quickly grabbed the things around her and ran upstairs without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Bei just smiled and shook his head, and began to adjust the length of the strap of the sprayer on his body. In a simply decorated office on a high floor in the city center. You did that, didn't you? After a long while, an old man in his 60s closed the encrypted document in front of him, rubbed his red eyes, and sighed with fatigue on his thin face. Teacher, I did it. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa looked at the old man in front of him. After a long silence, he slowly replied. Don't call me teacher. I don't have a student like you. After hearing his admission, the old man's back, which had been straight, now leaned weakly on the back of the sofa behind him. The middle-aged man on the sofa was his best student and the one he favored as his next successor. However, he never expected that when the country was in trouble, he seemed to have become a different person. Thinking of this, his tired face seemed to age a dozen years in an instant. He really did not expect that his most valued student would actually do such a thing. You can end your life by yourself. After you die, I will report it to the country. You died in the disaster relief process, so I will leave you with dignity. The old man said weakly. Teacher. The middle-aged man stood up agitatedly upon hearing this and wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old man waving his hand. You go now. The old man closed his eyes as he spoke, leaning against the back of the sofa with a tired look on his face. Teacher, before I leave, I want to give you a last shoulder massage. Thank you for your support and teachings over the years. If I have the chance in the next life, I would like to be your student again. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with his eyes closed and said in a tearful tone. When the old man heard this, his body trembled and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Seeing that the old man did not refuse, the middle-aged man slowly walked behind the old man, put his hands on the old man's shoulders and began to massage the old man's shoulders. Janman, your career is going very smoothly. I was going to retire after this year. Why did you do that? You are so confused. The old man closed his eyes and said slowly with a sad tone. Teacher, Zhang Huan is my childhood friend and he is also a top scientist in the country. What he told me will definitely not be known by the top leaders before us. For this matter, you just need to invite Commander Wang over, and it will definitely succeed. The middle-aged man called Jianmen said as he gave the old man a massage. Asshole, there's no redemption. Upon hearing this, the old man straightened his thin body suddenly and slammed the mahogany table in front of him with his right hand. Several unfinished documents were thrown to the floor by the old man. At this time, Chen Jianmen, who was standing behind the old man, had a sinister look in his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the old man's neck. Chapter 59 I came down at the wrong time, you two continue. The old man whose neck was grabbed by Zhang Jianmen stretched out his hands and tried hard to pry his hands free from his neck. Teacher, I hope you don't blame me. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. I will repay your kindness in my next life. Zhang Jianmen said this with even greater force in his hands. The old man listened to his words, his eyes full of sadness and regret. He wanted to struggle, but he was nearly 60 years old and Zhang Jianmen was much younger than him. In addition, due to the natural disaster, he had not eaten much food and most of it was given to others, leaving him weaker. Soon the old man's thin cheeks began to turn red, his lips turned purple, his veins bulged, and his eyes were red. Then he struggled a few times and then stopped. Zhang Jianmen, who was pinching the old man's neck, loosened his hands when he felt that the old man was no longer struggling. Looking at the old man lying on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go forward to check, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Jianmen was frightened by the knock on the door. Looking at the old man's body lying on the ground, he looked around and saw the floor-to-ceiling window next to him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Zhang Jianmen first moved the old man's body to the side of the floor-to-ceiling window. Then he grabbed a chair and threw it towards the floor-to-ceiling window. With a bang, the glass shattered. Teacher, no, don't let it get to you. Someone come quickly. Zhang Jianmin started shouting and pushed the body and documents out of the window. After dealing with the body, he picked up a piece of broken glass and cut his arm with it. Blood gushed out instantly. Then he lay down beside the window and started crying. At this time, several people in a 3-story villa on the edge of the city were busy with their own work. Brother Jiang, all the rooms on the second floor have been sprayed according to your request. Lu Jun, carrying a blue sprayer and wearing a mask, walked up the second floor stairs and said something to Jiang Bei. Okay bro, you've worked hard, we're almost there on the third floor. Jiang Bei, who was also wearing a mask, finished spraying the last corner. He turned around and looked at Lu Jun, who was walking up, and said with a smile. Report, we have completed it too. Li Xiao and the other 3 girls also gathered on the third floor and shouted with a smile. Ha, very good, everyone has worked hard today, let's go back to the car to rest and eat something. Jiang Bei looked at them and said with a smile. Yeah, I can finally take a break. The 3 girls shouted, immediately dropped the tools in their hands and ran towards the window downstairs. Jiang Bei and Lu Jun looked at each other and smiled helplessly, put down their tools, and followed the 3 people downstairs. Oh my, the water level is dropping so fast. Huang Xiting climbed up to the window and was about to jump down, but she found that the height gap between the boat outside and the window was almost half a meter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei noticed that the water level on the first floor had indeed dropped a lot. Then Jiang Bei asked Huang Xiting to move aside. He jumped onto the boat first, then hugged Huang Xiting, who was squatting on the window, and put her on the boat, followed by Li Xiao. For safety reasons, Jiang Bei first sent Li Xiao and Huang Xiting back to the RV. On the way back, Jiang Bei moved the fuel generator and oil onto the boat and drove towards the villa again. Brother, take this guy to the third floor first. Jiang Bei handed the generator in his hand to Lu Jun in the house. Is this a generator? Lu Jun took the heavy object from Jiang Bei's hand and asked. Ah, yes, it's a generator. Jiang Bei smiled and replied. Good stuff. Lu Jun's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but sigh. And gasoline. Jiang Bei handed the oil barrel to Lu Jun again. After Lu Jun took the gasoline, he carried the generator and gasoline and walked towards the third floor. Come down. After Jiang Bei handed the generator and gasoline to Lu Jun, he looked at Wang Min in the room and said something. Wang Min nodded when he heard this and slowly stood up to the window. Jiang Bei didn't wait for her to stand firmly, he picked up Wang Min and put her on the bed. Wang Ming was just about to say thank you to Jiang Bei. The boat was suddenly hit by something and the hull shook violently. Wang Min lost his balance and was about to fall backwards. Wang Min was so scared that she subconsciously stretched out her hands and hugged Jiang Bei's neck, who was standing in front of her, in an attempt to steady herself. Jiang Bei was also startled by the sudden shaking, but fortunately his body reacted quickly enough and he began to stabilize his body in an instant. But before Jiang Bei could calm himself down completely, Wang Min in front of him grabbed his neck. Just when he was about to gain control of his body, he was completely lost balance due to the entry of external force. The two of them fell in the same direction in an instant. Because Wang Min was holding Jiang Bei's neck, Jiang Bei pressed down hard on Wang Min, who was lying on the boat. Some of the rain mixed with sweat from his forehead flowed into Jiang Bei's mouth, with a slightly salty taste. Lu Jiang Bei was pressing on Wang Min at this time. Although Wang Min's appearance and figure were also top-notch, Jiang Bei had no time to feel her fragrance when he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Jiang Bei stretched out his right hand and touched his neck, and felt a sharp pain again. No, sorry, I didn't mean to scratch you. Wang Min looked at the bloodstain on Jiang Bei's neck and said a little embarrassedly. Beautiful lady, if you like to hug me, just hug me, no need to do your nails. Jiang Bei looked at the top-notch stewardess who was pressed under him and teased. I really didn't mean to do that. It was just that the boat suddenly shook and I lost my balance. The more Wang Min spoke, the lower her voice became. Okay, the generator is on. Just when Jiang Bei was about to make a few more jokes, Lu Jun jumped onto the window after delivering the electric motor. Lu Jun had just jumped out of the window and hadn't finished speaking when he saw Jiang Bei holding Wang Min under him on the boat. He turned around abruptly and jumped back into the house, slapping himself on the face and secretly sighing that he shouldn't have come down so quickly. Brother, stop right there. When Jiang Bei heard Lu Jun's words, he stood up suddenly and shouted to Lu Jun, who was about to run upstairs. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun could only stop running upwards awkwardly and turned back to look at the two people outside the window. Brother Lu, don't get me wrong. There were some unexpected situations just now. It's not what you think. Wang Min, who had just stood up, tidied her messy hair, blushed, and whispered to Lu Jun. Ahem, actually, I still have some work to do upstairs. I'll go upstairs and finish the work first, and you guys can continue. Lu Jun looked at Wang Min's condition at this time. After he said this, he turned around and was about to go upstairs. When Wang Min heard this, her pretty face, which was already blushing, became even redder. Brother, come back here, you are really overthinking it, hurry up and get on the boat, let's go back and rest. Zhang Bei directly stopped Lu Jun, who was still trying to run away, and said something. Real? Lu Jun looked back at Zhang Bei. Real. Zhang Bei nodded helplessly and replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun had no choice but to walk back and jump onto the boat. After Lu Jun got on the boat, Zhang Bei turned the bow of the boat and headed towards the RV. What is that? Lu Jun suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted to Zhang Bei.